Well, hello, and I'm speaking to you on the 15th of April, 2023. I'm saying that because I always forget to say that, and I'm here with JC Owens, and I think I will risk the addendum of saying as usual. Seems like we've been doing this for a little while now, a few months anyway, all year of 2023 at least so far, and some of the previous year. So
Mm.
it's almost like a regular thing, but we're starting about a half an hour late. And despite trying to prepare all my clips and make a humorous little picture there, which I'll explain a little bit later, that's showing on screen now. Um, I still feel unprepared and rushing to try and get there. A lot happened this week, so I'm going to do a little bit of introduction now, and we've three main topics. But I want to briefly mention all the things that we're not going to talk about because I think they deserve some acknowledgement. I've been watching a fella called Peak Prosperity on and off lately. His name is Dr. Chris Martenson. Not sure if I recommend him wholeheartedly. Maybe I recommend him with some reservation, but I've learned a lot from him about the sort of economic aspect. Maybe it's a very normy take that he has on a lot of things, but anyway, he is using a phrase which I think he attributes to Stalin, that he says some decades nothing happens, and then some weeks a decade happens, something along those lines. And this seems to be one of those weeks anyway, where so much happens. So I'm just going to start off by reading a lot of, or just briefly through a lot of the things that happened only this week, or maybe starting around the Easter weekend and onwards. And I'll then say which of the three we're going to talk about. So there was the ongoing saga of the Budweiser Light, the Bud Light brand being destroyed by a woke woman. We'll get back to that because we will talk about that. Do you remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger said, "Screw your freedoms"? Well, he's apparently apologized for that, but I would remind people that my stance will be once people reveal who they are, you never forget. And I don't forgive either. People say, oh, you can forgive, but you don't forget. There's no contrition, there's no repentance. So don't be so quick to forgive people who aren't sorry at all. There's the Dalai Lama. So you want to maybe I better, instead of just lacing through all the stuff there, I better let JC respond to maybe something there. I think I hear that he's got something to say to that, and why not?
Oh, well, I mean, like you said, there was no repentance. He just said, I'm sorry. Okay. Like, all right. You say he hit the button and nuked a million people, comes out next day. I'm sorry. Did that fix what they like? Go out. Like, I tell you what, to go out up to your cupboard, grab a ceramic plate out of the cupboard, smash it on the floor, then say you're sorry. Like, did that fix the plate? I don't think so. So, like, that
Exactly.
would be what I have to say to that. Like,
Yeah. And the smashed plate, you can glue it back together, but it'll never be the same again. And we had a little talk before about, the things that our own people do to us at the behest, of course, of others. And you're being very mature about it and saying, well, it's up to us to step up and be the glue that holds society together, or gathers the fragments so they can be put back together. And I spoke about, in economic terms, which is what is known as the opportunity cost. That you never get it back afterwards, no matter how sorry people are. It doesn't put the thing back together again. Or I'm thinking of Humpty Dumpty. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put it back together again. So our lives, I think, could have been brought up in a golden age, and I think we could have been handed a society that was fully functioning. But I do blame, our previous generations. I do blame the boomer generation. Obviously it's easy to lay the blame at others, and not sort of say, well, what could I have done differently? But these people have squeezed, the fruit dry, and then said, well, now it's your problem.
Yeah.
And I'm livid about that. And I feel that, well, even if from their, as they're stepping off into their grave, they go, "I'm sorry about the world we left you by. Now it's your problem." But we are sorry. Well, that doesn't do us any good.
No, like when they were supposed to be doing something, they decided to go get high at a concert for 3 fucking days, and then pine on about it for a decade or two or five.
Yeah. Well,
Like it's like you could have did something maybe like around that Vietnam War area. You had a good movement going, and then you all decided to go drop LSD and smoke grass, and then do nothing, and then here we are. and our generations are being presented with the exact same choice. Like all the drugs and everything are there, all the diversions and everything are there, and we're being given the same choice, and we're making the same choice.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you can hear there, but I made the mistake of pouring a beer there under the microphone, and it's, I suppose, actually because I'm so angry. I'm kind of saying I need a drink, but I wish I had some whiskey, you know, because I kind of feel like that a beer is not going to get the job done. But maybe I should stay sober enough for later, because we're going to be getting into a few things, you know, and it's probably better not to be, you know, out of my full compass mentis. But anyway, we'll get onto that in a minute. The picture there is a hint towards it. But yeah, you're right. But I have to say that, you know, pouring a drink there and you talking about irresponsibility, I was irresponsible in my 20s. But what really gets my goat now is that all the boomers, like, they're invested in this because they always knew that the stock exchange, and they knew what Nixon did in 1971. They knew that fiat currency was decoupled from reality. They knew that it would lead to spending money like it's growing on trees, because they can do one better than grow on trees. They don't even have to grow it. They can just say that it is there, and then it is. But their pensions are dependent on it. So they know, but they pretend not to know, just like so many other people.
Yes. And I mean, like, I just had this conversation in the comments, like, I've been having an ongoing, like, you know, conversation war or comment war back and forth with a certain YouTube creator about this. He's an older guy and a veteran, and, you know, he's all the time say, you know, he calls his channel some lofty title, and you know, that doesn't fit the way he's acting, for one. And you know, the the fact is, he's projecting that very thought pattern where it's like, you know, okay, we just got to vote ourselves out of this, like, you know, but don't do nothing crazy. Like, what can we do? You know, can't we just hold this off for another generation or so? You know, talking about the transgender stuff and everything. And it's like, no, we have this transgender shit because y'all failed us. Like, we wouldn't be here if y'all had done something about it then. But now it's been passed off to our generation. Like, and now you're telling us, oh, there's no use to fight. No, fuck you. No, just like, straight up, like, no, that's not fucking, like, gonna get it. Like, these older guys, like, we need them to fucking be giving us pointers and encouragement, and instead they're laying down and saying, oh yeah, you're gonna vote your way out of this non-votable situation. Yeah.
Well, it would have been really nice if we did have the support of the boomers instead, and I see it all the time, and I can definitely understand the attitude where a lot of people are saying, well, we hope that Generation Z are better than the boomers, such that even though when the boomers all crawl off to their graves, we will have less of our own people. At the same time, we'll have less of our own people holding us back, and they hope that Generation Z have got laser beams coming out of their eyes, you know. That they might get up to speed a bit quicker, or not be incentivized into the system. I mean, you and I talked a bit before we came online here about how you know, that you are very much in favor of, yes, acknowledging all the wrongs that have been done to us, but nonetheless stepping up and sort of saying, well, nobody else will do it, so we have to do our best to preserve some remnant of our society that can go forward, if there's any chance of it to have some kind of renaissance. You know, whereas, like, as I said, I was honest with you. I find myself, my thoughts being preoccupied with making sure that every single last one of these people basically pays more. I mean, I can't think of a punishment that's going to be suitable enough for them. Like, actually, death would be too good for them. A life in prison, yeah, you know, definitely don't want it to be easy life in prison. And I often think of, like, I know all these people in Africa and other places. I'm always amazed with their ingenuity, with the ability that they have to think of new, ingenious ways to torture people. You know, but I suppose I shouldn't leave out the Asians either, with the bamboo shoots under the fingernails. I never would have thought of that. But there's things which I won't mention now that happen to people in Africa, you know, that you would sort of say their creativity in their cruelty is quite amazing. Now, I shouldn't leave out our own people, of course, as well. But I've just always been a naive babe, you know, babe in the woods sort of thing. And I suppose maybe part of it is because I worry that there is no afterlife, and then these people will have gotten away scot-free, you know. But I know you're being more mature about the whole thing, and you're saying, look, the transgenders aren't going to sort of say, oh, well, look, we have to care more about the preservation of our Western civilization or our global technological society. The women aren't going to do it. The gay men aren't going to do it. And all these kind of things. And they'd all be fine. Everybody would be fine. We could all live in a society, except that there is propaganda 24/7 pumping into people's eyeballs, telling them that we are the enemy, you know. And I didn't want to have to be the responsible one. I would have loved to go see Creedence Clearwater Revival, play at Woodstock, and I would have talked about it forevermore. But I'd like to think that once I came to my senses, I would have sort of said, oh yeah, I shouldn't keep this clown show going just because, you know, the stock exchange somehow is still putting money, whatever exactly money is anymore, into my bank account so I can keep buying stuff and do whatever I want now, you know, and sort of say, well, I put my dues in. I've waxed lyrical about that. I better let you respond to that a bit there. And I suppose really what I'm saying is that because I don't, I'll say I don't think that anybody really knows. It's just a belief, of course. But you know, I want to believe in hell so I can go there with these people, make sure they get there, and keep them there and work there full time. That's what I look forward to if there is an afterlife.
Well, you know, for me, it's rather cut and dry. Like I've been what like clinical medicine would call dead. You know. And, you know, I didn't like, you know, my physical body might have been, but I was still aware, right? Like I didn't go anywhere necessarily. Like you know, as far as like, I didn't just disappear. Like I was like, my consciousness was still, I was still me, you know, and, you know, I was aware. I came back, right? Like, so I was aware the whole time. So there's something. But all that aside, you know, the thing is, you know, no matter what, you know, is done to them, no matter if we win or not, one, you can never get all the members of a secret society. That's why it's secret in the first place. You don't know who all the members are. So, and that's why they'll always pop back up later on down the road. You know, you never ferret out every single one of them. It's just the nature of secret societies. But as far as like vengeance, as I told you before the stream, the thing about vengeance is, yeah, we all want it. I want it, right? But I realize that no matter what I do to them, it'll never be enough to justify, you know, and satisfy like what I want. It'll never be enough. But, and now, you know, I could sit here and spend my energies, you know, going after something that I know will never be enough, or I can take that same amount of energy and put it towards building something that, you know, might get close.
Exactly. Well, that's the healthy and mature attitude of a functioning adult. And there's very few left anymore. And, you know, when people talk about the world being crazy, what they really mean is that human beings, and I think I've come to realize this, are insane. But the problem is that you can't just sort of say, oh, somebody's insane, and then they just need to be cured of it. That is the human condition, so that people are insane as regards certain topics and subjects or areas of their life as and when it suits them. That's just what being a human is. And unless there are strong incentives for somebody to act differently to the way their environment dictates, or the way their financial incentives, of course, are, well, then they won't. And that's why it's so frustrating. But of course, as you say, you've been through this kind of thing. As far as you see it, you've been where I am now. And I think, you know, you've probably mentioned already, but I won't say just in case not, but you sort of said you went through dark times, but you've come out the other end. You know, I'll just sort of say, like, I myself, like, in the past, I certainly drank too much, far too much. Although I don't want to try and what's the word, perpetuate those stereotypes, but there you go. You know, about being Irish, you know, and being a drunkard. But I stopped smoking a few years ago, but I kind of wish that I hadn't, because I'd be burning several cigarettes now, you know. And I suppose there's something always in one's own character, and it's a bit like it's the bile that is in the back of your throat from this, lust for revenge, and it's right. It's well, if it's not righteous, it's justifiable, But I think what we all tend to do is we tend to try to drown these feelings, or to ameliorate, or what's the word for it? Mitigate maybe these feelings, suppress them anyway in some way, by drinking, by smoking, or by taking drugs or whatever, And so it takes a very strong mental spirit to go through that mire and come out, and then kind of go, yeah, human beings are either insane or malevolent or both. But I still want to preserve them somehow, And I suppose maybe before I move on, we always get sidetracked with this, the way we do it, and I appreciate these conversations. But I'd like to ask you then, I mean, why? Why would you want to save human beings, seeing as they really deserve to be put down like the insane, vicious creatures that they are, me apparently being one, of course?
Well, it's because I can meet people along the way that are the exact opposite of all that. Well, bless you, pup. Don't mind my dog, trying to blow me away with sneezes here.
I hope he's not catching anything, you know what I mean? Or has a jumped species. Oh no. We won't get into that there, right?
No, she has a corn allergy is what she has.
That's what it is. It's the allergies. That's a great thing to say to people. It's the pollen allergies, you bigot.
No, she's a purebred pit bull, and her genetics, because she's purebred, somewhere along the lines, it gave her a severe allergy to genetically modified corn. So,
Perfect. Perfect.
But,
I like it. Specifically to the genetically modified stuff. That really covers a lot of bases there. But anyway.
Yeah, well, it's all genetically modified these days as far as the corn goes, just about. That stuff's just no good for the most part. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying, I've been to that nihilistic place, and it just doesn't get you anywhere. I was destroying myself, and meanwhile, all the things that I was destroying myself being worried and upset about, were just getting worse. Mm-hmm. So, I'm watching everyone else that shares my opinion do the same thing. And it's like, well, maybe if we all stop doing this and start doing something to try and fix it, then maybe it wouldn't be so shit. And, that's kind of my thing with we talked about SSRIs and all these, mind warping drugs. I've tried that too. And all the psychiatrists try to do is tell me I'm a conspiracy theorist and try to medicate me. Right. So, and it drove me nuts. The thing is, we're trying to medicate things that are natural feelings. Maybe you're supposed to be depressed when you're living in a society that's fundamentally sick and twisted and, backbiting and, betraying as it is. Right. So, maybe you're maybe you're supposed to feel that, so then it makes you uncomfortable enough to then set out to do something about it, you see. But people tend to try and medicate this away rather than transmuting it alchemically into something else. We've talked about that before too. When I feel these feelings coming on, rather than, feeling sorry for myself or getting upset and doing drugs or whatever, I take all that energy and then I pour it into something more constructive that's going the opposite direction. Trying to stop what's making me feel that way. It makes far more sense to me rather than, running away from my problem and then, zonking myself out to forget about the fact that I ran away from the problem. Then why don't I just face the problem? Facing the problem cannot be near as bad as the misery we're putting ourselves through by running away from it. And you have MGTOW guys saying, I'm having the time of my life. Well, yeah, you might be having the time of your life until you're 80. You have no children, no wife, and no body. And your genetics are completely wiped off the map once you die. They will never exist again. Yeah, good job. You did so well. Any of them telling you that they're going to feel completely fulfilled on their deathbed or lying to you or lying to themselves or both.
I think so. Yeah. And, might as well say this because, as I said to you when we talked before we went live, I sort of said, oh, kind of wish this had been on stream or recorded. So, maybe we'll get it there now. I mean, that's pretty much your point, that while you agree, and I absolutely see it, that we'll get on to the hardcore misogyny later, but I basically see it as that women have absolutely no incentive to say, right, we'll step up now and be the custodians of civilization, because of all the propaganda that's out there and the financial incentives to the propaganda to what's the word for it? I keep wanting to say this word plamos, but it's more like to flatter women. But I mean, humans, right? I'm not trying to be egalitarian about it. Humans are very easily flattered. But anyway, women are flattered first and then financially incentivized to act as though they are at war and always have been at war with the very people they're supposed to procreate and have families with. And then I'll say the Aesop's fable, the fox who cut off his tail. I think it's more well known in America than it is over here, but I have to say, with Irish, English, European people, I've said to them, well, that's like the fox who cut off his tail. They always stared at me blankly. So I'll just very briefly say, the moral of the story is effectively that somebody who has done something that they thought was going to be good and turned out not to be good will never admit it, even to themselves, right? So all these women who've been sold the lie of feminism, that they deserve to have their own jobs, to be financially independent, so they don't have to have no man and all this sort of thing. There's a lot of women out there who know in their heart of hearts that didn't eventually lead them to happiness, and they are jealous and resentful of women who have, and they don't want other women then to have families, and they want to effectively sort of say to other women, like in the fox who cut off his tail, they want them to cut off their own tails as well, so they'll all be miserable in the same boat. But the thing is,
and by convincing all these other young women to go along the like same path they are, they're what they're trying to do is set up a logical fallacy where they can then say, see how well, they're already doing it with the transhuman movement and all this other kind of stuff, where they say, look at see how there's so many people that are doing it, it must be a natural normal thing, or else we wouldn't have so many people doing it, like, right? So yeah, they're setting up a logical fallacy, the appeal to the crowd fallacy or whatever. Like they're trying to say, well, like, so well, it's like we talked about last week, like see how many people agree with me, like the amount of people that agree with me show that I'm right. No, that's not, like, that doesn't follow. You can have 1 million people agree with you and you still be wrong, like really wrong, right? Like, look at all the flat earthers out there, for example. Like, you have a dude that just paid, like, I think it was like $20,000 or $60,000 to finally do what people like me have been saying and put your money where your mouth is and prove it, dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he spent the money, and what did he do? He ended up proving that the earth is not flat.
Well, let's not get into that, right, because we've already gone down a tangent already. I'll just say that when I first heard of the flat earth concept, a few years ago, I sort of said, well, at least it'll get people out there with laser beams and scientific methodology, and they'll, develop, well, essentially the methodology to investigate everything. And also, like, if they discover the thing that is opposite of what they set out to be, then they have turned into a proper scientist, somebody who doesn't have his outcome set in stone and then work his way backwards, which is what we have science now. So I was encouraged that people would get out there and discover for themselves, do some field work, which I don't know what they call it now, but I remember hearing recently that you're not allowed to call it field work anymore because it might remind people of being in a cotton field or something stupid like that. But anyway, I'm going to say that I genuinely don't know, not just trying to sit on the fence here. I haven't gone into space to look down on it. And even if I did, I wouldn't necessarily be able to trust my own eyes. I'd have to be able to have some kind of reference point. So I'm just going to say, I genuinely, right? I mean, I know that a lot of people have been out there with laser beams and all this kind of stuff, and they've discovered things that are anomalous to what they say is at least the circumference of the Earth. So I'm going to say I am going to remain undecided in a scientific sense about the shape of the Earth.
Well, I can't really say exactly what shape it is, but I know it's not just flat because the mathematics are all wrong. like, and so many more things about the way the stars move and all that kind of stuff. But that would take an entire astrology class and some more stuff, right? Like, my point is, like, you know.
But I know, sorry, bad example, but I accept your point. I do accept your point, though. Do you want to go back to what it was? Remind me what your point was. Sorry for going down that way.
Yeah, I think we keep getting on tangents here, but either way, like, it's one of those things where people like to, they tend to, you know, they tend to stick by their guns without like actually going out and, you know, looking at stuff first. And you know,
that was your point. Yeah. Objective reality is the same. Doesn't matter if you've got a consensus of people. Doesn't matter if there's a million people saying one thing. Objective reality doesn't change, but they can put laws into force that make our life, you know, intolerable, essentially, because we all have to go around. Just like, I think it was Theodore Dalrymple, you know, that quote, I think, which has gone around a lot there lately, which basically makes people feel that they are conquered mentally, completely subjugated and humiliated because we have to accept outright lies and often repeat them.
Yes. Well, I mean, yeah, that's going to play a large part into it, like, because I'm convinced that, you know, people cannot, like, this amount of people cannot be that stupid. Okay. Like, I've thought it out for a long time, many years, and I've come to the conclusion that most people have to be, at least to some degree, of tacitly aware of what's going on, and have to, like, just be ignoring. Like, you know, they're playing like some kind of psychological game with their self, you know, much like a drug addict plays, or an alcoholic plays games with themselves, you know, playing this whole, I want to quit, but, you know, or this, I can quit whenever I want, you know, the little games we play with ourselves. Like, considering the amount of games people play with themselves, you know, myself included, at many points in time in my life, I have come to the conclusion that people are absolutely just bullshitting themselves and everyone else for most of the time.
I think you're right. I think it is very like that, you know, and because I think we all do that. Also, I know it as well, you know. I mean, when I suppose with cigarettes anyway, I'd be able to sort of say, look, I can quit. All right. It's just this week doesn't suit me. I think every smoker knows that. This is a particularly stressful week. It just isn't a good week to give up cigarettes. Of course, there's never going to be one. So if you give a lot of women the idea that they are better than men, more clever, that they'll never cause any more wars, and the reason I'm saying that there'll be no more wars, the women are going to go, yeah, that's right, because men are evil. We're subjugated to them. Why should they have the control of society, the reins of society? We should have the money. Then we'd make better decisions. And if we were in control of all the areas of diplomacy and politics, there'd be no more wars. We'd just simply talk about it because, you know, women are able to discuss our problems, whereas men fight physically. But women, we always just, you know, get together. We care about each other's feelings. We ask what each other wants, and then we resolve our problems. But if women were really honest with themselves, they'd sort of say, actually, no, that's not how it works. Women plot and whisper while smiling behind each other's back, while smiling to their faces. And I remember, I think I'll just say this very quickly. I remember, you know, and I think it's universal experience. A girl who I knew when I was younger, she sort of said, and I thought this, I was very naive, and she said, oh, no, like what girls do is, like, at least, you know, in boys' schools, because I was in an all-boys school, she was in an all-girls school, she said, you know, at least what you do is you get it all over and done with. You have a fight and then it's done, you know, and then you're probably friends the next day or soon afterwards. Whereas, you know, I spent sort of 6 years in high school, and, you know, I saw girls basically being given eating disorders because they were psychologically bullied by the other girls.
Yes. Well, it's like I've told you before, like with the whole separating of right and left, what you're doing in this political milieu is you're basically separating the two sides of the male and the female side, justice and mercy. You're separating these two fundamentally equal but opposite forces, right? It's a, you know, men can wind up on the left too, as you know, but it's because they appeal more to a feminine and emotional state, right? Like, it's very much based on that. If you look at, like, okay, look at what the left do. What would a female do in order to stop a war between two children? She would separate them and then pad the room to make sure that nobody could get hurt, right? You can no longer do that because one of you will get hurt. No more. Nope. Both of you over here. Right? Dad would bust their ass and just say, stop that shit. But mom's going to what? She's going to try to make the whole room safe. She's going to divide up the kids and not let them play together anymore. Like, all this kind of shit is going to go crazy. Okay, well, what does the left want to do? Well, they want to take the races and separate those. They want to separate men and women. They want to separate, like they want to take your free will away, right? Like, they want to, that's their way of getting rid of war. Like, that, to them, to a socialist, to a leftist, to a Freemason, war is like the most evil thing, right? So anything is justified, and as long as it's in the name of stopping war. Well, that's the thing, though. Like, they'll create absolute atrocity in the name of stopping something that they call an atrocity, right?
Well, true enough. But I suppose what I'm saying is, and I think I skipped a step of logic in comparing it to giving up drugs, or what you were saying there earlier was like giving up control over something, is that they know in their heart of hearts that they secretly harbor very vindictive feelings, but they sort of say, I'll deal with that later, but first I need to acquire all the power, and then I'll deal with my character flaws.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of it isn't, it's innate human characteristics that are innate to their sex in a lot of cases, which they're not dealing with. Like, as men, for instance, our innate characteristic makes us more violent. Well, we have to rein that shit in. Like, we are taught quite clearly that if I go up and punch him in the fucking face, even though he might deserve it, I will get in shitloads of trouble, right? But where are the laws that rein in their bad behavior? There really aren't any.
Well, that's the thing. And I mean, the problem, of course, with people like me is, you're always, we can speak, or I can speak in general terms like this, but of course, one pretty face is very difficult then to sort of kind of not sort of say, oh, but she's all right, and she wouldn't possibly be like that, So, like, I kind of lost my train of thought there, but I see a comment here from here, Kitty. She says, it depends on the mom. I have 3 young boys, and I let them have at it. And we are speaking in generalities, but I suppose, I think I remember now what you were sort of saying there.
I was specifically meaning moms on the left, like these feminist moms that are very clearly, liberal and, full on with breaking up the family, and I can do it by myself. Like, those kind of women, like, they have a very specific tendency to want to, to want to do that still. Like, that's why they're far to the left and not in the center, is because their feminine principle has ran amok. Their emotions overtake them, and they just do what their emotions tell them to do rather than doing the sensible thing.
Yeah.
Like, what man and woman's supposed to do is, man's violent tendencies and her overprotective tendencies are supposed to meet in the middle somewhere and create like a calm in the eye of the storm for the children. But what we so often do is we stay over here in our far poles and pull at the children on either side, trying to pull them one direction or the other, and then get surprised when they wind up fucked up.
Well, and I just wanted to again sort of say, like, a lot of these things I skip over this kind of small step in logic, which is like a linchpin. But you were kind of getting to the point there of saying this, or more or less, but I kind of wanted to echo it back, and I lost my train of thought, but I have it now again, which is that it's not that men are good and they need to rule society because women are bad, but a paradigm has been constructed slowly without us having noticed, whereby women cannot be criticized. I mean, they can. That's what we're kind of doing now. But, criticism should just mean that you look at the aspects of something or someone that can be corrected. Whereas it has been, again, subverted, gradually twisted into meaning. If you criticize a woman or anybody in any protected group, of which there are many now, that means it's an attack on them. And if anybody attacks anything, then that means the person who is attacking is ipso facto QED bad and needs to be silenced, punished, all this kind of thing. So it's not that women are like, obviously, they're not the same, but it's not that they are worse than men. If you have some kind of tally on both sides, the problem is that nobody would ever say that you couldn't criticize a man because he's a man. They would say that about women. So when somebody cannot be criticized, that means that they have absolutely no incentive whatsoever to control their own behaviors. And so anybody's behavior, or anything that is allowed run wild, even the most pleasant flower in the valley, if it's allowed run absolutely wild, then it consumes and takes over everything. And then you'd have no more wildflower diversity then, and so on. Even as beautiful as it was, if everything was covered in roses, you'd sort of say, I think we have enough roses now. But if you then would dare to say that, maybe roses aren't so great anymore. It's, how dare you attack roses? I'm sort of saying that because we have Rosie the Riveter here. And so Abraxas is recognizing that it's the commie man in disguise, and that's really true. I mean, those are very manly forearms. We'll get onto that in a little bit later anyway. But yeah, that's basically it. But what we are doing here is critiquing, right? People think, oh, okay, critique is just, what could be good, what could be better. But what we're doing is, just by the very fact of it's true that what we're doing could, have the channel or the stream pulled or the channel banned or whatever, just by criticizing women in general, So that's when that is the case, then if something can't be criticized, then it absolutely needs to be.
Yes. And, I don't want people to take this as like, I don't love women. Like, I have daughters, I have a mother, like I have grandparents and
well, my mother was a woman, actually, so.
But
yeah, my mother was a woman.
That because I love them, like, I have to tell the truth. And the fact of the matter is, because nobody is standing up and saying these things and fixing these things, now the category of woman altogether is in danger of basically meaning nothing. Right now, you can just be whatever.
We've all seen that, haven't we? With the swimmers and even golf. I think it was golf during the week where, like, some transgender, I think it was, woman, but who used to be a man, won a golf tournament, and they said it was unfair. But the funny thing is, like, ladies golf, I mean, it's not as if like a man could really drive a golf ball much further than a woman anyway. But even if he can, she can walk a bit closer, or tee off from a woman's tee off spot, and then it's all equal. So what's the problem? You could have transgender tee offs.
Right. Well, like, for me, like, the problem's definitely going to be like the fact that that's just not reality. The reality is we are equal but opposite. We have, we're meant to work together as a pair and, in a certain way, and not working together like that, like we're supposed to, makes us all crazy and miserable. That's that's a big part of it.
Well, yes, but I mean, and I know you talked about this, and basically your attitude is, yeah, fine. Women are incentivized to be flattered and be egotistical, and like so many women genuinely do believe they can do anything a man can do, physically or mentally, and while still wanting to retain that, all of that, and all of the top jobs that go with that. At the same time, now you have a lot of women, maybe not the same women, but I bet you there's an intersection. If you had a Venn diagram, I know that the first, I was going to go the first lady, the vice presidentress, loves her Venn diagrams. But anyway, there'd be an intersection of people, I think, of women who want to retain all that, and at the same time won't give you a definition of what a woman is. They kind of say, oh, a woman is just a woman, I mean, and all this sort of stuff. So you can't have it both ways, and I would absolutely caution against, and I'm not going to do it, to sort of say, well, we have to now protect our women. Absolutely not. These same women who, while the shoe was on the other foot, were happy to kick us, but now that, there's an aspect of the clown world they've helped to create, they want to dial it back. I would say, no, you made your bed, and now you can lie in it, and don't expect anybody to come rescuing you.
My thing is, yeah, do not come rescue those women. They don't want to be rescued in the first place. Leave them be. Absolutely leave them be. What I'm saying is, become a better man, and then you will attract better women, and then make babies with those women. But don't you dare even accidentally make a baby with these crazy bitches out here, because when you do, you are then creating another generation of crazy people, right? Leave these people to fucking, like, let their DNA die. Just let it go. That's one of the reasons we got to stop these pod babies from becoming a thing, because, like, this is a way that these crazy people can reproduce and get around this problem of the fact that they can't get someone to reproduce with them. Right now, we still have the power to be like, no, look, if you're going to act like this, then, go be over there and get a cat, lady. Right? Dude, if you're going to be like this, then, just go over there and, whack in the corner. I don't care. But, you people that have these crazy ideas, like, we're not reproducing with you. Like,
Well,
we've got to become, our younger generations have got to become more picky about who they're willing to reproduce with. Right?
yeah.
Like,
Look, I just want to say I really, really agree with you that men do have to somehow find a way to become more rational and mature as regards choosing somebody to mate with, to reproduce with, assuming that there are any sane or rational women out there, or women who can have a meeting of the mind and sort of say, here's what I want to have a mature, stable relationship, and I know that there's going to be some time in the future where we're going to fall out, but we have to somehow dig deep and find it within ourselves to remember what it was we got together for. And that we have to be selfless to some extent to sort of say it's going to take a few generations to breed the crazy out of everybody.
yeah,
But yeah, you're absolutely right about the pod babies, and like I think they're on the cusp. I think they have the technology already to sort of say, "Uh-oh, everybody's genetically modified now, and it seems like some virus made everybody infertile." But never mind, we have the scientific answer, and in a generation or so, it'll be like THX 1138, where people genuinely don't know what reproductive organs are, or they've shrunk or shriveled into something else or whatever, and nobody knows that babies don't come from pods.
yeah. And that's something I'm trying to stop with everything I've got. I see it on the horizon, and everybody who thinks it's untrue, just look into some of the things we're talking about, and you will see that you are very wrong. It is very true that this is where they're going, and you don't want it. I promise you don't. Like, I used to know these people and hang out with them, and I've heard what they think on the inside, like what their dark thoughts are, and you don't want it. You don't. They think you're animals, and
Mm.
they're willing to put you in a cage because you won't behave yourself. Right?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Now, and I totally agree with you. And it does take, for me, and I've been feeling more and more depressed about the prospects. And that's why I do appreciate talking to you, because in a way, you talking to me, you're forcing me to, at least if I want to say no, I give up. It's all terrible, and I just want to help in the destruction of everything. Which would be like the revenge type of fantasy. And of course, it's the impotent rage because I cannot do anything about it, and that does then feed into a vicious cycle of depression. But I will acknowledge what Ora Lumen here says. He says, "Is this world so great that you would want to subject others to it? Has your experience been such that you wish another to experience it as well? Do people even ponder such things? Absolutely, I do, and I'm sure that we're not the only people." And I think JC has too, but he's decided, right, I'm just going to somehow sort of swallow the bile down and somehow figure out a way to get over it. I haven't yet. When I was a kid, when I was a child, I used to often say to my mother, I didn't ask to be born, And of course, how if a child would say that to its parent, I do feel guilty about it, because parents, as she would say, they're not given a manual. They didn't have the internet back then, but they never gave me a handbook to sort of say, here's how you bring up children. So you always have generations of children bringing up children. That's the way it is, unfortunately. You don't have any fully actualized adults bringing up children. They don't know all the right moves to make, unfortunately. So it is like a kick in the teeth, My mother's dead now, but I kind of did apologize to her for saying that before she died, I said to her that I knew she did her best, But of course, when you're doing your best, and mostly she was, and if there are parents out there who are doing their best, they don't know why they're doing it, but I guess they're hoping notionally that at some point in the future, human beings might create a society, as JC was talking about, people with the genetics that aren't just pod babies, that aren't crazy cat lady children, that they have only had cats and not children, and that there might be a future in the foreseeable distance or something like that. Anyway, that they would not only live good lives and good civilizations, but they would understand why, and they'd never forget. Uh, I've never been very good at planning for the future. but maybe JC can see that future in a more tangible way.
Well, I mean, I do see a way forward, but it's not, and that's the thing about it. Like we have, just like the elite, you have to be willing to look ahead of yourself. I'm not looking to a society that's going to be necessarily even built within my lifetime. I'm talking about laying the foundations for something that, in the long run, you can be you can help be one of the founders of a civilization that will go on to exist. It will come after you, but it will go on to exist, 1,000, 2,000 years after that. I'm talking about actually, creating some measure of peace and, prosperity for your descendants, and being remembered, being remembered for what you've done, and not necessarily the mistake you've ever made. I'm talking about working towards a higher goal. And I think that that's really what a lot of us here in the West have lost. We used to have some idea of a higher goal, of a vision that we were trying to work towards communitively. This was something that we wanted to do together, and we've lost it. And it's something we're going to have to find again if we want to go forward. Otherwise, we're doomed.
Yeah, well, I'll just say this, Johnny Appleseed, I know it's not exactly the story in reality, but anyway, he's supposed to be the guy who planted the seeds, such that people in future generations could sit under the shade of a tree while having an apple, even though he wouldn't necessarily get to see it. And the same, that kind of phrase, that's what you're talking about there, planting the seed of something that you'll never get to see it come to fruition. So it is a very mature outlook. I'll leave it at that, because we can move on. We could segue. I'm kind of tempted that we could segue, and that it would be sort of breaking the flow of things. But I kind of feel like maybe I do want a break from this, because it is very heavy, and we didn't plan this at all, to get into this so heavily. But I think we've, in the first 50 minutes, I think we have put a lot of things out there, perhaps in a better way than when we talked offline. So I'm glad that it's out there. And I think, even though, of course, it's not the first time it would have been stated, we said it in our own ways. And I'm happy to leave it on an uplift like that for now. If we can take a quick break now.
Sounds good. We should move on to the next thing anyway. We do have a schedule to keep with.
Yes, we're very professional. I was sort of joking, that if we were part of, not Blaze, what's the other one? What's the one that's
Daily Wire?
Daily Wire, thanks. I don't know why it is, because I'm very familiar with these people and I forget their names. I think it's something to do with a subconscious or slightly underlying nerves of being live that I forget people's names. But that's exactly it. The Daily Wire. If we were like Matt Walsh and all, right? And we're, oh no, Ben Shapiro will be telling us we have to stick to schedule. We're coming up to the next hour and we have to do our sponsors and all this kind of thing.
Well, I feel you on the nerves thing, though, and I thought that I was going to suffer from a lot more of it, but apparently, all the years of yakking at people and all those years of, public speaking classes and all this mess, apparently paid off. So
good man.
I guess I thank for that one. They did a better job than I thought they did on that one. Because I didn't think that I was going to do as well as I have, but apparently I can talk to people for hours and not have a problem with it. So
we do seem to be able to do it, and long may it continue. Anyway, I'm not complaining. Every time we fill up 5 hours, and then when I end the stream, I'm like, I hope any of that was coherent, but I do actually listen back to it because I made a clip of something there during the week, and I think it is worthwhile and important, and I'd like to think somebody in the future might even listen back to it and kind of going, all right, okay, whether it's good or bad or worse or better in the future. I hope. And as I said to you, in lieu of, I often feel like if there was such a thing as nuclear weapons with red buttons, I'd be pressing them all if I could. But seeing as I can't, this is an outlet for me as well, you know. And as I've already said to you, it definitely helps me speaking to somebody like you who refuses to wallow in the pit of misery.
I mean, I can't. If I do, then I just become one of them. Like, you know, becoming what I hate is not. It doesn't. It doesn't seem attractive to me. You know, at one time it seemed, you know, when I was younger, it seemed like, you know, what could I do? And then, like I said, well, you know, if it wasn't for me being scared of what would happen to me, then there are things I could do. So if I stop being scared and I just man up, then there are things I can do. Like, because, you know, I find that is so often the case. It's not that we can't do anything, it's just that the things that we could do aren't necessarily like as convenient as we'd like them to be. We'll say that, like, you know, keep everything above board here. But yeah, like sometimes you might get in trouble, we'll say, for like things you do. Like more often than not, you will. But like, you know, what, you know, what's it worth to you? You know, that's what I'd like, that's the question, like, you know, with no attempt to sway people one way or the other. Like, that's just the truth of it. That's what, like, all this is going to come down to. You know, what are you willing to pay? Like, what sacrifices are you willing to make to stop this or make it come through and happen? If you happen to be listening and you're on the other side of the fence, you know, like, you know, what are we willing to give versus what are they willing to give to make this happen?
Well,
So,
let me,
gut
in
check.
response to that, let me say that, you know, if anybody can remember playing sports when they were younger, and I remember, you know, if I wasn't picked for the team, but I was on the substitute bench, that really felt like a kick in the gut. And then if I was on the team, you know, there'd be a lot of nerves with that as well. What if I mess up? You know, if I shoot over the bar or shoot wide or whatever, you know. Then if I was, sometimes I'll admit this, I don't know if anybody ever felt this like way sometimes I kind of felt like there was a sort of a halfway position where I'd be told, right, I'm going to put you on the second half. And I felt like, okay, this is all right, because the nerves can go while I'm watching it, and then I'll be, you know, hoping to get in, and I'll be all right. But sometimes I was having a bad time out there, and if I was getting pummeled by these guys who, I mean, you know, I was only like, I'm talking about like when I was like, say, 10 or, you know, maybe less than a teenager anyway. But these guys who were my same age from other schools that we were playing, and they always seemed to be 6 foot, but they couldn't have been, you know what I mean? But anyway, I sometimes felt a relief when I was called back in, but then when I was sitting on the subs bench, I wanted to get out again. So that analogy is, if there's a heaven or if there's an afterlife, and if there's a war going on in heaven and a war down here, and it's no, or say if there's nothing going on in heaven, but all you do is get to watch, not be an active participant, that I might be extremely regretting ever sort of, you know, not only sort of quitting early or being called off, but not putting in the best effort that I could have, and been sitting on the bench fuming then that I could have done better, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. And that's kind of like how I feel about it. And not to mention, you know, I'm sitting here thinking like, well, as I've told you, you know, I've done this like the dead thing, at least clinically anyway. If, you know, the hospital said I was gone, you know, for those few minutes there, at least, you know, I was still around, and, you know, I was still tacitly aware of what was going on like around me at the same time. So, you know, and not to mention all the rest that went on during that experience. It seemed a lot longer than a few minutes anyway.
Yeah.
Anyways, the
Well,
fact is, you know, I don't want my descendants looking up at me and, you know, doing what I'm doing, like with, like, you know, my grandparents and great grandparents, and saying, you know, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Like, I would rather them asking me, like, you know, how would you handle this? You know what I mean? Like, you know, I would much rather them look to me as like a role model and someone that can, you know, motivate them forward, rather than being someone who proves to them that they can do nothing.
yeah. Well, again, very mature outlook to sort of say that you would like to leave an example. of others to follow. And sojourner, I don't know why in my mind I'm saying it differently. Sojourner is saying hello, future focused, very similar, I think, to what you're saying. Future focused mindset, aim to leave a legacy, leaving a foundation by training the next generation to think outside of the box and living in a way that says a big screw you to the controllers.
Yes.
So I think that's, yeah.
That's basically like, in a nutshell, the ideal I got going on here. Yes. Like, I want to, begin the foundation of training, the next generation to like actually be an effective change against this stuff, and not just being an effective change, but being able to hold on to the shit once you've got it, right? Like, not to lose it this time.
Yes.
Like, once we get a hold of it this time, like we've got to do better than the generations that came after the founding fathers. We've got to kind of try and hold her together this go around and patch the holes that they left. They made some mistakes. They said that like the documents that they were leaving and the foundation they were leaving were imperfect, and it was up to us to perfect them. So, like, it's up to all of us at the end of the day. And, thus far, like I've said before, like, I feel like the generations before us, and you have said this much the same yourself, you feel like the generations before us laid a bad foundation for us to stand on. Well, let's bulldoze that fucker and build it differently.
Very good. Yeah, well, look, coming up to about an hour now. I mean, it was obviously we could continue to talk about this. We'll get back into the misogyny a little bit later. And I know that you what?
I said it was a good introduction.
Oh, it definitely was. I thought you were going to say it's not misogyny. I'm sort of being obviously a bit sardonic, a bit sarcastic, but it's in the style of, when people sort of say like, oh, excuse me, when I hit the mic there, when people say you're sexist, you're racist, all these kind of things. So I kind of feel like, the way people used to talk about, or not people, gay people talked about the word queer. I think that's basically along the same lines as we'll own that word. Well, I'm going to own the misogynist word and everything else, and say like we're very marginalized. I like to say we're in the sexist, racist, misogynist, bigot plus community, because the plus stands for we're very welcoming. We're very marginalized, and we're sort of ostracized from the rest of society. We're not being included in society. So that's why I think that proves that misogynists really, I think they need to be given special kind of handouts by society, like according to the way society works now. Isn't that the way it is? But anyway, how I'm just explaining the joke. I probably shouldn't, but it's not a joke. I think misogyny is a growing hobby.
Right. Well, I can certainly see the merit behind it. Like owning it takes the oomph out of their punch, so to speak. If you go ahead and take the piss out of yourself, like there's not really much left for them to take, right?
Well, that's it. I mean, and all men at some point will be called misogynists whenever it suits the people. And of course, the people who pretend that they love women and they love gays and they love everything else, they don't. Obviously, the trick is that they're using it to create fracture lines that they can manipulate people and make sure that there is no group that's big enough or cohesive enough to threaten their power structure.
I used to hang around with these people, and most of them are just saying to themselves, oh, well, if we're just doing what white people and the controllers have always done, so like we're just giving it back to them as good as they give, right? Like that's the way that they would look at it. But the thing is, like, they're taking it out on just average trailer park people that aren't even probably lower on the totem pole than they are, especially now. Like, they're not aiming at the right people. It's like, yeah, there's some lighter shade folks at the top of this. There's also some darker shade folks at the top of this too. But, just saying, aim for the rich fuckers at the top who are actually doing the dirty. Don't aim at your fellow Americans or countrymen, because chances are you're just as culpable as they are for what's going on.
Well, this is Yeah, well, this is just very to harken back to the drug analogy, right? I can give it up any time, but just not this week. So that's, when people find that they either are in or can inveigle or lie their way into one of these so-called protected groups, then because of the benefits that it accrues to them, they say, well, look, I'll step out of this protected group next week. Just this week isn't a good time to be selfless, right? That's the trick, right? So everybody in their protected group. So Elizabeth Warren, for example, right? She's not an Indian or Pocahontas or whatever, right? But she did go to college. She got a scholarship because that she was able to somehow, technically wrangle her way into being like 1024th Native American Indian. So therefore, she was able to avail of a scholarship. And I thought that most people in the world were like me. They'd say, I would never disgrace myself and denigrate the institution by pulling off such a blatant lie as that everybody would know that I was a charlatan. But people don't care. And they sort of say, right, I'll just get my degree out of Harvard, for free if I pretend to be a Native American or whatever, right? And even I bet you there's a lot of people that are sort of saying, well, of course there are. There's plenty of people like that Canadian teacher with the ridiculously outsized plastic boobs, right? And he says, all right, well, you're giving all these benefits to women and transgenders. I'm transgender now. How do you like them apples? And they can't say nothing about it, right? So people think, oh, if you can't beat them, join them. But my attitude would be, no, you absolutely don't play in their games. And so, but anyway, that's the trick. That's the drug they don't want to give up, being part of whatever protected group they can somehow inveigle their way into.
Yes, basically that. Yes, and I'm trying to get out of protection as much as possible, because I realize that the more of my own safety and security, etc., I take upon myself, the more individual power I have. Right, like the more power I have over what happens to me and mine. As soon as you start letting other people like make your decisions for you, now you have no power, because you've capitulated that. It seems like common sense to me, but I found lately I've been having to explain it to people, so might as well. Right.
Well, I do know that if you ever compromise your principles, you never get them back. Let me just quickly read Sojourner's second comment here. It's on screen, and then we've done an hour, and we'll definitely. I got a text from Ben Shapiro there saying, "Come on, lads." So she says, "I think a lot of people are willfully ignorant, yes, but also maybe feeling hopeless. Nobody can force anyone, but we can still keep planting seeds anyway." Yeah, I think that's what's frustrating me. That I'm standing over the seeds, shouting, still going, "Grow, God damn it!" But anyway, I'll just quickly read out now what else we aren't going to talk about, but I do definitely want to acknowledge, right, that were stories in the week preceding, leading up to the 15th of April 2023. So the last thing there was about Arnold Schwarzenegger apparently saying sorry. Then the Dalai Lama apparently kissing a boy with tongues in front of the public press. And I'll just say, right, maybe we'll do it another week, right? But Jay Michelson defended him. I think it was on CNN. Just very briefly, I want to say this. And he sort of said, well, look, it's just different culture and mores. Who are we to judge? He didn't. It's not. I can guarantee. He was saying, I've studied Buddhism and that kind of thing. I can guarantee you that wouldn't be seen as a sexual thing at all over there. It's just us with our perverted Western minds, right? But it turns out, I mean, if you look into his background, you kind of go, oh, I see. Yeah. Indeed, right? So he himself, anyway, is a member of two communities. You kind of go, oh, okay. So, like, I mean, CNN, was Fox used to say fair and not biased or whatever, But it's just incredible. It's incredible that somebody could have the gall to get on TV, and I think they do talk about it, like, what his background is. So, like, I mean, talk about having a vested interest in these things. Just, I better let you quickly respond to that. Let you have 2 minutes to respond to that, JC.
I mean, just for future reference, anyone who doesn't know, like some time ago, I'm not sure if anyone's aware of how a Dalai Lama is chosen or whatever, but some time ago, I think back in the 70s it was, like the one that was chosen, the young boy who was chosen was kidnapped by the Chinese government, and the one who's sitting there now is a Chinese plant. Like, he was appointed by the Chinese government to like be a more we'll say to have a more pleasant relationship with the Chinese government, we'll say. You know, so right off the bat, he's sus right there. You know, you should just right there be sus. You know, it doesn't, like, I'm not saying like Buddhism is like some, you know, great religion otherwise or whatever, but most certainly, like, this particular Dalai Lama is not going to be representative of the swath of the entirety of like their people.
Well,
Like, but absolutely, he's representative of the leaders of their people, and they're just as perverted as ours.
well, that totally makes sense then. And I read some comments under the video of a lot of people who were saying that they have visited Nepal and that they saw a lot of debauchery with all the monks, and a lot of them were kind of very, I don't know, seedy kind of a people, or ruffian kind of a people, and that their eating habits were bad. Basically, it sounds like China then has taken over Nepal and psychologically subverted it in the way that we see. I think by parallel, Britain did it to China, and the US has done it, you know, with the hamburgers and the jeans culture that started with that, and people in France thought that even that was too far, you know, denim jeans and hamburgers. But I didn't see the problem, but it's a gradual subversion. So that totally makes sense, especially that China considers Nepal to be an illegitimate state and just a province of China that is rebelling against its true owner.
Yeah, and I mean, if you follow their history, you'll find that there's, you know, this has been a long time building, and you know, yeah, like they've been subverted like everywhere else. And you know, I've been to China and like Nepal both, and Nepal very much has the same problem China has. If you go to like one of the, like, for instance, in the West, people like think that these Shaolin monks are something like extra special or whatever. But like, if you go up there, like, they'll charge you $3,000 a night to sleep on a rice mat, eat rice, and or sleep on a bamboo mat, eat rice, and you know.
I love. No, let's say they sleep on a rice mat and eat bamboo. Why not eat bamboo sheets and leave?
Yeah, but other way around. But either way, like, spending $3,000 to sleep on the floor and you know, get trained kung fu, and you could learn the same shit like from a dojo for $300.
Exactly.
Right?
It's all about being able to say, well, I went to Nepal, I got this tattoo, and I got totally zened out of it, man. And now I think you'll find I've got a much higher perspective in life than you do.
Yeah, it's like, it's Disneyland that comes with clout. Right? It's Disneyland for adults is basically what they've turned it into. So, you know, you saw it start with like the 70s and 80s. Like, don't get me wrong, I love bad 70s and 80s ninja and kung fu movies. Okay, I love those things. I watch them, like, they bring me a childhood nostalgia. Don't get me wrong, they're the reason I got into martial arts in the first place. But they're bullshit, and they were designed to give Westerners this longing for that system, and which it eventually did. It made a bunch of Western kids wind up getting invested in Buddhism and taking that path and all that kind of different stuff. It did exactly what they wanted it to do.
Right.
And
Well, I just wanted to very quickly then say to that, I do think, and I think you've said it before as well, Zen Buddhism or martial arts, there's definitely a very legitimate aspect to a lot of that, and it meshes very well with what we think would be the best of higher mindedness in the West. But of course, they have subverted it, and I think Steven Seagal, I'll just say, is a perfect representation of that. It's hilarious, but he did a lot of damage.
yeah, like, there's been like even figures like Bruce Lee, like, you know, he did a lot for like Chinese people in American cinema and stuff, but really, knowing what we do about Hollywood, is that really such a great feat? Like, you know, that cinema is now being exported to places and used to sell Western degenerate culture to them. So it's really not that great of a feat. And besides that, he was also a drug addict. You know, no different than I used to be. And so, you know, all these, he's not a god, right? He wasn't perfect, like, and you know, these martial arts aren't like some magical system like MMA, like, you know, UFC 1, like, put that baby to bed, right? Like, the you're not gonna crouching tiger or hidden dragon somebody to death. Okay, like no, there's no such thing as a dim mock death punch. All
Right.
this is
So
like,
Hollywood chewed him up and spat him out, and he started believing his own press. I'll say too much.
yes, and he got himself all caught up with, some bad elements in the Chinese underworld, and I think that they probably bumped him off more than likely.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, look,
Yeah.
again, we're in danger of spending a whole stream on that. Let's move on to the next topic, right? Because I think this is important. But again, we'll have to restrain ourselves from spending too much time on it, 10 minutes at most, right? And I'll update the description later with a link to this. But do you remember Tiffany Dover, right? Who and again, we were trying to say key words here, but she imbibed of something and fainted. And then people thought that she was dead, but then they said, no, she's not dead. She's just, decided not to go into the public eye anymore because all you meanie people keep thinking of theories about people conspiring. Did you remember that? Yeah. Well, apparently she has resurrected herself. She has, after 2 years, she did I don't think it was a live stream, but she posted something to say on her, I think it might be her Instagram, to sort of say, I'm back, and I've got a new haircut and a new hair color, and I look very different, but I'm back. And like, I wouldn't recognize her. She's got blonde hair instead of black. But did you hear this? That she's back?
Yes, I've heard it, and I'll tell you the same thing I told everyone who told me about it, and brought it to my attention. You can't believe any of that because, like, you've only seen messages, you've only seen pictures online. It could be a different person. It could be a complete digital, like, doppelganger that they've created from whole cloth. You don't know unless you knew them personally, and you can, like, walk up to them, look them in the eye, and talk to them about something that only the two of you would know. Don't trust it. You can't. You
Well, the
cannot.
weird thing is, I think it's like, here's an example, I think, of something that has multiple levels of trickery or bluffs, right? It's not just double bluff. I think this is an example of a quintuple bluff, at least, whereby, yes, you can't trust that it's her. But to me, anyway, and I don't know about you, does it even look like her? It doesn't look anything like her. So you think if they're trying to fake it, they'd fake it so that it looked like her. But to me, it doesn't look like her at all. It's not a doppelganger for sure. Does it look like the same person to you?
Well, like, in a lot of cases, like, they can do that. They can just pull, like, the wool over people's eyes. It's one of those things where they'll try to get away with one thing, and if that doesn't work, they'll go on to the next thing. They'll only go to like DEFCON 1 if they have to, right? Like, it's only going to go to the next level if it gets there and people force them to. It's like they kept her, like, out of the limelight for 2 years, right, before they did anything, and it's because people wouldn't shut up. So now they're going to give you a little something to try and shut people up and create that plausible deniability that we talked about. And that's assuming that it is a conspiracy, which it seems to me like it is, because, like you said, it doesn't look like the same girl at all. And it just, something is fishy. I don't know what it is. Can't put my finger on it exactly yet, but something.
I mean, obviously, the thing that's fishy is that it might as well be a different girl. And I'll make the analogy of, I think it was an Australian soap opera that was probably, I think, definitely more popular in the UK and Ireland. Same with Neighbours, but this one was called Home and Away. And I think one of the main characters called Pippa. I don't know what happened to her, but anyway, her contract wasn't renewed, and they just got a totally different actress. Didn't even try to look for one that looked like her. Was totally different body shape, different hair color, different face, and the switch was made just during the week, like, or whatever. Didn't even wait till Monday, or maybe they did wait till Monday. And then, like, they were going, all right, Pippa. And she was like, yeah, all right, kids. And, like, we were like, what, do the children not understand that their mother looks totally different? What are you talking about? And by the way, that was the worst Australian accent I could have. I don't know what that was. But anyway, like, I was looking at the TV kind of going, like, are they expecting people to just kind of go, oh, this is totally normal, like, that they don't even, kill off the actress and have a stepmother? No, just everyone is supposed to just suspend disbelief. And I think that may be what's happening here, that they're kind of like, yeah, life is a movie, it's a soap opera, we're making it, and you're going to believe it whether you like it or not. Yeah,
it's kind of like that. They did the same thing in, like, for instance, Family Matters, where they just deleted a character entirely. Like, if you ever watched that show in the first season, there's like a little kid called Rudy, like the youngest of the family. And after like season 1 or 2, like that character just vanishes entirely and is never mentioned again. So, like these kind of things, I noticed that when I was a kid. So, I noticed it, but I noticed that like a lot of the other people around me that watched the show, they didn't pay any mind to it whatsoever. It's like the kid didn't even exist.
Yeah. So I do think it could be along those lines that everybody else would be like, now, do you see, you stupid conspiracy theorists? There she is. And we're like, but I mean, she doesn't look like anything at all. And they'd be like, yeah, but she was wearing a mask, and she had black hair. You've heard of hair dye, haven't you? You stupid idiots. And that's basic. I think it's another experiment to see, like, yeah, can we really make them argue about stuff that, like, two people are genuinely seeing entirely different things with their eyes, and they'll still argue about it. We don't even have to try and pretend anything or make any effort to make things look similar.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, they'll sit there and say, oh, you stupid conspiracy theorist, don't you know there's hair dye and blah, 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 blah. But on the same hand, like, the very same people who are selling them that are also telling them, we need you to take universal internet ID because you can't trust a single video, digital picture, or anything else that you see. There's deep fakes everywhere. Oh, my God. And so, like, it's like this is the one of the like things that frustrates me the most, is because like there is an obvious contradiction in terms here, like, but people want to stand on both hills. To hell with moving the goalpost, they just place like multiple goalposts all over the field and say, ha, kicker ball through that. And it's like,
Yeah.
what the, like,
That's
what
it.
game are we playing now?
That's
Like,
it. Those of us who thought we were playing by any rules will say, but you said the goal was at the other end of the field. And they'll say, oh, that's such a patriarchal, homophobic way of looking at things.
yes, it's like the goal can be wherever I say it is, because I feel it,
Yeah.
deep
Why
down in
should
my
we have to
soul. It's
stick
like,
to these?
oh,
Yeah. Why should we have to stick to these, heteronormative way of looking at things? In fact, it shouldn't even be called a field of play anymore. That's the old way. Like, that's the old bad world. We're trying to create a new better world. Why should the goal be where you say it is? Anyway.
that's exactly it. So yeah, it drives me insane. I despise the contradictions. It makes me crazy. But that is the crazy semantic world we live in.
Right. Well, I'm glad at least. Anyway, I definitely know that you're not rising above all this. That it does affect you because I'll quote the I think it's, what was it? Judurthu Krishnamurthy. Anyway, I think that's his name roughly. He's credited with the phrase, but I don't think it was just him, of saying it's no measure of mental health to feel well adjusted to a sick world. So anybody who doesn't like it is driven insane with it, cannot stand the cognitive dissonance that we're supposed to accept, the ever increasing levels of it. You're normal. You're normal if you don't like it, and not liking it is a great understatement. We'll move on to another thing that I wanted to mention as well, right? But along those same lines, right? And again, I don't want to mention the thing that he's saying it's all over, but I think I heard during the week that Joe Biden declared that yes, indeed, officially it is all over.
Yeah, it is, but like, they can't simultaneously declare another it on top of that. It is my thinking on it. So they're just going to declare another it shortly.
Exactly.
Like, especially considering we're coming up on their like biggest holiday, May Day, and like that time between May 1st and like June like 16th is like going to be, oh, that's going to be a fun like little span of time. It always is. But yeah, like it. I
Yeah.
just feel like
Well,
they're gonna pull another one eventually. Like, otherwise, why would they need all of these new laws and measures? And like, basically, it's shaping up just like I've said all along, mate. The first one was just a test run to see where the holes were in the program. The next one's going to be the one that you got to watch.
Well, that's it. I mean, for quite a while now, I've heard that they're saying it's going to be a Vid Convention 2025, the VidCon 2025. But the precedent, whenever it is, the precedent has been set,
Mhm.
and nobody was ever punished, even though they said, there was an article published in The Atlantic saying mistakes were made, the science changed. Yeah, we were wrong, but we were acting on the best information we had at the time. Like they always say, right? I always thought that I would never do this, and nobody else would prefer to choose to pretend to have been stupid, uh, rather than or incompetent or whatever, rather than be sort of punished for actually being outright, I'll say malfeasant, because it means like legally culpable for wrongdoing, regardless of whether they were misinformed or not. That there's negligence there. So they've kind of said, yeah, might have been negligence, might have been misinformed. We were acting on the best information we had from our experts. We were doing best practice, international, all these words, right? Waving it all away, and then say, can we just move on? Let's forget who imprisoned who. Let's forget who wanted to take away whose ever rights for bodily autonomy while still insisting that we would have our own, all this sort of stuff. They're not repentant. They don't want to be forgiven. They just want you to forget and move on. And there's nothing stopping them, as you say, doing exactly the same whenever they like, because there was never any recriminations, never any punishments. Even for the sandflies in Beagle's eyes, that's all. Oh yeah, just happened. Whatever. It's just hilarious.
Yep. And like this time, the big difference is going to be now it's going to happen while there's simultaneously a war on multiple fronts, and at the same time, like it's going to also be at the same time as the economy completely collapsing and folding under, and them trying to roll out like a digital currency. Like they're fixing to, like this next one, and they're going to pull the trigger all at once, I think. And we're going to be defending ourselves from multiple different like directions.
Yeah, you're spot on. And I'll remind people, as we spent already at least 2 streams on talking about who is pretty much, as we're speaking, they must have ratified the final draft of their document that harmonizes all of our constitutions, such that even though they say that we shouldn't worry about anything and they just want to help, that the WHO will be able to be in control of the response, such that as coordinated as it was, as we saw in 2020, if that wasn't coordinated, they wanted to be much more coordinated and streamlined and harmonized. Oh boy, that's going to run so smoothly. It'll be like, oh yeah, that'll be the least of our worries amongst CBDCs and whatever version of hot war and currency collapse and fuel restrictions and crop failures and everything else.
Well, I mean, it like if you study warfare, then you like say you were trying to assault an enemy base or whatever. Like, well, what's one of the first things you're going to do? Well, you're going to gather intel, and one of the ways you're going to do that is you're going to send a forward squad to test their defenses and see what they got, right? So, like by pulling that, like they were able to see what areas of society pushed back and how hard, right? So now they can tailor their offensive to overcome those obstacles. So now we've got to look at what we did last time, and we've now got to up that and then some in order to account for the offensive that they're about to bring against us. Because like now, like I said, they found out where the holes in their plan were, and they've been busy over the past few years patching those up. And they're going to keep doing that until their offensive line is foolproof, and we've got to stop them from doing that, right?
Yeah,
if we let them cage us in, there's not going to be any way out. We're going to get slaughtered. It's going to be like a hammer and anvil or a pincer maneuver, where we're just like we're slammed between the two.
Yeah, well, just so.
That's kind of what I was getting at last stream when I was trying to show that, like, okay, we have the left on one side who absolutely will enslave you in order to get their communist utopia. You have the right on the other side who are absolutely willing to let the left slaughter you in order to get their fucking utopia. Okay, so you got 2 utopian ideal sets that are both like competing for the same, like, the same cliff, to see who's going to race us off of it first, it seems like. So we have to be super careful about who we ally ourselves with, and who we who we listen to.
Yeah, absolutely. And as far as I'm concerned, I can't think of any pushback that they got anywhere. Um, some minor protests occasionally, but that was about it. So I think they know they can just steamroller over everybody pretty easy now.
Yeah.
Um,
What they found out was exactly what they figured. There would be people like me who like have prepared and are ready to fight them, but we're fragmented and so spread out that it's going to be like playing whack-a-mole, like trying to, ding 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 and get each one of us. That's why I'm trying to organize as best I can, and others are trying to organize us as best we can to prepare for this, because it is coming. And we can't count on the rest of them helping us. Like, that's one thing that we should take away from this. Yes, they tested and found out where the holes in their plan were, but again, it showed us where the holes in their plan is. So we need to take the intel that we've got and tailor our like plan around that as well. Like, you see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
Trying to do the same thing that they're doing. Like, they're the ones spending all the money to dig up this intel. Well, let's use it. We don't have the money and the funds that they got, but we can absolutely work off of the intel they get. The problem we have to watch out for is corrupted intel. Like, because they absolutely drop corrupted intel and propaganda in order to, like QAnon, for instance. So, people have to be very careful not to fall into those things and get caught up in what ends up being limited hangouts and fed stops.
Yep, true, very true. Have to be very careful again about that 17th letter of the alphabet and everything else that are limited hangouts. Let's move on again, right? And I just want to pay scant recognition to a few of the other things that were part of notable aspects of the news, because it does affect the general trajectory of our culture, and that's why I'm only mentioning these things, right? In the second week of April 2023, there was a couple of things there. One was that Elon Musk was interviewed by a BBC journalist, and the journalist tried to tell him that there was still as much, or if not more, harmful material on Twitter. He asked for one example, and the guy was going, "Well, I can't give an example." And he's like, "But why not? Like, you were just telling me you notice it all the time." He's like, "Well, I don't watch Twitter. I don't watch." And he said, "Well, how do you know that there's any if you don't look at it?" He goes, "Oh, well, I mean, people tell me." And he's like, "Well, who's telling you when?" And he said, "Oh, I don't know. Just eventually, I had to make sure. I had to pretty much just say, can we just change the subject, because I'm caught in my own lie." That's not to say Elon Musk is our savior. He's like a limited hangout. But it was notable in terms of the way that they are manipulating our society, I think, as well. Even though I don't think necessarily that Elon Musk and the journalist understand that they themselves are kind of like pawns. But give you a quick reply to that there, JC. And yeah.
What I can't get around is his background and all these other kind of things. Like, all that tells me is that I should not trust him, and that, like, if like okay, this is one of the things I can, you can get a benefit from and talking to me, like, because I was one of them, right? If I was trying to infiltrate our side, like, how would I do that? Well, the best way to do that would to be send in a double agent. So, like, I basically am going to take one of my people, set them up with a background that makes them look like a normal person, and then attack them, right? Like, you attack them in such a way that publicly, so that it looks like they cannot be on your side, right? You beat them up, whatever you have to do in order to get the other side to believe that this person could not possibly be on your side. Otherwise, why would you treat them this way, right? And then I'd let you take them into your trust. I'd let them sit there for years before I ever activated them and actually used them for anything. Like, this is how they think. This is how I used to think. This is how they think now. Like, they will absolutely put a plant in your midst and let them, sit there and befriend you for years in order to, have a payoff later.
So, yeah. It's amazing how they bide their time. and they can bear false witness. And I have to say I couldn't do it, but I respect them for it. You know, you even hear sometimes of people marrying people, having children with them, just to sort of turn them in later or whatever. You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're dealing with like a group of people who are ideologically possessed, and you know, they've taken oaths to make this stuff happen, no matter what it costs them or anyone else, right? So when you're dealing with a group of people like that, there's no like level of, you know, sedition that they're not willing to go to, right?
Mm.
You know, they'll sell their own mama in a heartbeat, their own, they don't care.
Yeah.
And
Well, in that regard, then I'll just quickly mention then, because this fits in then, is the fellow called Justin J. Pearson, who used to speak with a very well received, almost what you'd sort of say is, they call it code switching and things sometimes, like as though he is a white person. You know, black people talk about that they're able to speak with a sort of a white, whatever they perceive to be like an educated white accent, and that wasn't working for him for a while. Apparently, like he was like a councillor or some kind of low level politician. So he decided then to pretend to be like a Southern Baptist Martin Luther King type figure, kind of going, "I know that I'm being subjugated because I'm trying to represent my people." This kind of thing, you know. Terrible. I can't do accents. Terrible impression there. But that's the thing. This kind of grandiose type of accent he was trying to channel, even though it's pretty obvious, I think, as well. Martin Luther King was doing exactly the same thing. The same kind of thing as what's the woman, Pocahontas there, Elizabeth Warren, you know, pretending to be Native Indian, or Native American rather. You know, all these people kind of saying, how can I wheedle my way into being a protected group and then an even, you know, more protected subset of that group, and so on and so on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you ask me, like, yeah, Martin Luther King did exactly what this guy did. They were smart, and they were able to look at like the cadence and the mannerisms of other great speakers and steal it. I think for Martin Luther King as well as this young fellow, like it is going to be the evangelical charismatic preacher that they're modeling themselves on. And when you're speaking to a group of people that are predominantly from that culture, like picking up on how their community leaders speak and the cadence that their community leaders speak to them in is going to be extremely helpful, because like that's the programming they're used to getting, right? It's their regularly scheduled program. It's what they're used to. It's what makes them feel comfy, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right there as far as the cadence. That's it, and imitating the affectations. And it's not as if Martin Luther King wasn't stage managed and created and honed out of sort of, or you know, hewn out of rough brick or whatever it was to make the statue kind of thing, or the effigy. He wasn't a genuine character either, but I think as well, like just to slightly contradict you, it's not that the people listening to him are used to that or that's what they like. It's that they assume, they don't really understand it, but they kind of go, "Oh, that must be what." Somehow in their psychology, they kind of go, "Oh, that's what a noble, dignified, educated one of us must be." Oh, good. Then we support that, even though we know we're not that, but we're going to pretend that we are noble but subjugated.
Well, I mean, it doesn't take much to get people to go along with something that if you're telling them they're going to get something, right?
That's what
Like,
it boils down to. They want to pretend that they were so noble. They would have invented all the peacekeeping energy in the world and all the loveliest things. The world would be brilliant, except they were enslaved and forced to work against their will. Otherwise, the world would have been perfect. Right? But of course, the thing is that everybody will stab each other in the back. And just to be clear, and I said it already, but I'll say it again. I hate my own people, and I've been to Germany and I've met a lot of Germans, and they're all cowering, spineless. What I've met, maybe I've just met all the wrong ones, you know. But they've all told me. I remember when I was, you know, talking about Angela Merkel, they were like, "No, nothing can be done about it." Now, they were right to sort of say, "Well, we can't vote our way out of it," but they'd all totally given up. I suppose maybe in a way that's what I've done as well. But I didn't see any sort of righteous, Aryan guys there either. Maybe they've all been killed off. But I'll speak more closely about my own people, and we'll get on to them then when I want to get on to Biden for a sort of a brief sort of light break. Let's see if we can make it a bit more, sort of bright and breezy. But anyway, my own people, they're not noble people. They're all begrudging, backstabbing people. So just to be clear, I'm not trying to be all equitatious about it. That's the word I'm inventing to make popular, equitatious about it. But just in case people think that I'm only being racist towards one group of people, I think the rule says you're allowed to be racist towards your own people. Apparently, I'm an Irish, right? And I don't like them. They're not noble people. They're not happy, welcoming people. They're actually, they pretend to be, when they're glad handling people. We'll get onto it now in a minute. But really, they're envious of each other and they'd stab each other in the back, not even to get ahead, but just to make sure the other fella didn't get a foot ahead. Okay, so a little quick of a rant, but I said I had to, in case people think I'm being racist against any particular group of people, I definitely am a misanthrope these days. But give you a quick right to reply there, JC, and we'll try and move on to the next thing then.
Well, you know me, I'm equal opportunity when it comes to those things. Sorry, I got a frog in my throat. But yeah, most people are going to be of the same character when it comes to those things. Most people are going to resort to the same backstabbing, etc. Regardless of what color they are.
Well, good man. Well, I'm not sure if you still have a crab in your throat there, or sorry, frog in your throat. A crab in a bucket and frog in a throat. Right? I don't know if those idioms translate. I bet you they do into other languages. But thanks there to Robot Bjorn. That sums up the phrase. So, Irish people used to admire what we perceived to be, and I think it was genuine. I think a lot of American people with the American dream, the American spirit, did genuinely look at somebody who had a nice car, a better house, or whatever, and they'd say, if I work hard enough, and there was some legitimacy to the ambition that they could maybe own the same thing. But the way it was always in Ireland was, who does he think he is driving around in that kind of a car? Oh, he thinks he's special, does he? This sort of stuff, But that kind of changed in the mid-90s when everybody was told they were rich and the European Central Bank would give everybody as much credit as they wanted. So then everybody started driving BMWs that they were paying for every month or whatever,
Yeah.
Anyway, no worries, right? I didn't know whether you wanted to say something else, but look, we'll move on, right? Because I know that I'm I'll maybe I'm being too harsh on Irish people, but I don't think so. But anyway, I want to mention these other couple of things just to read them into the record, right? And maybe you haven't heard this, but I think it's a matter of fact now. I think the newspapers published this, that so in other words, the mainstream media, that Zelensky in Ukraine has been buying Russian diesel. And he's been buying it, of course, with American dollars given to him, nominally at least, by the American taxpayer. Even though, what does it matter anymore? They're just given to Ukraine or straight into Zelensky's war chest, whatever exactly that comprises, from the American Federal Reserve, who's just sort of saying, yeah, we've typed a few more zeros into your dollar account. So he's been buying Russian diesel. And if Russia is the enemy, why would Russia sell it to them? And why would they buy it from Russia? It doesn't make any sense, which is why it's all a crock.
Bingo. Absolutely.
All right. I didn't realize that was going to be so quick. Okay, but anyway.
It absolutely is a crock. Like I've said all along, they both sides play for the same banker puppets. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing as saying China is our enemy, but yet everything that you see in a Walmart is made in China. Duh.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If we're at war with China, why are we buying anything from them? Exactly. And by the way, of course, if America, and they still are, if American troops are still in Germany protecting, Europe and Central Europe and Germany from the threat of the Russians taking over or trying to take over Europe again, right? Well, then, why would Germany ever decide to buy gas from Russia in the first place? Why would a pipeline exist for it to be blown up? Allegedly by the Americans, probably by them, almost certainly proven to be the Americans. Why would, and Germany collude maybe, or other countries in Europe collude with America to blow up the pipeline that was built to bring gas from Russia to Germany? Why would they buy gas from Russia? And by the way, I've heard that the situation. I remember there was somebody with a stream. I think it was an Irish guy whose name I forget. He's quite famous. Keith Woods. He was interviewing a German, and the German guy, he asked him, like, how do people in Germany feel about the Russian gas pipeline to Germany being blown up? And he said, I don't know. People just don't really care. Just doesn't bother them. Doesn't bother them at all. Even though they spent a winter allegedly without Russian gas. I don't get it, but that's Germany.
People fundamentally disconnected. Like they have no direct connection to events and the consequences of those events. Like they are purposefully held out from those consequences so they can't see a direct cause and effect. You get me?
Oh, I do. Cause and effect have been decoupled in the same way as gold from the dollar.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same way that the consequences that we're seeing now with the economy, I believe I've said it before, all the prerequisites for this to happen existed years and years ago. I was telling people it was going to happen years ago. I told the wife this morning, I was like, I forget who was it that said it. Is this corporate lady? She was going off on the other people at the company and saying, nobody could have foreseen any of this happening. So we're just going to have to deal with not having bonuses, blah, 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 quit whining, etc.
That's the way they always do it, yeah.
Like,
nobody could have foreseen it, yeah.
Yeah, nobody could have foreseen that. Nobody. I did, but, she's getting millions of dollars a year to foresee things like this, but yet she couldn't foresee it. It's like, don't give me that shit. Yeah. Don't give me that. I foresaw it. You did too.
Yeah, Janet Yellen apparently taught in the London School of Economics, the most prestigious school. I think it's linked to a lot of things as well. All those kind of think tanks that are the usual suspects, like the Council on Foreign Relations and all this kind of thing. And she was the Federal Reserve. What do they call it? Is it the chairman of or chairwoman of the Federal Reserve? But whatever. Anyway, she was the head of the Federal Reserve, and now she's Treasury Secretary. Or is it the other way around? I can't remember. But anyway, if she's incompetent, then everybody needs to stop and say, all right, that's just one example of a mistake that should not have happened 3 times, right? And if she's taught all these illustrious economists coming out of the London School of Economics, we have to call all them back and say, your credentials are invalid. Robot Bjorn says, Chairman, I know I'm a misogynist. I should call her the Chairwoman S or Chairman S, right?
Yeah.
So, and then ask, where's her husband?
Anymore, is it? Like, isn't it supposed to be like a chair human or some shit like that now? You can't even say chairwoman.
Yeah, I know. And I like, that's why, I remember a while ago they stopped calling actresses, and these days they don't want to have a best actress category anymore. They just want to have a best actor. So they're shooting themselves in the foot anyway. But so that's why I will absolutely insist in putting S now at the end of, like, Chairman S or President S or whatever, And I don't know whether Janet Yellen is married. I mean, maybe she was a good looker in her day. I don't know. But or maybe she's just a great personality. But the thing is that, I don't think that a man could as easily, I don't think Ben Bernanke could have said, listen, I know I'm the best economist in the world, but I don't understand that if I print trillions and trillions of money, that inflation would happen. That's what she said. Nobody, I couldn't have seen this coming, right? So, like, if you're that incompetent, I mean, there has to be a price to pay, but obviously we live in clan world, so whatever,
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If I could see it, they could see it. There's no way these people who are paid millions of dollars a year to predict these things, keep up with these things, they're supposed to eat, sleep, and breathe this stuff, and they can't see it coming.
Yeah, exactly. So it beggars belief. So obviously they're lying, and so I would say, like, and I think this word malfeasant is the proper word because they use it themselves to indicate that it's a preponderance of proof, or a bit like, say, there's a different level of proof required in a civil court versus in a what's the adversarial criminal court. Where you don't have to sort of say 100% proof that she knew what she was doing. Just she should have known better. Therefore, whatever is the the penalty for what she did, she ought to face it, or
we
realize
can
it.
people on far less circumstantial evidence every day.
Exactly.
Like, this is a standard thing that we've all committed to. How come a different law and logic applies to these people?
There you
Is it
are, and that's why
because they have such high position that they all of a sudden are privy to a different category? I don't think so.
And of course, we all know that, like any of us, little underlings, we make the slightest mistake or don't, but we have to make sure that everybody else's bib is clean. Otherwise, we get blamed for it anyway. I won't talk about it. I'll just briefly say that I was told once that because it was my job to teach other people how to do their jobs, if they ever made a mistake at all, at any time in the future, the great thing was that it would be my fault because I obviously didn't teach them how to do their job properly. Right? They were joking, but they weren't joking.
Yeah, that is kind of how that works, though, isn't it? Everybody is always going to blame the teacher.
Yeah, and that's why they liked that I had the job that I had, like the managers and the directors, because they were able to have all the authority, but then divest themselves of all the responsibility onto me.
That's probably the job was created in the first place, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. It was what they call a poisoned chalice. Sojourner there says, I'll just read a couple of these and we'll move on. Apparently, we're supposed to call snowmen snow people. I know and everyone knows it's a crock. It's just that's an example of Theodore Dalrymple's communist society propaganda that's supposed to humiliate, not inform or even misinform, but to humiliate by accepting obvious lies and even repeating them. Robot Bjorn says, I'm convinced it's malice, not incompetence. Yes, I think that there's a small mix of both, right? But I think it's a preponderance of malice, right? It's on purpose mostly, even though I think these people aren't right in the head. Sojourner says, smart people are paid to stay ignorant. And Crispy says, hello. Well, it's good to know the doctor's in the house. I have a video queued up, and if you want to get a drink of water, just in case, you still get a frog in your throat, I'll start this from the beginning. It's to move on to Joe Biden. There's other things that we could talk about, but we're nearly 2 hours into this. So this is a news report anticipating the arrival of Joe Biden now I'm trying to remember the name of the air base, but it's in the north of Ireland, Northern Ireland. So it's the United Kingdom, part of it's the part of the north of Ireland that's considered to be contiguous with Britain or unionized with Britain still, politically and maybe culturally to some extent, just to explain that. So Joe Biden arrived, I think, although I wasn't aware of this prior to it happening. I just heard, is he? Oh, I didn't know that. But anyway, it's Northern Ireland. It's an RAF airbase, but apparently it's just right next to Belfast International Airport anyway, which is the capital of Northern Ireland. And but this is a Republic of Ireland news report anticipating, but they're talking to some people who have Northern Irish accents. So it's a bit of a mix of both. And this news readeress here, I haven't watched RTE. This is the national state broadcaster, radio television, in other words, radio television, Aaron, RTE, and so she always tries to be a bit croaky and sexy and this kind of thing. I don't know how it'd be interested to hear what you think internationally. I'm looking at her going, what's up with her hair? I don't get it. But anyway, I'll start playing from the beginning. I might skip on a bit towards the end because the way when people, it's a bit like watching a royal wedding where they kind of go, and now here's the horse handler, and of course they're wearing special bridles they're doing that sort of stuff, right? But anyway, I thought it might be interesting. We'll start here. How about that?
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Cross live now to RAF Aldergrove, where we can bring you these live shots of Air Force One having touched down, as I said, at RAF Aldergrove, US aircraft carrying the President of the United States, Joe Biden. We'll be getting lots of analysis and reaction in the next few minutes on this programme, and we'll stay with these live shots, hopefully until the point we see the President alighting the aircraft. But let's have a quick word now with Vincent Carney, who joins us from Belfast. And Vincent, this trip described as part homecoming, part diplomacy, part politics.
Indeed, and now we've had the calm before the presidential storm, if you like, and that storm is about to kick in. When the president gets off Air Force One shortly, he'll be greeted by UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and we're not sure where that meeting will take place. Given the bad weather here tonight, whether the greeting and welcome will be in the tarmac or whether it'll go inside the airport terminal. Mr Biden has landed there at RAF Aldergrove. That's a secure military part of Belfast International Airport, so it's a military runway and airway connected to a civilian airport. He'll be brought from there into Belfast City Centre to spend the night in a hotel just behind me before beginning a series of engagements tomorrow. A fairly short stay, it has to be said, in Northern Ireland. Initially, when this visit had been planned, of course, Joe Biden hoped to come to a restored power-sharing government at Stormont. That hasn't happened. There have been talk of him spending at least one full day in Northern Ireland, perhaps even longer. Actually, at the end of the day, his official engagements here will last about 1.5 hours before he crosses the border to the Republic.
And we're looking at the official fleet of US state vehicles, the cavalcade, which presumably will whisk the president into Belfast. You mentioned a little earlier that meeting that he's expected to have with the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, Vincent. That will be a fleeting visit. The UK Prime Minister won't be hanging around.
No, indeed he won't. The Prime Minister will head off. He will stay elsewhere tonight. Now, they will come back together tomorrow morning again. We're told they'll have a chat for about 30 minutes over coffee. Rishi Sunak then has a number of his own engagements in Belfast tomorrow. Details of those have not been announced, but we do know at this stage he is not due to attend Ulster University, where Joe Biden will deliver his keynote address, where he will mark 25 years of since the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. Now, we're told the focus there will be on economics, not politics. The stress will be, look, there's lots of economic benefit for Northern Ireland, that the US is committed to bringing that economic benefit, providing there is political stability. So there'll be a lot of interest in how much and what he says about the current political stalemate here, because obviously the other parties of Stormont would like as much pressure as possible put on the DUP to go back into power sharing. Rishi Sunak himself said just yesterday in a statement that he wants every effort made to restore power sharing. But the bottom line is, if the DUP didn't push the boat out to restore power sharing before Joe Biden arrived, they're hardly likely to feel any pressure at this point.
Just to cut across you there, Vincent, we can see the stairs are down. We expect the president to alight those stairs really any moment now. Rishi Sunak, I think, in...
Right, I just got to pause there for a minute, and I really hope the last time I tried to play anything from RT, I got a copyright strike, even though it was like during just the stream, you know. But I just want to say there, like, you know what everybody's thinking when Dan comes upstairs. Dan, which we hope the president to alight, to tumble down and do another one, like, to add to his compendium. But as far as I know, anyway, he did not fall down the steps. But I don't know whether we really want. This is about maybe I think it's 13 or so 14-minute clip. I don't think we can tolerate the anticipation anymore. But he doesn't fall down the steps. But Rishi Sunak there, right? And this just goes to show, right? So I'll just say this: people in the States, right? We know, right? 81 million votes and all that. We're as embarrassed as you are. But the thing is, what you don't realize is all of our presidents, or prime ministers, or presidenteresses, or prime ministeresses, they're all equally embarrassing, maybe in slightly different ways, but as illegitimate as well. And we're as ashamed of them as well. But what you, just to remind you, in case you don't know already, I've said this before, it's like as if US is Rome and we're all subordinate states. So, you know, we're all part of the American empire anyway. So, like, he's also our most popular president ever in the world, you know. So, you know, and as you'll see anyway later, there's some Irish families there as well who, I don't know how they do it, but they get them to sit up there and pretend to love it. Are you still there anyway, JC?
Yeah, of course. The thing is, like, I saw this happening a long time ago when I was even young. You know, I'm living here in the States, and then as I got older, you know, I'm going to different countries. And, you know, funny thing, no matter where you went, if there was something going on with the royal family, like a wedding, coronation, anything like that, if there was anything going on with the U.S. president or anything like that, it was on TV no matter what country you were in, right? So, and, you know, people would be just as engaged in our politics here in America, in Britain, or anywhere else as they are here. sometimes
Yeah.
more so than people are here. So it's like, you know, you already saw it happening a long time ago. I was surprised that nobody else seemed to be noticing.
Yeah.
Right? I remember asking my parents when I was little. It's like, you know, seeing the you know, Princess Diana or any of these people on TV, and you're like, you know, I didn't understand why everybody was so enamored with these people. It's like, are they our king and queen? No, they like, you know, we used to be under Britain, but not anymore. Like, well, it's like, why do we care then? Right?
Yeah.
But you know, that's that cognitive dissonance. Nobody even stops to think for even a second as to why. Nobody looks at things like, why is it that the U.S. President's Air Force One is landing in Northern Ireland at an RAF airport rather than a Republic of Ireland airport? Well, that's a
Yeah.
political statement he's making right there. He's
Well,
telling who he supports. You know what I mean? Like, who's in.
yeah. Well, I tell you what they're trying to make it mean, right? The fact that he's landing in Belfast, they're trying to say, well, we have a foot in both camps. Like, we're, you know, we want to be like, allegedly what they're trying to pretend is that he's helping to, you know, reaffirm the peace deal that your other amazingly incredible, lovely humanitarian president, right, Bill Clinton, allegedly brokered between the unionists, right, let's say, of the North, and the Republicans of the North, and then whatever represents them. Then it's too complicated to get into, although it's quite simple. But anyway, that's what they're going for. That's what they're going for by landing in Belfast. That it's technically part of the UK, but also on the island of Ireland, and just goes to show how subordinate that Rishi Sunak. He's the current Indian Prime Minister of Britain. You know, a reverse takeover of Britain. They, like, you've no. I'm cringing with embarrassment for them over that. But of course, so many Indians would probably feel like, yeah, the empire now takes over, you know, its original master or whatever. But that's what they're going for anyway. And it just shows how subordinate that Rishi Sunak is, that he had to fly over to there to meet him.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And it's the same kind of game that's been played forever. You know, like, my family has, like, there's a branch of my family that comes from that Ulster Scots, you know, branch of, you know, when James sent all the border Scots over to Northern Ireland to subjugate the Northern Irish and cause this divide in the first place, right? Like, it's a long, torrid history, and, you know, like I said earlier, like, history is a river. There's no real bookend to it. Like, everything influenced everything else, and, you know, everything from where he's landing to, you know, who he's meeting and all these different things, they all matter. Like you said, like, you know, Rishi Sunak showing up there is showing who they're subordinate to. You know, he knows.
So that's it. I mean, just to reassure Americans, as embarrassed as you might be of the president, you know, we still have to kiss his feet. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Like, like the best of us, allegedly the best of us. And by the way, I'm pretty sure, although I take less interest in Irish politics than I do in world politics, which is US politics, you know, because we are an insignificant backwater. We don't matter. But I think that our own Prime Minister, or Taoiseach, as the word is in Irish, he is the half Indian homosexual, and that would be all fine and lovely, except that you know, he goes to gay. There's a picture of him in a gay nightclub, you know, wearing the face off another guy. Now, that, as somebody said to me, I don't know if it was online or offline, but that wouldn't be becoming of the office if he was a heterosexual and he was doing it to a young lady in a nightclub. But anyway, that's the embarrassment that we have, that our own Prime Minister is not even fully Irish, and in England they have an Indian Prime Minister. Like, so, like, I actually kind of think that is more humiliating, at least, you know, nominally, although he's claiming now he's Irish American, but Joe Biden at least is American, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, y'all won't be like, they won't be kissing the you know, America's feet for very much longer. America's on the downfall soon. They'll be kissing China and Russia's feet. is what they'll be doing. Because like that's very much what's happening right now. People just don't see it yet. Like it's being turned into a multipolar world order, meaning it's going to be multipolar and then it's going to go back unipolar again. It's just going to like what's going to happen is power is going to shift over to China. Then everybody's going to adopt the same system as China in order to keep up economically. And, then it's going to, everything will be the same then. Like there won't be a difference in East and West. East and West will be all exactly the same.
Well, I'll just say, speaking of, I think Sojourner there mentioned Canada as well. Said he was in Canada recently. Same thing. And also one thing I forgot, and I'll just quickly mention it. Canada is allegedly, again, reported in the mainstream media that Canada wasted $32 billion Canadian, so it's not quite as bad. Okay. In VidCon, and then the V word I'm not going to say, purchases, right? In buying them. And they say, it's just our oversight wasn't rigorous enough, right? And again, we're talking about the same thing like Janet Yellen, oh no, nobody embezzled anything. It's just that our oversight wasn't rigorous enough. Okay. So I don't have the video queued up for that, but again, same kind of thing. And I don't know whether people saw, but it's out there. There's a video of the president of China, or whatever they call him anyway. I can only think now that they liken him to Winnie the Pooh, which is what he doesn't like. What's his name anyway, the president of China?
Yingping,
is it?
Xi Jinping, yeah.
Xi Jinping, thank you, yeah. That he has chastised Justin Trudeau, basically called him a miscreant, naughty schoolboy, and he looked suitably chastised and kind of walked away. Didn't know. There's footage of that out there. I think you've probably seen it as well. Maybe everyone listening has, but it's out there now. So I mean, he can walk up to Canada's leader and say, "How dare you say that to the press? We had a private conversation," and he was visibly embarrassed. So there is a hierarchy going on, and everybody in Canada, if they thought they had a country, they don't. Already, they just haven't come out and said it, but already he takes orders from Xi Jinping.
Well, see, what Justin Trudeau understands is that the WEF controllers, the bankers, are now backing that horse, right? So before, while Canada always kissed America's ass. Well, now America isn't the one with all the sparklies. So now they're running over there and they're going to kiss the ass of the next one. It's just like what we were talking about with people on the individual level earlier. Like they just monkey branch to the next most powerful fucker. And that's what they're doing. They see the writing on the wall. They see that China has more control of their people. Trudeau himself said it. China has absolute control over their economy and their people, so therefore they are more efficient at getting the things that the world controllers want done, which is why power is being shifted over to them instead of here. It's what our leaders are going to try to do. It's what all world leaders are going to try to do, is trick their public into going along with this stuff so that they can be the ones to get the big deal for their country, with the WEF and everything. They're all knowingly making deals with the devil, point blank period, because they know if they come out and tell the truth, what's going to happen is that funding is going to get pulled. All the world that is intertwined into this world government is going to attack them, sanction them, and everything else, and their people are just going to blame them for doing it. So why would they? And it's what I've tried to get through to everyone and get them to understand. If we do actually beat these people, it's not going to be a walk in the park. It's going to suck for a while, because they've got the whole world so intertwined, and our systems so intertwined together, that when we pull out the sanctions, the wars, and all that kind of stuff, it's going to tap us all out. We're going to be in a bad spot afterwards. It's not going to be all nice. So, and no leader wants to tell his people that. Her people, whatever.
Yeah, her people, whatever. Exactly. Yeah, I think you explained it there very well. And Dr. Crispy Johnson there says he was born, I think referring to Rishi Sunak, he was born in the UK. Oh no,
Hmm.
maybe he's talking about the Irish Prime Minister Taoiseach. I don't know. Anyway, one of them was born in the UK from an Irish mother and a Hindu father. And Robert, a robot rather, Bjorn says, are the Chinese also beholden to the traditional merchant class? I think you answered that there, already. You know, um, and then just before we go back, then we'll play a bit more of this. I've paused it, I think, just at the moment before it comes out the stairs. If people can see whether he does a trapeze act down it. But he says, our sojourner says, the curtain has been pulled back. It's a world stage. Canada is in bed with the WEF, but we all know they have been planning the demotion of the US for a long time. Yeah, the planned, organized destruction, demolition, demotion of the US from being the single unitary world power, world police, America, to China starting to, I don't know, come out onto the world stage. Already, they're kind of, I think everyone acknowledges they're equal to the US, more or less.
Yeah.
So pretty soon
And that's the way
they'll
it'll
be.
stay for a while. It'll stay equal for a while in this multipolar world order, and then it'll synthesize back into one again.
Mm.
Like, it's all about this, this constant alchemical breakdown and recomposition of everything. Constantly burning everything down and rebuilding it till you get it the way you want it, right?
Well, I'll just say, seeing as you said the New World Order, and of course that is what you were quoting essentially there is, I know everybody has said it, there's a compilation somewhere online of everybody saying New World Order. But I did a short recently with a clip from one of our streams where you talk about the New World Order and you reference George Bush, and I put a little clip of George Bush in it. And it was very hard to find, very hard to find. And there was, in fact, I found a lot of things online that said he never said it. I found a site that debunked it, said, oh, that was just a conspiracy theory that he said it. And, all this sort of stuff. So he didn't say it in a State of the Union address. And there was one side that said, oh, people twisted his words from a State of the Union. There was a State of the Union that was very fruity. I think it was either must have been 1991. But this other one was actually a special broadcast and went to Tom Brokaw afterwards, and it was ginning up support for going into the Iraq and such like. And I must I think anyway, I'll just refer people to the short anyway, and you talk about it very nicely there. So it's all succinct in 1 minute. But I think we all need to download that whole clip with going back to Tom Brokaw and put it up everywhere, because that's one that they've definitely shadow banned. They don't want people kind of talking about George Bush and his New World Order.
Yeah, well, Bill Clinton said it, Obama said it, like they've all said it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not, and then you got Trump there with his hand on the New World Order ball, like along with the Saudi Arabian prince and all that. Like, they're all like in on it. Like, that's why they want to hide it, is because it's just one more example of them all saying that they want this New World Order thing that the news keeps telling us is an absolute conspiracy theory that's never been true.
Even though they constantly say it. That's again the intense gaslighting. Robot Bjorn there says that's the phrase solve et coagula, so dissolve and then coagulate. What's the more commonly known one? We all know these phrases now. It's weird, isn't it? What's the other one? Divide and conquer? Or no, not divide and conquer.
Ordo ab chaos. Like, that's going to be
the
most common is, chaos out of order and then order out of chaos. So you take something that's orderly, you break it down into absolute chaos, and then from that chaos you can get a new order, like just by offering a way out of that chaos.
There you are. And thanks for that. And Sojourner then says the thesis, the antithesis, and then the synthesis. Isn't it amazing how, and you sort of have said a few times, you are reluctant sometimes to talk about these things because you don't want to accidentally initiate all of us into the mystery school religion of Babylon and the free masonry rites and all this sort of stuff. But what was once reserved for people inside the temple is now, it seems like it's more or less common knowledge to us profane people. I suppose you've remarked on that a few times. Do you want to say a little word on that? Just that these words come so easily, these phrases come so easily now. maybe it doesn't matter because it's all over bar the shouting.
Well, I mean, it's normal within the truther community to realize it, but like regular normie people, they use the mystery religion ideals and phrases all the time. They just don't realize it, right? Like, we realize it, and I guess what I'm afraid of happening is, like what you were talking about, how like, you've figured all this stuff out, found all this stuff out, and you've become nihilistic and vengeful, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we've said many times that, you and I both sometimes find ourselves finding it hard to disagree with these people when it comes to what they think about our fellow man, right?
Absolutely, yes. They are right about human nature.
Yes, and that's kind of the thing, like, I realize to some degree that, like, I'm opening that door for people to come to that realization, but at the same time, I realize that it's something that's got to happen, and we just have to, like, let people make that choice. If they choose evil, then, okay, yeah, I've created an opponent for myself. If they choose good, then I've created an ally, but there's not really much I can do outside that.
Yeah, and it perfectly comes down to free will because while the Freemasons might sort of say, listen, wisen up, fellas, take what you can get, come into our little club because nobody's ever going to do right by you, so why should you do right by them? Equally, the other side is, for God so loved the world that he sent his only son to die for our sins, right? And the implication is that we didn't deserve for that to happen. And then, Jesus decided, like in the full knowledge, like, because if he was God, he knew the hearts of man. He still decided, well, these fuckers don't deserve it, but I'll die for their sins anyway, and they won't be grateful for it. And, when you go even to Catholic Mass, I remember like all the time, they're saying this all the time, that Jesus died for our sins, us poor sinners, that he took the burden on him. And what they are also implying is like, but it's not that difficult to see that everybody is basically undeserving of it. So what you should, if you have any intelligence on you, which I didn't, you should then realize, as you did, oh, it's all a game. If you can just figure out how to stab everybody in the back while smiling sweetly at them, then you'll get ahead in life. That's life. But you can, basically choose whatever you want. You could be a mug if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, you can choose that. Like, that's really what it is to be human after the fall, is we now know good and evil. It's up to us to pick which one we like, which path we're going to choose, right? And for a long time I had chosen evil because it did seem to be the most expedient and the most logical, right? But I now realize that it's not necessarily what's the most expedient and logical isn't always the name of the game. At the end of the day, there's more to it. And, I think that's part of what keeps me like going in this direction, is that like, I do realize that it's more complicated than just all that. Like, yeah, I could do the evil thing and that would be easy. And yes, it would get me immediate rewards and things. But the older I get, the less I care about those kinds of rewards. And the more I turn towards something more intangible and harder to obtain. Like the rewards that I'm going to get for doing bad are not going to really get me where I'm trying to get, right?
Well, I'm very glad that you didn't say the rewards I'm going to get are going to be far better in heaven, because I despise those people actually who sort of say, oh, I'm doing good here now so that I'll be saving up my reward later. It's like, again, one of these boomers who sort of say, well, I'm being measly now, I'm not spending anything now so that I can have a fantastic retirement and cruise around the world. It's still self-interest, right? The idea is to be selfless, right? So I'm very glad. And I do think that a lot of Christians are probably like that. Or maybe you don't even have to be a Christian. I don't think you have to be. So in the full knowledge of how terrible people are, that somehow, as we talked about before, people can choose to be selfless and sort of say, nobody else is going to try and step up and be an example to everybody else. Because, see, the problem is, like, I grew up thinking everybody had been told, do right by everybody else, don't lie, don't bear false witness. I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I'll just say this by example. In Catholicism anyway, when you are roughly 12 years old, you do your confirmation. So you're supposed to sort of say, right, well, now you can, of your own free will, choose to stay within the church, or you can leave if you want. Now that you sort of are above the age of 7, where you kind of know right from wrong for a while now, and we don't want to force you to be in this religion if you don't want to. So I took it very seriously because, I was told, like, this is sort of an oath you're taking. And part of it was that you're not going to drink until you're 18. You're not going to have any alcohol until you're 18. And even at the age of 12, I sort of said, well, look, I don't know if I can make that promise. I don't know between now and 18 if I'm going to want to drink or not. So if that's a part of the whole deal, I don't know that I can do it. So I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to make a promise I can't keep. Right. And everyone else was like, well, we don't really mean it. I mean, look, you can have it in discretion here or there. Like, and I was like, oh, well, that's even worse then. Because now I know none of you really mean any of your promises, So then I said, I definitely don't want to be part of your gang. So I should have realized then, it should have stuck with me, that nobody takes any of their oaths seriously anyway. They always say, I mean, if it's convenient or, if it's appropriate at the time, then just forget about it. And then you can just always be forgiven and go back. So that's the way human beings are. So knowing that even these people who purport to be religious and purport to be, taking oaths to the best type of religions that there are in the world, you can still choose to sort of say, I'll do right by humanity, even if nobody else does. Not that I'm saying I will, right? Because as I said to you already, I'm full of nothing but desire for vengeance against all these people. But what that probably is coming out of is embarrassment and regret that I was so willfully naive, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, I know deep down, like, more than likely I will be found wanting and I will fail. But if I've learned anything in my life, it's that if you don't try, then you're definitely going to fail. Like, there's, no greater failure than the person who never, like, tried in the first place, right? You have to give it a shot. And, I never really, like, prior to, the recent few years in my life, I never really gave trying to be like an actual good person a shot. I had to be honest with myself and be like, look, man, like, I never have really truly given it a shot. Like, I've always, in the back of my mind, when I've done something, like, I've always expected something out of it, or, some immediate gratification, or, trying to finagle, like, some kind of advantage for myself out of it. And, I just thought to myself, well, what could change if I actually gave it a fucking shot? Like, if I actually tried to change, like, myself for the better, like, what could I accomplish? And the answer is actually quite a lot. So, they, one of the tricks they like to play is making you think that you're so small. And one of the ways they do that is by appointing dumbasses like, demented dumbasses like Joe Biden to be your leader, because then that puts you in the position of, well, if the best of us is this bad, like, and makes you think, oh, well, like, what can I do? But no, like, the truth is, like, you probably are better than most of these people. Like, you're probably smarter and more capable. They got put in that position not because they're smarter or more capable than you, or because their blood is actually better than yours. It's because they're more easily fucking compromised. Is that they're gonna put up less of a fight when they're told to do something nasty to everyone else. That's what gets in the head.
Yeah, well, look, this is why I was going to say to something you maybe said earlier, like, because you are so determined not to wallow in the pit of self-pity or misery, it's why I genuinely really appreciate it. So good for me to be able to talk to you. And then, just what you're saying there about, I guess, it's to be good and be selfless, and really appreciate what you're saying there. And I know it's some segue coming off of Joe Biden there, but I'll just quickly read through a few of these, because these are good antitheses or contrapoints to my pessimism. Sojourner is saying that Christ had and what you mentioned already, a future-focused mindset. Just to go back to that, I didn't read it out, so it speaks to being selfless. He did it for all, but he was focused on the ones who would receive him. And by the way, I poo-pooed all of this Christianity stuff when I was in my teenage years, and my mother said to me, "Yeah, look, I know it's like adults believing in fairy tales. I know, but you might find it useful at some point in the future." And she was right, I have to say, Robot Bjorn then says, "The most noble deeds of man are as filthy rags to God." Sounds like a Bible quote, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah,
All right.
it's actually true. God is close. He is perfection. And we can't really measure up to that. And that is another thing I will say that does help in that. I don't put myself above people because I realize I'm just as awful as they are. And I've done just as awful things and pushed for many of the same awful things that they pushed for at some point in time in my life or another. So, if there's redemption for me, if I can change, then so can they. It's a matter of them finding that point, right? At the end of the day, in order to, wake up and push forward, one has to have some kind of hope or goal to push forward to. Otherwise, what's the point? Right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Then also Robert Bjorn says, "Isn't it an insult to attempt to butter up the Lord? I would have thought so, and I would have thought any God worth worshipping would know exactly that people were trying to ingratiate themselves with him, And so he couldn't be fooled in that way, and anybody who thought so wouldn't have much respect for him."
It's really dumb to have that transactional viewpoint of God. That's not how he functions. It's not I pray and do this many Hail Marys and it's going to have some transactional nature, or like we talked about last weekend with the papal dispensations and the paying money, or going off to fight the crusades to get yourself forgiven for doing whatever manner of awfulness that you did. That's just that transactional stuff is just delusional thinking. It's manipulative is what it is. It's using people's desire to unburden themselves from whatever nasty shit they did, to make money, etc. So I don't agree with it for sure.
Well, I despise people who are storing up their reward in heaven for doing good deeds, because it's not selfless. Then it's only self-interest. And as Sojourner says, why can't there be a win-win? Why can't you do it for the prize, while simultaneously be genuinely spurring others on? Maybe that's not speaking to exactly what I'm saying, but look, I've always been a very glass half empty sort of a person, and but I do believe that motivation, or the intention behind someone's actions, in other words, the context of why people do things, matters very much, intertwined with and inextricably with what they're actually doing. And that's reflected in the law as well. If somebody accidentally killed somebody, that's completely different to planning somebody's murder and killing them. And that's just one kind of example of it, but it's along the same lines. It matters why people do things, and if people are just doing it because they are so narcissistic that they want to be, if they believe that there's a heaven and they want to be, one of the top managers in heaven so they can lord it over everyone else, then they're just as bad. Just they happen to have forward planning skills,
Well, yeah. Well, it's like we were talking about last weekend. Well, you have these supposed Christians who would go off and support the building of a third temple and all these other kind of things. But why are they doing it? They're doing it because they think that they can force God's hand into bringing Armageddon right now, because they want him to come right now. So it's they're not doing it for good reasons. They're doing it because they're tired of being here. They're Gnostics who are actually tired of being here and hate physical reality and want him to come right now and end it all because they're ready. Right? Mm-hmm. They're ready for God to come, so he needs to come now. It's it's the same kind of delusional, the world revolves around me mindset. It's just the opposite side of the coin, as I've said many times.
Yeah. Dr. Crispy says you can't defeat evil by trying to fight evil. You can only negate it by creating good. I think so. I can't really argue with that. All right. And Sojourner says totally agree. Maybe Jesus is Luke Skywalker is saying yup to that. Or Lumen says, in a world where world words reshape our perception, he's talking about world wordplay, I think. I need to depress with a deep rest so I don't get depressed. He's definitely doing a bit of wordplay. A rested person isn't likely to get arrested, I suppose. Oh, come on now, or Lumen, you're stretching it a bit there. And Sojourner says, possibly what you can't stand is conniving fake people. Oh, definitely. I think that's a subset of what I can't stand, but that's maybe that's a large part of it. And as JC has said before, we agree on the fact that when you have these people who are deceitful, conniving, treacherous people, and they think that they can pull the wool over your eyes with the most flimsy of deceits, that's what really annoys me, and I think JC as well, because it's not only that they are scurrilous and devious, but they think that we're that stupid that we'll fall for their bottom dollar tricks.
Yes, it's like if the very least you could do is whip out the good china, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like you could very least like put on a good show. But no, like, you have to give me like, you have to give me like the nosebleed seats, and like my drink has like 3/4 melted ice floating in it.
Yeah.
Like what's up?
Yeah, at least show me the courtesy of putting some effort into your deception. But no, they just think everybody's an idiot. Anyway, I think we've cut up there with some of the comments, and thank you for the comments. And let's now see if Joe Biden does a somersault coming out of the steps. I think he's going to disappoint people. Let's see. Anyway. And they're quite short steps. It's weird, isn't it? And they have the car there, I think, as well, right, with the door open, so that if he does fall down, he'll be like Willy Wonka, right? He'll go straight into the car.
Just land right in the car, roll right into it.
I think so. Yeah. All right. So we see.
The emphasis is peace and prosperity, and that's why Joe Kennedy has been appointed as the economic special envoy to Northern Ireland, not just special envoy to Northern Ireland, on the basis that there shouldn't be new talks to be
sorry, Sean, I'm going to cut across you there. Apologies, because we're looking at shots of US President Joe Biden alighting those steps. He's about to get into his official security vehicle there. We can see he's flanked by quite the entourage. Generally, what do we know, Liam, about those who would be travelling with the President, his security detail and that? Do we know much?
An immense security
they keep their cards close to their chest, don't
they? Keep their cards close to their chest, and but yes, an immense security detail. The security surrounding this is something that will be in play, and a lot has happened before we see these scenes. An awful lot has already gone on. Arguably one of the biggest security, I think, operations in the north of Ireland for something like 10 years. So this is immense in that regard. We don't see much of it, but it's there, and it's happening every minute.
And it's a
I thought I better pause it again, because look, we were only just waiting to see if he did fall down the steps, and he didn't. They are remarkably short. I don't know how they've done it. Maybe they've been able to lower the plane somehow. But yeah, so I'm reading out some of these. Oh, and she keeps saying alighting the steps. I always thought alighting means like to put your foot on steps to go up. But anyway, it doesn't matter. So catch up here. Possibly what you can. Oh no, I did that one already. She's laughing at the haha whip out the good china, Sojourner, and that's where the fake news stories are at these days. And I was laughing at this as well. Robot Bjorn says, "Trip, you bastard!" And I bet you people had bets on it. And Sojourner says, "Oh, he made it down the stairs." So fair enough. He made it down the stairs. That's really all we were waiting to see. But I'll skip on, I think, to the end, right? They're talking about security protocols and blah, blah, blah. So there was something here that I thought, I kind of scanned over this. I think there's maybe, I'll give it the last minute or two, and we just see, and then we'll move on to the next. There's much shorter Biden clips here.
Well, I will add.
You want to go ahead? Yeah.
What hair was?
Say that again.
Well,
sorry.
anyone else notice how dark Joe Biden's hair seemed to be in that? I know it's dark outside, but the guy is completely white-headed, like the camera light bulbs would have caused his white hair to fluoresce. But like for some reason, it was darkened. It was weird. I don't know.
Well,
Just
I
something.
don't know. I don't know.
You know, with the programs that they have, you know, signature reduction, etc. I'm sure, like you've probably seen, like me and many others, the video of the Pope like pulling his face away from his face, like that one time. You know, they use body doubles and stuff all the time, so it makes it especially with him falling down in the steps in front of people before, like, you know, they are most like definitely prone to putting body doubles in. And I mean, when it comes to like the Queen of England, they've even used cars with holograms in them.
Well, I can definitely see that. Why wouldn't you have a double coming out of the plane, even if he is on the plane himself? Have him coming out of the plane in case there's any snipers or assassins or whatever, you know, that if he did get shot, it would just be his double.
Yeah, and it'd be easy enough to pay somebody to do that. Like, I mean, if you're willing to pay me enough money, like, okay, you're going to have guards around me, and like, you're going to sweep the area first to make sure there aren't any, and you're going to frisk people, and you're going to make sure you take every precaution to make sure I don't get shot, right? Right. Okay. And you're going to pay me how many $1 million a year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You'd run the risk, especially if you hated living in clan world. You say, sure, I'll be your double. You know, either way, it's a win-win.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, you would have to live in a really weird way, like away from people, but you only have to do it for 4 years or however many years that he's in office, and then you're free to go, right? So if you survive that, then, you know, you're good to go. And how many presidents have actually been assassinated? Not many, so your stats are pretty good. Like, I see no reason why somebody would say no.
You would take the odds, yeah. The emoji didn't come through, but Crispy Johnson says face purple crying. So to me, I'm actually laughing at that more than I probably would the emoji. We've all face purple cried at some point at Clown World, right? So whatever exactly that means, right? But right, let's just watch the last couple of minutes of this, and then we'll move on to, I think, a little bit more hilarity, actually, you know, with the gombeen politics that Ireland does do very well, perhaps one of our greatest exports. This guy has a Northern Irish accent, so I think they got him on because he can speak from the Northern Irish perspective or whatever. But to my ears, it's a soft Northern Irish accent, so won't offend anybody too much, right? No matter what side of the border you're on or whatever. That's what I think, anyway.
He probably lives on the border.
Yeah. Right, here we go.
Will play well to that audience at home.
Yes, certainly. There is still an Irish-American vote, and as you mentioned, the President has pretty much signalled his intention now that he is going to run again. So certainly these pictures of him travelling around Ireland, visiting his old country, they should play well with the home audience. He's also, of course, going to deliver a historic address to a joint sitting of the Dáil and Seanad. That is also on Thursday, and he will meet with President Michael D. Higgins at Áras an Uachtaráin, and there will be a state dinner as well in Dublin Castle. So Thursday, I think, looking like a very particularly busy day in Dublin.
What do we expect him? I don't know, do we have Sean Whelan with us? Sean, you're still with us. We don't know a lot of what he intends to say when he visits the University of Ulster. He's likely to say something about power sharing and getting the institutions back up and running, but as we were saying, he needs to toe that fairly diplomatic line.
Yeah, but as Liam was saying, this is a big win for American diplomacy, and the point was made by Senator Chris Murphy in an interview I did with him recently that over the past 20 years, a lot of American politicians have come of age in an era where American foreign policy has been defined by war in Iraq, war in Afghanistan, these longest running wars in American history. this takes us back a little bit further to a time when America was very much associated with peace agreements in Northern Ireland, most particularly, of course, concerning us, but also places like Kosovo, also the Middle East peace process, a time of optimism back in the 90s. And so this reminds us that there is another way that America is involved in global leadership and trying to settle disputes in the most peaceful way possible, and with peace bringing prosperity. And we saw in those pictures Joe Kennedy, the Special Economic Envoy, he travelling as part of that group on Air Force One. He will be here to remind and emphasise that point, that the Americans want to see the peace built on the political process get back on track and deliver the promises that it had come with as part of the agreement. And to help that process along, the Americans are saying we can help a bit more with the economic situation here in Northern Ireland, particularly in the light of the Windsor Framework Agreement around the Northern Ireland Protocol and dealing with the aftermath of Brexit. So they're coming with a big package of American optimism, and that's important.
There we will wrap with those pictures of the President's official motorcade leaving RAF Aldergrove, making its way to Belfast city centre for the beginning of that official visit by the President of the United States to Northern Ireland, and from tomorrow afternoon to the Republic of Ireland.
Right. Well, I might have skipped forward a little bit too much, but I'll leave it at that anyway. We didn't get to hear from the Northern Irish commentator or correspondent, but what they were talking about is that he wasn't. They were saying, oh, he's more like of an old style president who likes to broker peace deals. That's the way he is, and he's trying to play to his Irish American audience, like as if Joe Biden is strategizing any of this. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of the joke. But I kind of skipped forward too much. But that's more or less what they're saying anyway. You know.
Yeah, well, what she really means is like his government is and his PR people are trying to play on that, is what they're doing. Like, because he is an Irish American, supposedly, or whatever, like they're going to try and play to that. But the truth is, like, nobody even cares, because nobody, like, who really feels any kind of, like, you know, racial or cultural connection to that absolute nonsense, right? Like this hair sniffing, like, you know, demented old man who used to be, like, before this used to be Joey B the gangster, right? Like, he's not, like, he might be a bumbling old man now, but he used to be a quite formidable evil character, right? Like an absolute proven liar. He's been caught in so many lies, I can't even count on both my hands and feet. And for a redneck, that's pretty good, you know, like, and you know, it's like, I don't know how people could think that he is strategizing anything. It's quite literally the mechanism, the machine that is the American government that is strategizing all of this. Is all contrived by the people who are running the country from that mountain we were talking about earlier. Like, people don't realize, but there's an entire government that mirrors the government that you see on TV, like, that functions from that place, right? They're there in case the actual government on the face gets taken out. Well, the thing is, like, ever since, like, 2000, they've kind of been running the country, like, behind the scenes, like, in earnest, right? Like, all of this on the front street is a farce. The people running the country are, like, it's just like what happened in Italy back in the day with the black nobility, right? You had the black pope, you had the real pope. You know, who's really running things? Well, the black pope that runs the bank, that's the one. Like, because the bank then runs the real pope, right? Like, it's all the same kind of shell game where it's all like they put these front people out front to be the lightning rod for everything. Like, you know, they don't have to worry about it being assassinated. They put some dummy like Joe Biden up there, right? So while he's got like a stand-in dummy, like, you know, that does events for him, he's basically doing the same thing for somebody else effectively.
Yeah, well, let's just put a pin on that. And I think we have agreed that we'll talk about the whole continuity of government next week. And like that does prove in another way that what we are looking at is a theatrical event, even though it does have an effect on us, but maybe not in the cause and effect way we think, like that Joe Biden strategizes something, but that strategy he had about playing to the Irish American vote, even though like being Irish doesn't mean anything anymore. So obviously being Irish American doesn't mean anything anymore. So, and no, not that anybody would want to claim him if they were in their right minds anyway. But then it doesn't matter because it's all just a stage show, but it kind of does matter. But it's because the people behind the scenes who are the supposed continuity of government are the real government or the shadow government or the oh god, I can't believe I've forgotten the phrase, become so much popularized lately. What's the phrase that they call it? Not the shadow government, but the
Deep state.
deep state. Thank you very much, JC. Yeah.
Like,
we'll do that next week. Yeah.
People's identity is basically whatever Hollywood tropes have told them their identity is for the last 40 years, right? So like if you know look to Irish people or Americans or anybody else, like they basically act however Hollywood's told them that they're supposed to act, right? They act like whatever caricature of themselves that some Hollywood actor or actress gave them. And
Exactly.
it's rather sad.
Yeah, sorry for ruining your point there, but that's exactly it. And I hear a lot, we'll get onto it, I suppose, but when we get back to the misogyny a little bit later, I hear a lot about women saying that they wouldn't have been able to succeed in their career if they didn't have somebody like them, another woman who looked like them, that they could recognize as being like them to look up to. And they just put them in the movies and they have like the woman kicking ass or being the computer programmer or whatever it is, you know, and then they believe they can be. So I think that actually does work for some people. Whereas for me, it was just, oh, I'm interested in taking this toy apart to see what the electronics are like inside. I didn't need to, like, you know, have heard of, say, you know, Tesla or somebody that I'm going to go, oh, good, now I can take the toy apart to see what electronics are inside. You know, I was just interested in it. But apparently it works the other way for some people. And I'm not saying, oh, well, I'm different. I do understand that, like, for example, I would have looked at Marty McFly in Back to the Future and said, oh, I want to have adventures with a crackpot scientist in a time traveling car. And I want to play guitar and I want to skateboard like real cool like that. All the women will love me then if I skateboard in the back of a truck.
Yeah, I can feel that. I mean, I can most certainly understand. You know, for some people, like that is going to move the needle. And I don't think it's because like they couldn't have done it without it. They could have. They just didn't believe in themselves. It's not like, it's like people tend to like, I find that lots of people tend to underestimate themselves in places they shouldn't and overestimate themselves in places they shouldn't, right? They have things kind of back in a lot of ways.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. Say the last thing again, just saying that's a very good way of looking at it, but say that other thing then.
Oh, I just said they have it kind of back asswards in a lot of ways. You know, they assume like they're powerless, and then it's like, no, you're not powerless. It's just you have power in a different way than what you expect. You know, everyone has talents that they can use. It's just, do you have a clever enough mind to like put them to a use that's going to be helpful, right? You know, we all have a baseline. Yes, true genius is few and far between, but everyone has a baseline ability, and you know, it's far more than they tend to expect.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna probably think of that phrase now a lot, that people tend to overestimate themselves in some places where they shouldn't, and vice versa, underestimate where they also shouldn't. So that's probably very true of most people. Let me play this short clip now, right? We've got a couple more Biden clips. We're coming up to, I think, best part of 3 hours, right? So let's try and get this done in 3 hours, and then we can get on to the hardcore misogyny again.
Go for it.
This probably doesn't need much lead up. I have the link to this. I'll just say I have the link to this in the description, but it's not the President of Ireland. It's what's known as the comhairle, which I'm pretty sure translates as the leader of the council or the assembly, or it's basically the House Speaker. That's what this guy is, right? And he shouldn't be doing this, but watch what he's doing. He's manhandling Biden, but in a friendly way. Right, that I think the video loops a couple of times originally, as it is just a clip on YouTube, but you know, it's all a bit friendly there. Now, there's protocols, of course, about the Queen. Imagine if anybody did that to the Queen, and I could imagine him doing that unthinkingly as well. Oh, stand over here, missus. But he's like, you know, the door gets closed, and there's always like some official person who sort of says, oh no, we have to close the door for security, and then the press want a photograph here. This is where you're supposed to stand, Mr. President. But I know people in America would be embarrassed, like that he doesn't know where to stand and such. He doesn't know where he is. But it's also embarrassing from a diplomatic protocol sort of thing. You do not put your hand on the president, allegedly, right, nominally, of the free world and say, stand over here.
You know, which I like, you know, I make fun of him a lot, but I'm actually quite thankful for Mr. Biden here because, you know, before, you know, people could like play it off as, okay, Obama might be evil, but he's obviously competent, like, and blah, blah, blah. You know, oh, Trump might be up to this, or he might be sleazy businessman, but he's at least competent, blah, blah. Okay, this blithering fucking idiot right here has been the greatest gift to people like me, because now I can point to them and be like, you see? Do you see, you stupid normie? This thing cannot possibly be running anything. He's like,
yeah.
You know, it's been extremely helpful into opening it. Like, obviously not everybody. Obviously there's people that are going to fool themselves, and even further still that some that actually believe he might know where he's at a quarter of the time. But, you know, for like most rational people, i.e. the people, like only people I want to deal with anyway, are able to see like, okay, yeah, this guy's not, he's not even in control of his own bowel movements, much less the nation. Okay, like, so, you know, it's went a long way into being able to illustrate my point of the fact that, you know, Olympus has fallen a long time ago. It just happened really slowly and nobody noticed, right? Yeah. It's like, and it's like this everywhere. It's not just America. It's not just Canada. It's not just China. It's not just Russia. It's all of them. All of them. And, you know, they might play fight, but at the end of the day, it comes down to two buddies sitting down for a chess match. Like, at the end of the day, what do any of them actually lose? Not a whole lot. Who loses? Regular people. Right? Yeah.
Well, and again, like, totally agree. Like, he's a buffoon, of course, but I'm not trying to say this just to be, you know, making people in America feel better. But I don't know who the guy on the right is, but I don't like that he doesn't have his blazer button closed in the middle. I think he looks like a gurrier. And I don't like the way that the guy on the left, allegedly the Speaker of the House, the equivalent anyway in Ireland of the Speaker of the Houses of Parliament, equivalent, right? Or the oireachtas, as they call it anyway. But he looks like a little green Oompa Loompa. So, like, just to let you know that we're embarrassed as well. We hate that these people represent us. That they're supposedly the best of us.
Yeah, and like, you know, like the face that Biden is making there is just priceless. He has that, like, you know, if you just look at their body language, it is perfect because you have the one on the far right over here, like you said. He's standing up, like, it's okay. Yeah, unbutton your jacket when you sit down, but when you stand back up, you're supposed to button it back. And you know, I know this, you know this. We've both been in the business world. We know the etiquette here, and you know, it just looks so unprofessional. But on top, and he's laughing like a, you know, an idiot. And then you have this guy over here on the far left. He's buttoned his and he's standing up uber straight, trying to look like less of a slob than he obviously is, looking at his body composition. I know he's old, but I know lots of old people that are not fat and like just, looking, absolutely useless. And then you have Biden here, the third and lead stooge who's sitting here like, duh-her.
It
Look
is
at
the Three
that,
Stooges, isn't it? That is. Yeah, it's Three Stooges.
yeah, look at that face. Like he looks like an old man who just who just did the whole popping his false teeth out with the kids trick. Right?
Yeah.
Like he looks like they all look like they belong in a home. Maybe the one on the far right shouldn't be in there for his age, but he's probably not that swift, so he probably should be at least monitored as he's doing things.
Yeah.
Like they're not chosen because like they're the best of the best. They're chosen because they're good enough and they have the right like lack of morals.
Yeah, as you said earlier, they'll put up the least resistance when they're asked to do something particularly nasty. They're completely manipulable and corruptible. Well, because they're corrupted already.
While also being like tacitly smart and clever enough to be able to pull it off in most cases, considering the kind of resistance that all of us put up. Right? Like if we put up better resistance, they would have to be better.
Yeah, sorry for talking over you there. I was just going to say what you're talking about, that they're just clever enough. They're not clever in all directions, just in one specific direction. And my parents always used to say, and I don't think it was just a phrase of my parents, I think everybody of their generation knew, in other words, boomers, they called it rat cunning. That a rat, you wouldn't sort of say, is the cleverest of all animals, but it knows what to do anytime it's threatened or in danger or, needs a food source or whatever. They know exactly what to do just to survive in the sewer. Yes.
And I mean, it's exactly that. Like, you have to think of like what kind of person is necessary to do the job. And you get it pretty well spot on just about every time because, these are very, the people that are running this are very, they are quite clever and they're very, I guess, meticulous, you could say, about how they do things. They have a template for everything, and that's how they do stuff. They're very scientific about it, right?
Yeah.
Like they think that they can run everything like a machine. Like they can account using statistics, variables, and all these other kind of mathematical equations and algorithms that they can, pretty well predict things. And I mean, most of the time they're right because there is a certain, the occultists have known this for thousands of years. There is a certain numerical, mathematical quality to reality and how things work, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, as you say, they love their methods, and they definitely are like their science. It's almost like a scientific methodology to it. They stick to the template of doing things, and you often hear them to call it adhering to international best practices, because nobody could argue with that then, could they? Because they always sort of claim, oh, it's not us, like we're just following what other countries do. And I've realized that every country has its own inferiority complex. And in the States, they always talk about, oh, the Scandinavian countries have their society sorted out perfectly. Whereas, like, I know that in the UK and Ireland, we definitely look to the US and probably Germany as well. And lots of other countries are going to go, oh, well, they've got everything sorted out. We need to just be as rich as them or as capitalist as them or whatever they think that it is, Whereas in the US, it's like, we need to be as socialist as Norway or Sweden.
Yeah, well, I believe we talked about it before, like why they propped America and the West up like they did, where it seemed like, we basically failed upwards, right? Or why they prop up anyone to fail upwards. It's like, well, if you're trying to sell a certain type of government and or lifestyle to a people and get them to overthrow their own society and go against their own best interests and overthrow their government, then you need to be able to sell it to them. And in order to do that, well, you need the vehicle in order to show it to them, which is why you have Hollywood and that mechanism and, all that. And then you also like need to be, you need to make it appealing. Right. So Like, no matter what we've done here in America, no matter how many stupid globalist decisions our government has made that's put us in the poorhouse, the bank just keeps shoveling money at us. And it makes to the rest of the world who don't understand the financial, like, shell game that's going on there, it makes it appear like what we're doing is like the most successful thing ever, when really all that's happening is we're being artificially propped up to sell the rest of the world a lifestyle, right? A system. And once this pyramid scheme is sold to them, then the rug gets pulled out from America, but it's too late. You've already bought the system.
Yeah, definitely. And I can attest to the fact that, even though I wasn't allowed to watch too much TV, I saw all the relevant movies and TV shows. And I absolutely was sold on the dream of America, whatever it is now, and Americana of the past and everything, all the music too. And we always knew that our own politicians were these kind of rat-cunning gombeans, idiots, as well as being malevolent. And we thought, yeah, why not sell out to the EU? Then we could be maybe not feel so bad about ourselves. We could have a United States of Europe, and then we wouldn't feel so insignificant compared to the US. But then, of course, we get all these people like Claude Juncker and Christine Lagarde and Ursula von der Leyen, and there's a lot of actually sort of people from the Netherlands, Dutch people who are, I think they know that their own politicians are really evil and corrupt, but they thought, oh, well, other countries are not going to have as corrupt politicians as ours. So we just get the worst of the worst from every country then. And we have these people who I think don't even really need to be elected, just nominated by the other. And they're definitely all people who worked for all the big banks, like Deutsche Bank. And I keep forgetting about, the other bank. It always slips my mind, but it's like, something like Goldstein and whatever, I keep forgetting their names, but it's one of those, Goldstein and Silverman, one of those kind of banks. But anyway, WEF people out and out and not even hiding it, not even slightly. And that's what we've sold out to. But anyway,
it's the same thing as they do on the individual level, like that phrase, keeping up with the Joneses. Like, you've seen it happen throughout your life. We've talked about it before, where you see the family, they get the nice house, they get the nice car, they try to keep up with everybody else the whole time. They're going into debt up to their eyeballs, living off of credit cards, and they might convince you or any number of other people around them in their friend group to do some of the same things, buy into the pyramid scam or whatever it is that they've done. And, the problem being that by the time the wheels fall off and you realize that you've already bought into this thing that your friend sold you, right? So it's the same kind of trick that's being played on people as far as the national level. It's the keeping up with the Joneses lie. It's the living secretly off the credit cards and making people think you're rich when really you're not. You're actually poorer than they are because you actually owe money rather than just being poor.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, absolutely. Things can always get worse. There's no limit to the negativity. They can put you in negative equity. Jesus is Luke Skywalker, guessed it correctly there. Goldman Sachs. And he spelled Sachs with an X. I'd never thought of it that way. He's got a golden saxophone and they know how to use it to lead us on a merry dance.
Like golden sacks, like SACKS, like a gold, sack of gold, or you could look at it like golden Saxon.
Yeah,
if you wanted to, because they do love their Anglo-Saxon heritage.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, all right. Saxon with an X or a CH, it's definitely the same word. So I do wonder. But anyway, Goldman Sachs, that's the band, or that's the bank that I keep thinking of. Right, I want to get onto this other stream now because there's another Biden one to go, and they're getting better, by getting more hilarious, right? So this is a gaffe, right? I'll just play it and I'll explain about the black and tans then in a minute. I'll just play it and then we'll do talking about it, right?
Go for it.
That's the Irish of it. That's the Irish of it. Whenever we say something was unusual, she said, Joey, that's the Irish of it. It is the Irish of it. I'm so proud to be here, so proud to be.
Right, I'll pause it there, right, because it's long enough, I think, to take a quick pause and just acknowledge that, right? So the guy on the left there, Micheál Martin, I think that he shared being the prime minister, the Taoiseach, in other words, right, with the half gay Indian or the half Indian gay.
Mm-hmm.
But he's another Gombean, but he's not that stupid that he doesn't know that he's in a very delicate position here, right? That he has to laugh at the right moment, not laugh inappropriately, right? And he's also kind of going, I hope nothing so bad happens that the explosion of this embarrassment grenade doesn't basically take me out as well, right? He knows he has to stand there. And I think, I don't know if it's going to come across, right? Look up the video yourselves, right? You can see his eyes, and he's obviously looking to somebody in the room, kind of going, oh Jesus, right? That was a close one, kind of thing, right? And so even though I hate this guy, right, Micheál Martin, he can't even call himself Michael. He's a Gombean country guy, you know. But anyway, he's not a dub, so his attitude would be, I went up to Dublin and I got the gold from the streets of Dublin and I brought it back to my countrymen. Whatever, that's the way the attitude is, you know. Anyway, Joey B is saying that's the Irish of it. Trying to coin a phrase or say, me old grandma, she was Irish and she'd light up a pipe and say, Joey, anytime you notice anything funny or strange, that's the Irish of it. Doesn't quite sound like a compliment, right? And the fella, Micheál Martin, is probably going to go, I don't care. I just don't want there to be an international incident immediately.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to, like, he's inadvertently trying to equate the word Irish and the Irish people to truth inadvertently. Like, you know, that's the Irish of it, as in that's the truth of it, right? He loves to do this stuff, this appeal or whatever, this down home appeal. He does the same thing when he goes back to his home state of Delaware. He's always appealing to his growing up in Delaware and whatnot and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's just typical American politician jargon. It's what they do.
He's getting it wrong because, I mean, internationally, right? If you say, oh, that's a very Irish thing to say. Now, obviously, the British would say this. Oh, that's very Irish. What they mean is that's very moronic, very stupid, very illogical. And within Ireland, what you say is, you what?
Yeah. They'd say the same thing about the Welsh. They aren't quite as hard on the Scottish. They say that the Scottish are the most civilized of the children of Aaron.
Yeah, but I mean that is the way it is, right? So he knows that. Everyone listening knows that. And Joey B there, he's trying to do his folksy stuff, right? But he's getting it the wrong way around. It doesn't sound like a compliment, right? And I know Micheál Martin doesn't care, but he's looking at the fellas out there and it's kind of going, oh Jesus. Right, skip on. Hopefully, like, and he doesn't know how much longer he has to stand there. But anyway, so it's delicate, but it gets worse, right? So we'll move on, right?
Wow.
Yep.
So proud to be with. I don't want to ruin the reputation, but the Carneys are relatives. We take.
Right, he does his weird whispering thing there, right? John's face, look at Micheál Martin's face there. He's kind of going, oh, Jesus, he's doing his whispering thing. I don't even know what he was saying. Is he saying the relatives are Irish? I don't know what he's saying, or the Irish are relatives. Did you catch it?
Because he's not full Irish, obviously. His last name's Biden, which is Anglo-Saxon. So he's got his mama's side of the family is Irish. So yeah, like he's making a joke about, like, they're his family or whatnot. And I mean, unless you're like aware of American history, this is what a lot of Americans don't realize, is that America was an Anglo-Saxon country. Heroes like that stood on either side of the seal and were on the seal.
You glitched out there. You left and you joined back. Thank God you did within a few seconds. But just go back. You were saying America has always been an Anglo-Saxon country.
Yes, it's always been seen itself traditionally as an Anglo-Saxon country. Like, we almost had Hengist and Horsa as our on our Great Seal of America, right? The Irish and the Scottish were like because the Scottish were free Masonic, and had merged in with the crown through James and Elizabeth and all that mess. Like, the Scottish weren't seen as that, as bad, right? They had integrated to some degree. Like, however, here in America, when it comes to Irish, being Irish or Welsh you did not automatically get the same treatment. The Irish and the Welsh here got treated like crap by the Anglo-Saxons. Many came here as slaves, or like not much more than, right? So it's like, just because you're white doesn't mean that, like, you automatically fit into the club, right? It doesn't work like that.
And I think that's quite well established, that a lot of Irish people would not have been educated. A lot of the people that would have gone over there would have been rural or agricultural types, or if not farm laborers, manual laborers.
And they would have become indentured servants to pay for it. Like, they would have went in debt so much that they would have never been able to pay their way out. Like, most of them died before they, like, worked to death before they ever paid off their debts.
Mm-hmm. And so I mean, like, whether you call somebody an indentured servant or a slave, like, it's all just semantics. What difference does it really make, as Hillary Clinton would say? Because, and I would sort of say, like, they've just made it more complicated for everybody else these days. And I recognized this myself quite a long time ago. If you are spending all the money that you earn to spend on your car and fuel and your home and food, then you're just doing all that so you can go to work, right, and continue to exist. It is slavery, but with extra steps. Although I will concede that fair enough things might have been, like, less salubrious to some extent. But anyway, they would have been, I think most Irish people would have been of a different class. In other words, a lower class than most English or white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. And when
they came over here, they were little more than peasants, most of them, if not, like, basically, right out of the peasant class, like, in actuality. And they were looked down upon quite a lot.
Yeah.
And that's in blood. Like, my ancestors experienced it to some degree, like,
mm-hmm. And there is a history as well. I think it's quite well known of Sojourner says the Irish made friends with black people. So I think there would have been a recognition that maybe the situations weren't exactly the same, but they were mostly in the same boat. And there's also, so I think that there's certain names that might have gone into, like, I think a lot of black people might have certain names, and I don't know if it's not just Sean, but there's other names like that might translate. But also there's certain phrases, and I can't think of them now, but there's certain phrases anyway that people sort of say, that sounds a bit like Irish. And I think there must have been some either Irish phrases or, like, as in Gaelic, Celtic, Irish language words that became part of a sort of a vernacular, maybe that got mutated or transmogrified in some way, like that became part of modern sort of black, like, sort of, what's the word I'm thinking of, like, kind of slang speak. But I wish I could think of the greatest example. Can you think of anything do you know what I'm talking about?
Well, like, there's lots of things that, like, crossed over, like the love of barbecues and all these different kinds of things that, like, in Appalachia, see, this is what a lot of people don't get about Appalachia. Like, the mountains there, that's where the Irish, the Scottish, the Welsh, the German, and the blacks all came together and learned to get along with each other. That was a hard land to live in, hard land to farm. Nobody wanted it. It was the mountains were, like, our ancestors tamed those lands because nobody else wanted them, right? And we were cut off from everybody else, and we all learned to get along. And that's why so many of us, people like to joke about so many Southerners saying they have Native American ancestry. It's like, well, no, so many of us do, because there in Appalachia, we were the group that said, we don't care what you are. If you're honest and you're willing to work and fight alongside us, then you can come along with us. If it hadn't have been for us Southerners and Native Americans that, like, are just Gaelic speaking folk, us backwater people up there in them hills, like, America probably wouldn't have won against the British in the first place. You know what tactics won the day? It was Native American tactics that Gaelic speaking people taught to the rest of the, like, the American army here. like of hiding behind rocks and trees and all these other kind of things. These were Native American tactics that we all picked up living in the hills, like, you know, in amongst the Native Americans. You know, we weren't like, our ancestors were, you know, a lot of our ancestors were of the former nobility and weren't liked by a lot of rural Americans, especially around the time of the Revolutionary War. If you had any like noble blood in you, you weren't liked very much at all. You know, unless you were maybe like one of the high up aristocracy, then like, you know, you were kind of untouchable. But down there where my family was, we got a lot of hate, right? And you know, that's why a lot of us settled up in those hills to begin with, is because, you know, you could kind of do your own thing up there, kind of like the mountains are everywhere. Pretty much every country I've ever went to, it, like if you go to the country of Georgia, the Kev Sir, they are the freest people in that country and still have the freest mindset of their entire people. Why? They're the mountain folk. Mountain folk are just naturally more, you know, freedom leaning than most, but mostly because we have to figure everything out ourselves. We don't have the money to just buy everything we need. We have to, you know, work together and figure it out.
Yeah, well, I suppose it obviously does make sense that people would have had to put aside rather differences in the old country in order to survive in the new country. And I just very quickly, I probably said it before, make the comparison to an equivalent situation in South Africa, because these days, of course, while they're still pushing the narrative that South Africa is now perfect because black people are running it, whereas in the past it was all evil because of these evil white people. Well, the evil white people, there was no, of course, the British were fighting the Afrikaners. By the way, the Afrikaners are Dutch, mostly descended people. But the people called the Voortrekkers were the total equivalent of the pioneers, except instead of going west, they were going east, or interior to the land, northeast maybe. And it never made any sense to me that if they didn't want black people attacking them, African black people, that why would they give guns to them? Why would they give guns to them? Now, they traded the guns maybe for some cattle. And again, that's exactly the same thing as needing to do something to survive. But the thing is, the Voortrekkers weren't running from black people. These were Dutch people running from British people and their own people who had become too decadent on the trading post of Cape Town. And they wanted to get as far away into the Transvaal or that kind of an area. So it's exactly the same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's like everyone wants to, like, and this has been a politically driven thing that they're still doing today, even worse today than ever, but they've always done it. This dividing people along these racial lines, because it's the most visually and culturally obvious thing. It's the easiest thing to point to and be like, that's it, that's why. And it's like, no, like, it's just the fact that some people are evil and some people aren't. And it doesn't really matter what color they are. There are certain people among every culture, race, and people group that are willing to sell out the rest of them in order to get ahead. And they really don't care what else they have to do it. Right. So, well, you know, it can happen more so with this culture than maybe this one, but that doesn't mean that, like, it's, you know, indicative to this culture only, right?
Right. I always hate having to arrive at these egalitarian sort of I can't think of the right word. I was going to say equitacious, but these kind of things where you have to say, it's good and bad, and everybody. I never want to be a hurler on the fence, is our expression, you know, sitting on the fence. But anyway, it seems like it's a corner I've painted myself in. I'll read out some of these comments and then we'll get back onto the Biden, the embarrassment. Okay. Sojourner says, don't forget, any Native Americans were reclassified as blacks in inverted commas, and many white people were able to become native in inverted commas. Yeah. Robot Bjorn says that, and the French bankrupting their empire. All right, maybe that's in relation to, you know, the evolution of the fight for American independence.
Yeah, we were talking about last week, I do believe. I was talking about all that. Yep.
Sojourner says, have you ever heard of the $5 Indians? Do you have a quick answer to that?
The $5 Indians?
Oh, well, I
Like,
don't know it either. If you don't know it, I don't know it.
familiar, but I can't remember right off the bat. I don't think it was from either of the tribes I have descendancy from, but it
I
does
could
seem familiar.
I could make a guess, but I won't. But anyway, Dr. Crispy says Appalachia Stan, where the Irish fiddle players met the black banjo players and created bluegrass music. Yeah, I do think that's where it came out of, all right. String bands and eventually rock and roll. Yeah. And Sojourner says,
that's exactly it. Everyone talks about Elvis stealing this or Elvis stealing that. No, he didn't steal anything. It was given to him, just like the ability to play and sing and dance is just something that all of us, black, white, and purple, from Appalachistan, as like he put it so well, you know, all of us, it's just part of our culture. It's what we do. Right? Like, you know, when we were growing up, like we only had 3, 9, and 12, and you had to turn the antenna every time you wanted to watch a different one. So, you know, and that's turn it by hand. It would, no matter if it's raining, snowing, or whatever. As a matter of fact, if it's raining or snowing, you might not be able to watch it. So, you know, we had, you know, we have our cultural things that we do. We, you know, we play the fiddle and the banjo, and you know, we'll click spoons together if we have no other instruments. You know, that's how important the music is to us, you know.
sure, yeah. Well, all that I was going to say syncopation, but it's not quite anyway. But all the drum beat stuff, whether it's with spoons or anything else, it's pretty universal, I would say. Sojourner says the 1828 Webster's Dictionary describes Americans as copper-colored, the color of pennies, aka brown. I'm not sure if that's in response to the question about what a $5 Indian is, but maybe.
Like, people have this misconception, especially considering there's so few Native Americans left, especially any with like pure blood. Like, they assume that Native Americans were all the same color and, you know, all that, but they're not. Some were kind of from here native, some kind of weren't. And America's a big place also. It's the size of Europe. So, like, you kind of figure there's going to be about the same distribution of different types of people across it, right? And yes, that some of them were mixes of other two people. Some of them came from as far north as like northern Canada originally. Some came from actually Europe and you know Southeast Asia area. Like originally, they're from all over the place. They speak different languages. You know, they have different cultural things, different origin stories, histories, the whole nine, right? Like some of them are related and some of them aren't. Culturally, genetically distinct people.
Yeah, fair enough. And we get on with Biden now in a second. I always do this. I don't know if we're going to have time for the misogynist part, but we'll see. I don't want to have to hold it back. We'll fit it in somehow. Sojourner says everything is intermingled, not to be taken at face value, and then some people are evil and some people aren't. Exactly. I don't like a sort of a wish that feels wishy-washy to me. Just there's good and bad, and everyone. Sorry, hitting the mic again. Good and bad, and everyone, just like Paul McCartney, you know, ebony and ivory, and all this kind of thing. People are the same wherever you go. See, they aren't, right? I've been around enough places to know that people aren't. But what I will say is that I now totally understand why allegedly, and I'll take it as read that they did, American Indians would say white man speak with forked tongue, because there's so many of them that do. Most of them seem to. And I think I understand why black people don't like a lot of white people, because they are duplicitous and backstabbing. Most of them that are around these days seem to be. So I kind of get it. But at the same time, I don't want to relate.
Women, like, we're equal but opposite. Like, we all have our evils. Some of them are the same. Some of them are quite different. But we all have our evil tendencies, like our go-to bullshit that we go to, right? Culturally, racially, like we all have our own bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a matter of owning it, you know? Like, my problem with a lot of these communities is everyone wants to point the finger without ever like owning up to their own.
Yeah, I think that's true. There are definitely characteristics, all right, and I would say everybody knows what they are of every group, and I can definitely be critical of apparently the group that I come from. Sojourner says, I believe there were 3 separate groups all called Native American. fairly, but maybe she means family. I'm not sure. And she says, well, John or EE, every single people group has people who have sold out to Freemasonry. Yes. And so in each group, you're going to have traitors, turncoats, betrayers. So we're agreed on that, I think, you know. Yep. Right. Let's get more light relief from Biden doing this clown show. And I just love how Micheál Martin here has to stand here, and you can just see how he's kind of going, oh crap, what's coming next? I have to stand here. Okay.
Yeah, but this is part of his penance that he has to pay if he wants to rise up that ladder, you know.
That's it, for his penance. And I've scrolled it back, by the way, because in case anybody can catch it, I played it a few times before this stream, and I can't still catch what he's saying, right? And anyway, we'll finish this out, and we'll see.
I'm so proud to be here, so proud to be in Louth, so proud to be with, I don't want to ruin the reputation, but the Carneys are relatives. We take great faith. And the closing comment I make, you see this tie I have with the shamrock on it? This was given to me by one of these guys. Right here, was a hell of a rugby player, and they beat the hell out of the black and tans. Oh God, but it was when you were at a Soldier Field, wasn't it? The game? Chicago. And after it was all over, he gave my brother, allegedly for me, but if it wasn't, I still took it. I still got the tie. I wear it with great pride. And so, thank you all for the homecoming welcome. The bad news for all of you is we'll be back. There's no way to keep us out, but as my mother would say. Okay,
didn't mean to play it again there. I'll pause it at his kind of face kind of going, oh, jeez. And he picks up the mic as well. He's kind of go walking around in that, right? But, okay, just to explain about the black and tans anyway. Just real quick history. Back in the 1920s, there was a lot of sort of uprisings that the British need to be put down, or, you know, skirmishes or whatever, right? So there was a lot of men, British men mostly, English men mostly from around London, who had fought in World War I, so they were battle hardened. And it's very hard for a soldier who's fought in war to go back to anything, as we know. Every American soldier who fought in Vietnam couldn't find a way, really, most of them couldn't find a way to go back to normal life. So you can imagine these kind of guys sent over to Ireland. They were recruited so quickly and trained so quickly, they didn't have uniforms for them. So they were told, look, just wear whatever uniforms we have. There was a lot of khaki uniforms, you know, that sort of sand-colored uniform. Perhaps a lot of them might have been fighting if there was a sort of African front or whatever, I don't know. So they were given a dark green top and that looked black, and you know, this kind of khaki trousers. So they were called black and tans. They were sent over to bolster the police, but they were basically militarized police. And they were told the Irish people were, you know, essentially trying to rebel and to put them down. And some people were, you know, the IRA, or maybe it's called the Irish Republican Brotherhood, were taking pot shots and killing or abducting some of these guys. And so then it was on as soon as that happened. And then they took retaliations. They would siege certain towns. And I think even the mayor of Cork either was killed or abducted by them. So basically that was civil war. So the Black and Tans were the face of the start of the Civil War and Britain trying to quell any uprising in the 1920s in Ireland. So at least Joe Biden is saying that this Irish rugby player beat the Black and Tans, and who he thinks he's talking about is, and I don't know how he got this wrong, is the New Zealand All Blacks, because their jerseys are black. That's the only connection, right? But your man has to stand there knowing that at least some people are politically informed enough of history or politics, and he's kind of going, oh Jesus, you know, and hoping he's getting away with it. That's basically it there, you know.
Yeah.
So
and I don't know about you, but that last little part that Biden put in there sounded ominous when he said, like, you know, bad part is we'll be back. You couldn't keep us out. Like, you know, no way to keep us out. He said, like, no way to keep us out.
It's weird.
Yeah, it's like, that's not good to be saying to like a a country full of people being like, yeah, we'll be back. That's the bad part, but there ain't no way to keep us out. It's like,
you might as well have said something like, I see a lot of good-looking Irish girls around here. I don't know if some of them are underage or not, but you better lock up your daughters. As though, because for the joke to work, everybody has to know that there's never been any incidents of you being slightly inappropriate at the very least around little girls or whatever it is. That's the same kind of thing. The joke can only work if you're the most lovely, genial person. You're like the world's uncle, and he isn't, and even the Democrats know that too.
Yeah, but then again, like as you were saying, the way from his perspective, in his mind, the relationship that he has with the Irish people, or that America has with the Irish people, is this like generous uncle type persona. So it wouldn't surprise me if that's what he is thinking. He's sitting here thinking it like they actually want him there. So he's making it as a tongue-in-cheek joke, probably in the back of his mind thinking, well, I'm actually telling the truth, because like we would, if they didn't want us here, they couldn't stop us. Right.
Yeah, well, that is true. I mean, America technically wouldn't be allowed to bring its warships into any of our ports, but I know it has happened before, or at least they've parked outside Dublin Bay, or just about inside Dublin Bay. And I, at the time, thought, oh, this is fantastic. I thought it was great. But it means something on the world stage, It means basically, and I think people knew at the time as well, oh, that means we're a target for, if we're at war with Russia, right? Because this is back in the 80s, right? Then that does mean we're a legitimate nuclear target, So we have to be very careful about sort of saying, oh, he's just such a wonderful man, Why wouldn't we want to give our ports to the US if they wanted them, or whatever,
Well, I mean, same kind of game that you have the royals playing with all of Britain. If you ask the average British person, they'll say that the royals are just symbolic and they're there for tradition, etc., etc., etc. But then I've shot so many of them down and like completely blown their mind when I pointed to just a few little documents there that like, it basically states in so many words that the royals have last say on every bill that comes to the to the floor of Parliament, like whether or not it can even come to the floor or not. They have last say on it. Anytime that bill would directly or indirectly affect them or one of their holdings or properties. Okay, how many bills do you reckon come through Parliament that are going to affect the biggest property owners in Britain in some way, shape, form, or fashion?
Mm-hmm.
Probably about 99%, wouldn't you guess?
Yeah. Now, I know that we're going to see the coronation of Charles the Third pretty soon, but still talking about the Queen, or whoever is the monarch, head of state. She is the head of state nominatively. She did always have the power of veto. I don't think she ever used it. So it's a kind of funny thing.
Well, see, they didn't use it directly. What happens is they get to view, like, the way the law is set up is they get to look at the bills that are going to be proposed before the public even hear about them. So the things that she would have vetoed, you wouldn't even have known that they were going to be proposed. If the public gets to hear about a proposed bill, that means that the royals have already gave it the clear.
Mm.
So, and that's how they pull off the trick. That's how they make you think that they're not the ones behind shit. That's how it works.
Well, I do accept that because she has the power of veto, it's a bit like somebody saying to somebody, I don't want to have to use violence, so I'd like you to leave the country willingly. Something like that.
Yes, kind of exactly like that. It's just using a light touch with your power, which is a very feminine way to go about things. And people have been signaling that Charles, once he's coronated, is going to he's going to have a very different type of situation, a very different monarchy, a streamlined monarchy, as he said. So I'm envisioning something quite different.
Yeah, well, we've talked already. We've recorded something. We haven't published it, but we'll talk more. I don't know exactly when it's going to be. But we'll talk more about this when Charles is getting coronated. I think it's. I can't remember when it might be scheduled for. I forget. But anyway, yeah.
That's a good topic for coronation week, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to go back and again because I want to be totally fair and honest and egalitarian here, right? Because I don't want to be like everybody else and sort of say, we're all the same, good and bad, and everyone blah blah blah. So I want to give everybody a fair hearing here and sort of say that here's what I think about this. So Doc Holliday says one thing I'm not hearing: whites weren't asked to be flooded with diversity, and nobody was asked. In fact, in England, London, Manchester, I think, and Birmingham are 3 cities now that are now minority white. And, I remember seeing a video there about somebody in London saying we weren't asked. And so they were never asked. There was no referendum on it. But what I would say is that I could almost live with it now that we're all in a global society, we're all mixed together, if it would go the other way. So if I could move to Kenya or South Africa, or if I could move to Tanzania, I think I would. But I wouldn't be allowed. See, that's the thing. I wouldn't be allowed. And there's no such thing as me saying my own country is persecuting me. I claim political refugee status or even economic refugee status in, where would I like to go? Maybe Mozambique, it's not going, or even Rwanda. It's not going to happen. They're going to tough on you. You're not getting in.
If it did, look at what happened to Julian Assange. Like, even if a country will accept you into their embassy and kind of tacitly protect you, there's only so much that any of these countries can do up against the United States and the entirety of the Five Eye countries and NATO and all this pressure, right? Outside of going to all out war to try and protect Assange or something, right? So yeah, it really doesn't do us any good because we are, citizens of the West. We kind of get the short end of the stick here. And they would just play it off by saying, well, you live in the first world countries and have the best life and blah, 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 blah. It's like, dude, you have no idea how many days I wake up and I wish I could just wish they would let me have my passport back so I could jump the border and live in a mountain in Peru somewhere.
Well, there's the song, so I've run heading down the border in Mexico way. But I'd like to go to Mexico. I'd like to live there. I'd like to go to Tunisia or Morocco or even Egypt. I'd take my chances anywhere there, but they won't let me in. They wouldn't let me in. And certainly they wouldn't give me a free house or any of the other things that they give here. No social welfare, no nothing. I'm a second-class citizen in my own country, absolutely. But I won't go on about it anymore.
You also have a lot of trouble not being able to fluently speak the language as well. I've been all over the world and everywhere it is a problem, and people are fully allowed to be pissed at you for not knowing their language, but not here.
Yeah, well, there'd be no NGOs translating documents for me and filling them out for me so that I can claim social welfare. There'd be none of that. Anyway, back to Biden, right? Because again, obviously difficult to talk about these things, but irrespective of that, I want to kind of stick to topic and get onto the misogyny, right? I don't want to keep teasing misogyny and then not having time for it.
Shit whisper.
Yeah, but exactly, I like that though. And it is incredible. He thinks the whispering thing is good, but long may he do it, because I find it hilarious when other people do compendiums on them. I remember this YouTube girl called Miss Maskless did a great compendium of the whispering, and as well she was kind of going, getting creeped out by it. So it was great. Anyway, Sojourner says, funny, in Canada he tried to warm up the Canadians by talking about hockey, and in Ireland he evidently warms up the heart of the Irish by talking about rugby. Yeah, because New Zealand pretty much for a long time, I'd say probably best part of 2 decades, have been the best rugby team, the team to beat. So if Ireland would ever beat them occasionally, then it's like, yeah, we're the best, in their own minds. Anyway.
But, which again, though, shows how out of touch he is with the majority of people in these younger generations, because outside, past our generation and maybe a little bit younger than us, kids don't care about these sports things. They watch MMA, they watch fighting. and like, you know, stuff like that. But the sports aren't as popular as they used to be. Like the kids have moved on to video games and stuff like that, and they care more about like who the best video game player in the world than they do about the best football player. Right.
Yeah, true. Maybe they're not so much into sports ball. I think they might learn more, actually. Some of the video games, as I said before, do actually red pill some people.
Well, yeah.
Um,
I mean, the
some of
video
the
games actually do teach you stuff. The military uses them to teach soldiers. Like they wouldn't do that unless they were absolutely capable of teaching you warfare.
Well,
For
true,
example.
true. I'm just sort of saying, like, Yuri Bezmenov, I know that people might say he wasn't all he's cracked up to be, but Yuri Bezmenov, in one of the first-person shooter video games, he was kind of featured in that, or brought to a new audience in that. I don't think that's ever going to happen at the halftime of the Super Bowl. I was going to call it the Sports Bowl, but anyway, I just quickly
Like,
catch up.
the thing is, games have been taken over by the mainstream now, and that's why they've been taken over by the mainstream. You used to have these like kind of, you know, cyberpunk hacker guys like that were the ones making these games. You know, it was a niche thing, and that's where the niche people are, you know, conspiracy theorists, et cetera, et cetera. Well, now that it's went mainstream, you won't be seeing a whole lot of that truth in them video games no more.
Mm.
That's why things go mainstream and get public. Once something goes publicly traded or gets taken over by the public, like anything that was original or interesting about it dies, and any truth that would have been useful to you really is taken out. Right? It happens every time. It's like, why do you think no, every band you've ever liked, why is it it's only like their first album that's any good, and everything after that's kind of like eh? It's because like the first one's the only one they wrote. After that, like the record company has too much control over what's being written, so you're not going to ever get that lightning in a bottle again. It just ain't going to happen.
Yeah, okay.
Right. Yeah, I know people here in California that are like studio musicians, right? And like you would be surprised at how many really famous musicians actually use gig musicians like on their albums rather than their band, or like, you know, that Milli Vanilli thing back from the 90s or whatever. That wasn't just a one-off. Like Ashley Simpson, not just a one-off. Like lots of these people lip sync and don't know how to play instruments.
Yeah.
It's all a show. It's theater.
Well, I just want to clarify here. When we were talking about the monarchy, no, it doesn't have the power of veto over Ireland. Ireland is nominatively an independent republic. It has been since, I think, 1947. It was a free state since 1922. So, but I think Ireland and the UK both joined the EU in 1971. I think if it wasn't 71, it was 73. So technically, they have not been sovereign states since 1973. But I really noticed that by the 90s and the signing of the Lisbon Treaty, when Ireland said no in the referendum to that, they were told, you'd better do that referendum again. Otherwise, the EU is going to take jobs out of Ireland. So then everyone voted again and voted yes to give all sovereignty to the EU. So that was sometime in the late 90s or early 2000s. I think it was early 2000s, maybe it's 2003. So maybe at some point between, 1922 and let's say 2002 or 2002, Ireland might have been independent. But so it doesn't matter whether the Queen has, I know over Canada it's still a part of the Commonwealth or something like that. So it's slightly different, but what difference at this point, as Hillary Clinton would say, does it make? Right? And just a couple more here, just to give it a few years, you may be able to claim asylum in Sudan as a refugee, and life would be better weather as well. Why wouldn't Mexico let you in? Maybe she's talking to you, JC, rather than me, but there's only such thing as holiday visas, and then, you're illegal in there, and there's that has a lot of implications for what you can work at the very least. Certainly no social welfare. And then she says, just want to say this, and we're caught up then. Oh, go ahead then. Yeah, go ahead.
Like Mexico would let me in and I could sneak back into the US, but the problem is, like, you know, if I went anywhere, I would want to go somewhere where I could actually live as an upright and like upstanding citizen. You can't do
Exactly.
that.
Yeah.
Have it
What we're
like,
talking about is legally, right? So all these people who are coming into our countries are doing so not just legally, but they're being paid to come here and then being given free houses, free social welfare. In other words, payments every week, quite large payments, certainly much more than they could earn at home. So, like, in a way, you can't blame them, right? We should blame our own people, but I blame all of them. So she says we have to remember the plan is to make the rich nations level with poor nations. That's it. Just like communism, they cut us all off at the knees. That's what it
yeah.
is.
And anytime you see a civil war break out somewhere, like a color revolution, any of these kinds of things, like it's always the same people behind it. Like no nation, like, you know, willingly goes into civil war. It's always like some contrived fucker on the outside play, you know, that snuck onto the inside and is playing things against the middle, right? It's always going to be some, like, because, you know, usually any like group inside a nation, their ideal is going to be the whole nation to do this or do that. They never really think about carving it up, right? It's always outside forces or, you know, some, you know, person who already has power within that nation that decides to do all the carving up. The regular people never think on those terms usually, right?
Yeah, definitely. Right. Well, look, I have my last Biden clip, and then I think we're only going to have best part of an hour to do the misogyny, but we'll have to try and fit it in somehow.
We got it.
Sojourner just says in response to what you said there, he says absolutely destabilization from the outside, or subversion from the interior, the fifth column. So here's Biden, right? And I've titled this Biden the Rockstar. I think maybe the lady who does this called something body language, bombards body language, or the body language ghost. And she is blown away with this, and I am too. And I'll basically just let it play for what it's worth. So if you, and most people, I think, no matter what side of the political aisle you are back in America, you know what Joe Biden is, and so you know then how fake the Irish people are. So don't ever think you'd like to come back to the old country where people are great and all this kind of thing. They're not, right? So he is what he is, and look at the adulation that he gets from again from a bipartisan house of the oireachtas, I'll call it. I'm not sure if this is the Senate or the regular assembly or whatever, but anyway, it doesn't matter. He to call this a standing ovation doesn't even do us justice. So look what kind of reception Joey B gets here, and he believes it too. You can tell he believes it. He goes, "Oh my God, they love me." Right. So here we go. Sorry, start again.
And I was like, who cares? As I'm sure most of you are like, who cares? And I saw a news snippet. He was like, I think I'll stay here. I was like, okay, what's going on? So I get to this video of him addressing the parliament. Now, don't get me wrong, Ireland. I myself, third-generation immigrant from Ireland. As a matter of fact, my grandfather still went over there when he was alive to visit with family. So please understand when I say this, that the Irish stigmatism is alive and well even to this day, and I am ashamed. So let's watch. They can't wait to greet this man. You can hear him hooting and hollering in the background. Smiles across the faces, watching his every move as he descends down the stairs as if this man was MAGA, or God forbid, Obama himself. But no, it is Joe Biden. And in Ireland, apparently he walks on water. He is getting a superstar welcome. This man can't stop reaching out for him. Hold my hand too. Hold my hand too. You got the gentleman all the way down at the bottom. I think he's wearing a green tie. Mouth open, clapping so tightly. They're taking video pictures. They're never going to see this man again. It is so awesome. He's getting catcalls and whistling. Crap. I mean, the smiles themselves can't stop. I mean, a standing ovation, everything, not just politeness. Oh, this is far beyond just politeness. Because even if they didn't like him, you would give the respect due to another country and their leader. But this is a superstar welcome. And you see Joe Biden. His face is a lightened smile. The little animation that he gave, he's happy because we've seen him over in the U.S. He goes to the White House and they have a little soiree, and Obama's there. They pretend he doesn't even exist. And here, he's a rock star. Firm handshakes, grabbing onto him, 2 hands, so reaching over, shake my hand too, shake my hand too. The excitability is stomach turning, and it's sad. It pretty much tells you exactly what the state of affairs are in Ireland. He's never been able to do this. He tries to do this here, and he's pointing and smiles, and they just ignore him. It's just a joke. He's just doing it this time. He's getting all the attention. The smile on his face. Oh, if I could only get this at home.
Deputy Healy Ray.
I'll just say, sorry about that. That audio feedback was in I just call it the oireachtas, which means Parliament there, because I'm not sure if it's the Senate or the lower house. But anyway, that was them making a mess up with the feedback. They fixed it now anyway. I tried to skip ahead of it. Isn't it incredible, though? I suppose that's the main gist of it, and maybe I'll play the end of it in a minute, but what do you think, JC? Like, I mean, that's phenomenal reception. And I think that you can tell that he is now kind of thinking to himself, they don't appreciate me at home, and I should have been a politician here. Then they'd love me.
Yeah, well, no, they wouldn't either. It's like really, it's just because all of these officials here in Ireland have been brainwashed to think in the old, see, people have this tendency to think that all these politicians know what the hell is going on, and that is absolutely not the case. Most of them are absolutely blind to the fact that America is about to have its ass kicked plumb off the pedestal that it's been on for the past 100 years, and that China is going to get up there. Trudeau realizes it. Maybe a few politicians realize it, but it would seem that those here in Ireland still think that America is the shit and is going to keep that status, right? Or maybe they just think, well, we just have to kiss their ass for this little bit longer and already have a backdoor deal, with the Chinese going, who knows? But either way, they're playing the ass kiss game. That's what it seems like to me.
Yeah, I think you're right, that so many Irish politicians obviously don't have a clue either, but they're just happy to have, I suppose, what they assume is some kind of reflected glory on them, finally something to put us on the world stage. That's all Irish people and Irish politicians are hoping for, that they get to be taken with the big boys, And that's, by the way, why it was so obvious even roughly 20 years ago now. I think it might be maybe not quite as long ago as that, but it wasn't long after California banned smoking. Then Ireland said, we're going to be the first European country to ban smoking, because they're desperate to be relevant. That's basically what it is.
Yeah. And it's just a pain in the ass thing. People still smoke, here in California. And, I'm sure people still smoke in Ireland too. But the idea that an island nation like Ireland is going to be able to even, come close to that kind of power is, it's laughable unless they become part of the EU. That becoming part of the EU and, joining a coalition that like basically makes them like America would be the only way they would gain access to that power, right?
I'll just say this very briefly and move on, right? Well, a small country like Ireland, some other small country, unless they got into international espionage, that's the only way I can think that they might be able to make the tail wag the dog. So if you know, you know.
Well, yeah, like there's other connections that little small country has that allows them to do that, though. Like,
Okay. I don't know why I'm desperate to kind of go, here's a nice live wire. Do you want to touch this one? Oh, God.
Yeah, we're just gonna jump right on that third rail there, John. That was like that'd be wonderful right here in the last like hour or so. Get us in trouble.
I really I don't want to disappoint people, like, because we've got some good misogyny coming up. Sojourner says Canada was the same. He had a standing ovation in Parliament. He even heard some woo-woos. So, yeah, I mean, look, that should just, again, to reassure Americans, as in USA citizens, if you think your guys are bad, our guys give him adulation. They wish they could be as significant as him, despite the fact that we all know that he's nothing.
Yeah. I mean, like his greatest accomplishment is the fact that he has been able to successfully lie and get caught in it dozens of times at this point. And this is just in the lifetime that I remember. Okay. And I'm not that old. Like, and like he has been lying and getting caught in lies since I was a kid, and he just continues to fail upward. And I guess maybe that's what they admire so much, is just the fact that he can fail upward so well.
He is an incorrigible liar and a blatant one, and he's totally shameless about it. So I guess they kind of say, yeah, he's useful. He could be useful, and they kind of kept, like, if he was a pawn on the chessboard, they kept pushing him forward. They went, yeah, we can definitely use this guy now, you know.
Yeah. I mean, and a lot of it's going to be paying him back for things that he's already done. You know, from watching Burmese, I'm sure you're aware that he played an integral part in the Big Nine event or whatever with Muhammad Atta and that whole thing. So in a lot of ways, it's kind of the vice presidency and the presidency thing. Like, a lot of this is just owed to him for, deals past done. Right.
Well, I tell you what then, instead of playing the last minute of this, which is basically the same thing, cheering and whooping and clapping, right? Can you explain in a minute, and then we'll move on. We'll get going with the misogyny for the last hour. Can you explain in a minute what's the connection between him and facilitating 9/11?
Oh, well, he's the one who helped facilitate the money move to Muhammad Atta, which then therefore went on to finance the tourists, the
domestic tourists.
Yeah, so yeah,
foreign tourists, even foreign tourists, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that. And it's very much kind of like the thing with Ukraine. Like, he plays middleman on these financial deals, these backdoor financial deals that move the
money. Can we be any more specific as to how he facilitated the money being given to Muhammad Atta?
Shoot, I can't remember the specific.
We'll get into it another time. Just if you happen to know off the top of your head, right? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll play this out while I prepare the first bit of misogyny. Okay.
Okay.
President Biden, Taoiseach, Taoiseach, and surviving opposition party and group leaders, secretaries of state, Lincoln and Bill Sapp, members of Congress, ambassadors, members of both houses, MEPs, MLAs, MPs, members of the Biden family, and distinguished guests.
All right, so as you heard, and some of it was kind of drowned out because of the volume issues, everyone and their brother showed up. Now, they did not show the entire chamber, so we have no idea if there was any dissenting mindset. But it sure sounded like he was a rock star with the hoot and the holler and the whistles. So as he's leaving, it's a little bit more toned down because these are the same people that he greeted on the way in, but they're still very happy to shake his hand and give that bowing position of their neck and body towards him. Oh, how we weep for the Emerald Isle.
If you like it, please share and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
All right.
If you'd like to learn more about analysing body language, there is.
Anyway, she did a good job there. Well, we all weep for the fall of all of our nations and civilizations, so-called. Were they ever really there anyway? But now onto the misogyny. We've just got about an hour to do the misogyny. We're going to have to pack a lot of this stuff in. It's going to have to be quick, fast-paced stuff. But I'll start off with the woman who single-handedly may have brought down Anheuser-Busch, if not just Bud Light. I know it may have been done to death, but I'm doing a little bit more of a profile on the woman herself, and I think it's going to be worth it, and it'll maybe be a lead-in then to the Madam Ambassadoress to Russia, who I want to cover as well, Lynne Tracy, right? So I want to get those two covered. Right, so here's an article first of all, and Sojourner is along for the ride here. It says some good misogyny, so I hope so. Alissa Heinerscheid, Wikipedia bio. Who is she? So I found this article, and it's written by a guy, and I'll see if I can pronounce his name now. It's an Indian name as far as I recognize it anyway. Sangit Pant. From April 14th, 2023. Although it could have been written by, just by the sounds of it, could have been written by an AI. Who knows these days? But I'm going to quickly read through it, and I'll get your comments at the end of it now, okay? Have you ever come across the name Alissa Heinerscheid? Now, it sounds like a lovely German name, but, you know, since I became aware of a few things recently, I don't want to be a little bit careful right here, you know? Anytime I see a German name, I kind of go, oh, right, okay. And wondered who she is. Well, I have wondered. I am wondering. You're in luck because we've got all the juicy details from her age to her salary. We've delved into the life of Alissa Heinerscheid to bring you an intriguing biography. She's a working mom of 3 young children, currently based in both California and New York City. Well, she's living that Ally McBeal life, isn't she? You know, between New York and California. So sophisticated and debonair. She holds a BA in English language. And I'm reading that in an Indian accent. She holds a BA in English language. Okay, I can't do accents. I'll stop trying. And literature from Harvard University, and an MBA in marketing from the Wharton School, whatever exactly the Wharton School is. Cool whip. Do you know it? The Wharton School.
Yeah, I think Trump went to the Wharton School of Business too, I do believe.
Right.
Either Trump or some other really important fellow that went there.
Yeah.
I can't remember right off.
Right. Well, Alissa's professional career began as an associate brand manager for Listerine at Johnson & Johnson. But she was just obviously so brilliant that they said, you have to go right up the career ladder. She has risen to vice president at Bud Light, where she made history as the first female to lead the most extensive beer brand. What is an extensive beer brand in the industry? Anyway, I expect us to read inclusive, but anyway. She's a trailblazing woman. What do you want to say to that?
Correction on earlier. It wasn't Biden that helped finance Muhammad Atta. It was Biden helped like Muhammad Atta get out, apparently. And, you know, that's
okay. Very good. Very good.
Yep. He helped cover up Muhammad Atta's like escape or something of that nature. Like, you know, he was here in America basically, and Biden was aware of it and some more. But, yeah.
Very good. Very good. Okay. Yeah. Well, as the vice president, did you notice she's a trailblazing businesswoman, mother, and cancer survivor? Now, do you know what that is? Anytime somebody is a cancer survivor, it means if you criticize her, you're not only criticizing a woman, but you're criticizing a cancer survivor. How dare me?
Yeah.
Right?
Like, she was sick once. It's like, haven't we all been sick once?
But not this bad. How dare you? Are you getting into the misogyny now? How dare you equate a woman's suffering, which is constant anyway, and then she had cancer, and you're a man? What are you talking about? You weren't sick. You don't know the meaning of sick.
Yeah, really? Like, you know, that is the game they want to play, though, isn't it? Like, that's definitely the game so many want to play. And it's like, well, you know, well, who's to say exactly what suffering is worse than another anyway? Like, they're all the time wanting to play subjective when it suits them and then objective when it suits them, right? It's
Of
like,
course.
oh, well, you know, a woman's pain is objectively worse than a man. It's like, you know, it's like, really? It's like, well, we were just all kind of subjective on what a man or a woman even is earlier. So can we please make up our mind?
Well,
Which it is.
I want to remind you as well that the woman who used to be, and I made a mistake while we're on subjects of correction, I said she's the current, she's not, she's the former director of DARPA, Regina Elvira Dugan. She also was this plucky person who started at the bottom, but she said she likes starting with the underdog team. She also claimed to be a cancer survivor. I'm noticing a theme.
Yes. Well, they have to be the most underdog of the underdogs so that it tacitly proves both their points at the same time, that they're both oppressed, but also better than you and me, right? It's
Definitely.
like, you know, men are oppressing them and they're being held back and they had cancer, but they still did better than most men. Ha 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 ha. It's like,
That's it exactly. What you'll hear later, if we can get to it, is a woman has to work twice as hard just to get half as far as a man. That's
yeah,
their
they'll
creed.
say.
Yeah. So anyway, Alissa is responsible for evolving and elevating a brand. So it had been in decline. Why? Because men are unevolved, stupid creatures, and refuse to drink Bud Light enough. So she's the first woman to lead Bud Light in its 40-year history. Imagine that. The men were stopping women from promoting a light beer brand. By the way, I'm flabbergasted that Bud Light is 40 years old. I don't understand. As I said before, I don't understand. And I asked people when it came out, like when all the light beers started coming out, I was going like, I mean, are you worried about getting fat, or is it less alcohol, or what is it? What's the deal? And they were like, oh, a bit of both. And I was like, but I don't understand why drink at all. Same thing. I have to say, same thing with light cigarettes and even vaping. Like, my attitude is, if you're going to smoke. If you're going to drink. Right? I don't get why you'd want to have half measures of any of that.
Yeah, like, I mean, with the alcohol thing, like, you know, I can understand, like, you know, why some people choose to drink Bud Light, because a lot of Southern people drink it because you can drink more of it before you get, like, you know, before you get full. Like, and, you know, obviously allows you to get drunker. Right? Like, but I would, you know, just tell them, like, why don't you do like I do and drink liquor? I never saw the appeal of it, like subjecting myself to a whole glass of this nasty tasting shit when I can drink a little shot of nasty tasting stuff and get just as hammered.
Yeah. Well, look, obviously we don't want to, you know, distill pure ethanol and distill and you know, drop it with titration with pipettes down through our gullet. But I mean, at the same time, you know, there's a law of diminishing returns. Anyway, I appreciate the rebuttal, right? Because we have to have a sort of a dialogue, of course. I'm going to say that's, you know, that photograph there, she must have put into the public domain. But I think, you know, probably to maintain a level of decorum, I'm not going to comment, right? But, you know, that's a photograph of her and her husband and children.
I've never felt like it was a good idea to put pictures of your children online. Like, I don't.
People in the public domain should know better.
Yes, for sure. Like, she's she makes enough money to where enterprising group of criminals who decide to extort her could do a lot with that picture. So yes, I wouldn't do it, but you know, maybe she has the enough money to pay private security.
Well, even so, why make problems? But anyway, it goes on here. Under her leadership, the brand has launched groundbreaking campaigns, including Super Bowl commercial featuring Kaylee Teller and Miles Teller. Glad to say I don't know them. Do you?
No, not really. And the names don't ring a bell. Like, and I mean, you know, she's trying to revitalize something that was dying is what she's doing. Like, the fact is, like, like beer drinking specifically in like America, in the West in general, has been going down quite significantly and, you know, constantly for decades now. People just don't drink as much as they used to.
Yeah. Well, that's a
You know?
problem for the people who want to control everybody.
Yeah.
Alissa, by the way, is not only a successful executive, right? She's that strong, empowered executive woman, but she has it all, right? She has the amazing career, and she's a devoted mother who celebrates her children's accomplishments by giving them a family swag chain. I don't know exactly what that is, but I hate it. I know that in the corporation I worked for, they started giving backpacks full of swag to people, and the swag was like, what do they call them? Hoodies and caps and all this kind of thing, which nobody in the right mind should ever wear with the corporate branding on it, ever out in public. You should be mortified to do it. But they called it swag.
Always was. Like, you're giving advertisement to people who aren't paying you for it, by the way.
Exactly.
Like, I hate wearing brand names in general. Like, I usually don't, as a rule. Like, I don't like shirts with big brand names on them and stuff like that. Like, if I'm going to advertise for you, pay me.
Exactly. Well, I had a friend who said that about Nike, and all this kind of stuff. Like, I'm not going to wear a Nike T-shirt. They should pay me to wear it. All this sort of stuff, which is true. But people, he was. I think he knew that what he was saying was the world has been conditioned to believe the opposite of what they should believe in all areas, but especially that it was demonstrating how corporations have twisted the minds of people with the materialism.
They have. I mean, people have become walking billboards and see it as a sign of like status, to, walk around and advertise, like the privilege to be able to advertise this brand as the brand that I use. Right. And It's like, who cares? Who cares? Who are you? Who cares?
This, or as again mentioned, I'll get the cancer in again. As the cancer survivor, Alissa finds joy in paying it forward and coaching other women through difficult moments. She doesn't. I'm just going to say she absolutely doesn't. I don't know if she even pretended that she does, but anyway, that's a lie. Because it's always this humble brag stuff. This dynamic lady had her 3 children through surrogacy. Oh, I see. I see.
Technically hers, then, like, they belong to her husband and some other chick.
Maybe. Well, you wouldn't know how it goes, but maybe her womb and eggs had to be removed. This dynamic lady had her 3 children through surrogacy and strongly advocated for women's reproductive rights. So that, I mean, it adds to the whole thing of like, oh no, reproductive rights, that's not a euphemism for abortion. Look at these lovely children and the family, and she's a cancer survivor, and you want to take that away? How dare you, you Republicans, And of course, wrap that all into whatever else, trans rights, school time, library, story time, trans hour. I'm trying to, you know what I mean, right? All of that, of course, is wrapped up in the one box. If you don't want all that, then you must want to have retroactively killed our children. That's what they're saying.
Well, they're trying to set up a straw man altogether. Like, they want you to be drawn into this. Oh, well, we need to be able to make test tube babies, surrogates, and all these different things, like, because she had, ovarian cancer and can't have babies. So, and she wants babies. So why can't we give her that and let her be happy? It's like, well, has you ever thought of the fact that, maybe fate just decided that she shouldn't like have children? And, maybe she could have just adopted like one of the, I don't know, millions of kids who are without parents already. Like, without having to go through all the, Frankenstein science stuff. But,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Sojourner agrees with what we said earlier. If I'm going to advertise, pay me. And plain clothes makes sense. Yeah, and don't get tattoos on yourself as well. Don't allow them to give you good descriptions when they're after us in the new future dystopia. But I like this. She says, she's probably a man. How dare you? They seem to really push women's stories when they aren't really even women at all. Well, listen, Sojourner, I knew that you were a bigot. Even though you're a woman yourself, allegedly. How dare you, you bigot? I love it. I love it.
Like, birds of a feather, they say, right?
Yeah. So anyway, this is great. See, I think we can, reach across the aisle with our universal bigotry. I think it's
Right.
something that men and women can get on board with, a shared love of bigotry. So there they are
Like
anyway.
disgust with our fellow mankind, like that one seems to like do it pretty well. Like we can all laugh at each other.
Yeah.
Like most of the time, well, we used to could do that. Like nowadays, it has gotten hard to even do that
Yeah.
without
I
somebody.
have a dream. I think I'm going to have a dream where men and women of all colors and creeds can join my sexist, racist, misogynist, bigot plus community.
Right, right. Amen, brother. Amen.
Right. Well, look, this is why I think it might be written by a bot, because the title is "Explore the Age and Salary of Alissa," and then it's like, it is possible that Alissa has not publicly shared her age or salary, and this information is not readily available on the internet. However, it is essential to focus on Alissa's achievements and contributions to the business world rather than on her details. What? So, and the funny thing is, that could be an Indian, right? Or, who's
Yeah.
thinking in Hindu or whatever, yeah? Or there's a certain kind of, I don't know, false reservedness or whatever. But I thought there was something else anyway, that I wanted to hit on that really kind of struck out. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I'll just scan through it. I don't think there isn't time to read the whole article. I'm pretty sure I have the link in the description. If not, I'll put it in there afterwards. But and a lot of it, the way articles are written, they tend to repeat themselves anyway. So that's with her co-worker. Looks very. She could be her sister. At the closing of Bud Light, and it talks about that pandemic that nearly killed us all. Soon after she got her job, and in response, she started a project called 100 Women in 100 Days. So basically, right, she's paying it forward, survived cancer, and now she's trying to be that inspiration that other women need to see in the world, so that they know that they can succeed as well, right? So she's basically Joan of Arc. That's basically what she is, modern day Joan of Arc.
And Joan of Arc was a Freemasonic like puppet as well, so like it fits. It fits all too well. Like she is most certainly not a saint that we recognize in Orthodoxy. Like a Satanist by the name of Gilles de Rais, like was her main benefactor. He's the one who pushed her. He was a Freemason and and a Luciferian. So like people like to waffle back and forth. He wasn't a Satanist. No, he was a Luciferian, which is a different thing, right? He was an Illuminist, one of the early Illuminists. And it's kind of obvious with his goddess worship and like all that other kind of stuff. It starts to make sense why his infatuation with Joan was as it was, even though he was said to be a raving maniac basically a killer. He was like, which most knights were. I mean, if you're a soldier, that's really like, if you're a soldier, gangster, or any of that kind of stuff, that's what you are. Right, like when it comes down to it, that's what you're built for. Like as far as your training and all that, you're a killer.
Well, you had mentioned before that Joan of Arc was an Illuminist or Freemason, and I
don't know if she was, but I know that Gilles de Rais, the guy who was pushing her, was. I think maybe she might have been just this poor ignorant girl who was maybe a little crazy.
Yeah, well, maybe. Yeah, and I think she was supposed to have been a teenager, so she could have been having histrionics or whatever. But I think that it's another example of when you look at the tales we're told in history, is that it is all a narrative. All the people are narratives. And it only requires a little bit of skimming off the surface to look into it. You kind of go, oh, this is all hokey. But anyway, I want to finish this off and then, try and leave some time for the ambassadoress to Russia. Lynne, I forget her surname, but anyway, we'll get onto it. There's a few more here in it, right? Her partner, right, who's called Henry Charles Heinerscheid, right? So like, I know what I was thinking, but anyway, it says the pair exchanged vows at St. James by the Sea Episcopal Church in La Jolla, California, and it says that he or sorry, maybe it says while his mother was a self-employed management consultant, his father is the president and CEO of Satlinks, Satellite Links, but spelled Lynx, a Luxembourg-based telecommunications company. That makes me kind of go, all right, really, yeah, what's he up to there? And I don't know what an Episcopalian is. Do you?
It's a branch of sectarian Christianity. Like, I mean, that would be sufficient enough for our conversation anyway. It's just another branch of sectarianism. It relies on one of the 5 solas, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. No, I mean, we'll leave it at that. That's good enough. Like, But anyway, we'll just catch up now on a couple of things here, and while I queue up the.
I mean, it's one of the most inclusive and it's one of the most New World Order-y versions of Christianity you're gonna get, right? It's I think they have in their creed, we believe in the honoring of all persons and through our worship of God and our caring of others and blah, blah. It's a very ecumenicist type thing, right? Very open, non-denominational type thing almost. To where they're accepting of other branches of Christianity, etc., etc.
Really,
well, fair enough.
Well, just real quick, and then we'll launch into this because, we're definitely running out of time. We're not going to have enough time to do it all. Sojourner says, thesis, antithesis, synthesis. First it was men, now it's women. We were just pawns. The goal is neither, or should I say both. The people over in a certain country that follow the certain thing, not the Bible, believe. Transgenderism is very spiritual. Adam and Eve were one, laughable, except the crazy people are running the asylum. Yeah, and you were mentioning that as well, but I think offline that, again, the Freemasons or Mystery School or whoever believed that man and women were once a single unit. I'm pretty sure it's something like, well, I'm going to guess it's something like Act 7 or Part 7 of Plato's Symposium where that tale is told. And lots of comments from Sojourner there. Eventually, the sexless serf class. Yeah, it'll be THX 1138. They're depicted in that by Spielbergo. No,
the Sumerian text, the Anunnaki and all that kind of stuff you hear Zachariah Sitchin talk about. The humans in that start out as sexless, able to have babies by themselves, kind of like a frog or something. And you hear Manly P. Hall say this in his talks as well. If people are, some kind of foundational for what I'm saying there, you can hear them say it themselves.
Well, I suppose we'll just say, just answer this, and then you decide now. Can you give somebody an elevator pitch of who Manly P. Hall is? Because I know you were saying about how he speaks out of both sides of his mouth, and you have feelings on him as well, personal feelings about him. But Sojourner says, going to have to watch that movie. What's it called again? It's called THX 1138, and it's Spielberg's first movie. I think it was in 1973 or thereabouts, set in something like 2020.
Yeah. It's a very, if you've ever seen, what's the name? Why am I gapping it now? Logan's Run. If you've ever seen Logan's Run or any of those kind of dystopian movies, it's going to be, very similar. 1984, Brave New World. It's in that vein, for sure.
Yeah.
But very good movie. I like it anyway.
Yeah, and I think I might be wrong about the year of THX.
It was early 80s, late 70s one.
I think it might be 71. Yeah, 1971. Good God. Anyway, can you give somebody just a quick synopsis, in 60 seconds, elevator pitch, and set in 2020, by the way, THX 1138. Can you tell people about Manly P. Hall and do the Freemasons distance themselves from him now?
Some of them try to, but he was named Mason of the Century by the Freemasons of his day, like right before he died. Like, you know, when he was an old man, they named him Freemason of the Century, and he's known as the philosopher of Freemasonry. Like, he is Freemasonry's philosopher, like their chosen philosopher. So what Manly P. Hall says is, like, you know, in his talks, that's the doctrine that they want the public to have. That's their official stance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, when he says, you know, things, you can pretty well, like, you know, like take it as, you know, fact that that's what they're about.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, pretty good. And maybe we'll have to do a whole stream on him later, because, you know, his lectures, I didn't listen to them all, but he, if you would listen to that, you know, pretty much everything as well, I would say, you know, he explains pretty well. But anyway.
He's good, and he's even better at convincing you if you don't listen to all of them. If you listen to all of them, when he gets to the very end, like, he eventually gets to, you know, basically, you know, laying it all out that they need like a socialist one world government in order to fix things and, you know, make everything right. So, you know, you have to listen to all of it before you really understand, like, what he's about, right? Because as I was telling you earlier, the stuff he says can sound really good. It fooled me once upon a time.
Fair enough.
Right.
Fair enough. Right. Well, let me play the first. Anyway, this is a clip, only probably 4 minutes, but I'll only play about, you know, first half of it at most, just to set it up. The music, everything. Right. This is when, God, I don't know. Can you think of her surname? Lynne Tracy is the ambassador. Lynne M Tracy is the ambassador to Russia now. But this is when she was just after having been made the ambassador to Armenia, which, to be honest, I couldn't quite put on a map, but it's somewhere near Turkey, Azerbaijan, below Russia, that kind of an area. So somewhere near enough to Ukraine as well, I would say.
Yeah, it was right there on the border with them. So, like, she, like, already had tacitly done, you know, had to deal with them in one way or another, I'm assuming. So I guess it would kind of make her qualified. But
yeah,
what they would, you know, what
like
they would probably point to the fact that they had that little supposed attempt on her life there while she was working as ambassador to.
We'll definitely get onto that. Let's just play this first, right? And then we'll do that story, okay?
Right.
Hi, I am Yeva. This is a special day for me, and I'm so excited to meet the new U.S. ambassador to Armenia, Lynne Tracy. By the way, thanks to the U.S. Embassy's Flex program, I had the opportunity to study for 1 year at an American high school in the state of Ohio, which is where Ambassador Tracy grew up.
I am really looking forward to learning about Armenia from someone who not only knows this country, but also lived in my home state. You know, I have the title of ambassador, but our exchange students are also ambassadors who teach their fellow students all about Armenia.
Now, I'll just stop it there, right? Because I think that's basically the gist of it. There's probably a bit more. I think I have the link already in the description, but if not, I'll put it there. You know, I'm so lucky because I got to meet the person and I went to a high school in Ohio. Right. Okay. So I can't do accents, but anyway, it's so cringe-tastic. I don't think any of us could tolerate any more than that, right? But that was the beginning of her illustrious career in Armenia. And, you know, it's proof that the Armenians want her there because this Armenian girl came to America and she's so happy. I'm so happy.
Yeah. She herself is probably the daughter of a diplomat.
Yes, in just the same way as the daughter of the ambassador from Kuwait to America pretended that there was Iraqis bayoneting babies in from their incubators and throwing them on the floor and lied, and it's proven a lie. Yeah.
So glad you brought that up because that, like, I was just when I made that comment, that was exactly what I was thinking. That was exactly what I was thinking about, like how they play these little games.
Yeah, and again, that's another stream, but you can be sure that this woman was handpicked. And like if I was an American, okay, it's the same as if I was Irish or whatever, right? I'd be saying, what are these people doing in my country? Who decided she could come along and do high school for a year in this country? Who gave her the visa? Because again, there's such a thing as a holiday visa or a student visa, but why and how and for how long?
You got to give some pretty good reasons for wanting to come to someone's country and work. Like, you can't just, like, it's not something you just do. Like, I don't know, like, how many people in the chat or that might be listening to this have ever tried to travel internationally. I have. It ain't fun, especially after the big nine. Like, going anywhere is like pulling teeth.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
sucks.
Yeah,
But-
it's not easy, and they for equality they have to treat everybody as though they've got a bomb in their shoes these days, but everybody knows it's all nonsense. But anyway, speaking of kind of domestic or international tourists, right? I'm sorry for cutting off your story there, but maybe this freeze frame here, right? She's driving along in her car, and then what happens? Sorry for cutting you off there, right? But just to sort of say, what happens is that she got viciously and brutally attacked by probably some separatist movement or whatever the way they'd want to describe it in the media, right, in Armenia.
Oh yeah. Like, that was how it was played out. Like, but I suspect it was very contrived. The Armenian people gave her an F rating, a double F rating, because they gave her an F and then gave her a chance to like fix it. And then she just continued doing what she was doing. Like, maybe it would help reading like just this quick little blurb from the Armenian people on what they think of her. Really quick. It says, in the 18 month, the ANCA first gave Ambassador Tracy an F rating in December 2020 based on her poor performance in 15 different issue areas. In the 18 months since this grade was given, Ambassador Tracy has continued to fail across multiple metrics, among them the lack of meaningful U.S. aid to Artsakh refugees, playing favorites among Armenian political forces, further complicating Armenia's security and regional relationships, and failing to meaningfully address Azerbaijan's illegal detention, abuse, and murder of Armenian prisoners of war. She has
well, perfect, and
completely screwed things up.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, right, the thing that she has in common and why it's relevant to segue from Mrs. Budweiser Light there to this woman is that they were both given these positions because they were women, right? I'm going to say that categorically. And because, like you described before, it's not just men who look a certain way with like a tall man here looks good in the suit, he'll be able to play the part well. It's fashionable these days to have a woman in charge of certain things or to appear to be in charge. And seeing as nobody's in charge, even men like Joe Biden, allegedly the leader of the free world, he's not in charge either. So why not put women in charge, seeing as it doesn't really matter anyway? And because they have shields like, oh, I had cancer, and I bet you, Lynne Tracy probably has the old cancer defense as well. You can't criticize me because I'm a woman because of cancer. That's two impervious shields, right? So you're better off having women there instead of men.
Well, notice they like to appoint female ambassadors and stuff like that to Muslim countries.
Right, just to really annoy them as well. Yeah. And so she can come back, and she did come back. Allegedly, the quote is, and I'll just read it because it's very short, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to find the source article or the source video. So I'll treat it as something that is purported to have been said. But even if she didn't say it, I have watched a long thing now that I'm not going to be able to have time to play, but hopefully I'll find the appropriate parts for a few things. She is like this. It's exactly the kind of thing she might have said. She said, I have visited different countries, talked with different leaders of states, but only next to Putin did I feel uncomfortable. It felt like I wasn't in charge here, but he was. Very unpleasant.
Yeah. See, well, that's the kind of the thing. You're an ambassador and he is the leader of an entire country. You're supposed to feel like he's in charge because he is.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. So it shows, if she did say it, it exemplifies her sense of entitlement. And maybe she thought, I'm the ambassador for America. Russia should be kissing my feet or know how powerful I am. So it could have gone to
Yeah.
her head if indeed she did say that. But as I say, even if she didn't say that, um, I'll leave it in the link there. There's about an hour or so conversation she has with a woman filmmaker, all of whom, the three yammering yentas, I think they all have something in common. I think this woman has something in common, but always these days, I never give people the benefit of the doubt. My spidey senses are always tingling with these people.
Yeah. Like, well, I mean, it's just like I never like, it wouldn't occur to me as an ambassador, if I was an ambassador, that I should be in charge when I'm talking to like the leader of a country, right? Like, it like that one kind of surprises me that like anyone would say that and think that as an ambassador they would be, but like you said, like her being ambassador to America, she's probably like, oh, I'm the ambassador to America, how dare you.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Sojourner says they are handing out positions of authority to women, not because they are necessarily the best person for the job. It's just an agenda. And we must be right because that's a woman saying it. So anyway, but what I think, you pretty much did say it there, but just to say about her story about driving along in the car, not only is she a woman having to work twice as hard as any other man, and all they had to do, the Anheuser-Busch one and this, all they had to do was not F it up. But they have to try and put their stamp on it, like a new broom with a pink handle sweeps 3 times as clean because we're women. All they had to do was not make a name for themselves and things would have gone just fine, but they had to F it up. And maybe the people who are controlling things with their hidden hand, they're just hoping that, yeah, she is that kind of abrasive woman that'll go over there, rub Putin the wrong way, and maybe just sort of say, all right, America, if that's what you want, right, you American pig dogs, this is the final straw.
Maybe. It may be like, they do all kinds of weird and contrived things that sometimes seem counterintuitive, but they always have some kind of psychological or, some kind of geopolitical reason for doing it. They never do anything just cause.
Yeah.
Right.
But the story, anyway, in case in case I kept interrupting you about it, was that she was shot at or attacked or something along these lines, ambushed by whatever these Armenian separatists or domestic tourists were, and so she says in her story, I hope I'm going to be able to find it. She says, "Oh, I give all credit to my driver and my bodyguards. I mean, they got us out of there." But then she can't resist praising herself. She says, I insisted on going back to work the next day, because people need to see that I'm out there, again, like showing women that we're strong, and we're resilient, and no man terrorist can keep us down.
Yes. Well, she was given a heroism award for surviving that attack, by the way.
Right.
Of course, like you survive just because you survive being shot at, you should immediately get an award. I think like soldiers have to be shot before you're gonna get one. You get a Purple Heart for being shot. You don't get one for being shot at, though.
Yeah. What she obviously, we don't know whether she cried or did, or shrieked or said, save me, you can shoot my driver, I don't care, or whatever, right? We don't know. Right. But the story they've woven is that she was like the Iron Lady, Margaret Thatcher, or whatever,
Yes.
But I hope that
of course, it was Secretary Clinton who gave her the award, by the way.
Right, and we all know that Hillary Clinton, when she was arriving in Kosovo, had to duck underneath constant machine gun fire. That was her story, which we all know was she was found out it was definitively proven to be lies, even though we all knew it was.
Oh yes, exactly that. And I'll just go back to Hillary on this one. Well, what at this point, what difference does it even make? Right?
Exactly. And I love the sort of tunified version of that. Sojourner says, American pig dogs. This live stream made me laugh quite a bit. I'm very glad of it. And she says, yeah, so she survived. That's what you got the award for. So she survived domestic or foreign tourism, cancer, being a woman, everything. And I hope now, right, with a bit of luck, I hope that I'm going to be able to pick out her talking about it in the stream that I've linked to as well. It's at least an hour where she's talking to a woman filmmaker who did a documentary probably about her bravery, inspirational women, you know, all that kind of crap. And she called one of her documentary movies something like Asparagus Stalking the American Dream or something like this, and they all thought it was so hilarious. Oh yeah, do you get it? Because asparagus stalks, but stalking, like such again contrived is the word of the day. But I hope
they talk about like she got the award because she's like when after the attack and everything, like which was probably a false flag to begin with. They're going to send everybody home and relocate a bunch of people to Islamabad, but she chose to stay behind because she's such a trooper. It's like, that's so counterintuitive. It's like, if you're going to move everyone out because of an attack on her, why is it that you've moved everyone but the person that was attacked out? It makes absolutely no sense. Even if that's what she wanted, military procedure would say like evac her and get her the hell out of there, right? Because she's the target, she's the mark, like what otherwise that tells you that the attack wasn't actually to get her. Otherwise they would have moved her.
And when we know that Biden isn't in charge of anything and she's a Biden appointee to Russia, then we know the whole thing's a crock. I mean, he didn't appoint her, like somebody else did. So the whole thing is just a farce. Everything, like all of our governments, all of our countries. So the whole thing is a farce. But these people get paid for it and paid well to do their theatrics on the stage.
She knows that she has her position just like Biden has his. It's because of stuff they did years ago. And, they bent the knee, they kept their mouth shut, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And now they're being paid back for for their breach of morals, right? Like you let it happen on your watch. You play ball, you do what you're told, and you'll get took care of.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's that simple. And people will go along with that all day long. Like that deal is the one, that's the one that secretly 90% of people are waiting on, right?
Yeah,
and they're just waiting on anybody to come and offer them the chance to like screw everybody over and take the money.
Yeah, and this game of international diplomacy, they all know that they've all hoodwinked their own people, and they could all rat each other out. So they're all kind of in the same game anyway. It's like a very high level game of poker.
Well, I mean, once you become an internationalist, you no longer really care about your own nation anyway.
Yes,
right?
But they'll have to pretend that they do. It's incredible double, triple, quadruple, quintuple bluff.
Yes, and that's what makes it so much of a mind twister and makes it hard to really grasp for most people. But that's why I try to keep it simple, right? Like you gotta get past all their little twists and turns that don't really even matter at the end of the day and boil it down to its simplest terms. So Joe and Jane Normie can kind of hope to grasp it.
Well, going around four corners and coming back to where you were wouldn't matter, except for the fact that they all get very rich and we lose our nations, and we all get deracinated and impoverished throughout these games. So they're annoyingly, it's all tied to reality. But let me get on to the next one, and here's where I'm hoping. I wished I had taken timestamps, but I didn't have time to split these up into clips before we went live. So I'm just hoping I'm going to be lucky and find the right parts in this. But forgive me if I scan through a bit here or there. It's all relevant. That's why I'm saying it's all relevant. But I thought we'd have more than the last hour to try and cram this into. Not that it
There's
hasn't
only
been
so much
excellent
time in a day,
conversation.
brother.
Huh?
I said there's only so much time in a day. Like,
Yeah,
we do what we can.
I know. Not that it hasn't been. So I'm just hoping I'm going to be lucky here. So here we go.
Hey, everybody, and welcome to this special conversation we're going to have after that fabulous film. And oh my goodness, I absolutely love that movie.
I'm just going to play that much, right? I know she's insincere. The other two know she's insincere, right? So top left we have Madam Ambassador-ess Tracy, and then this woman called, in case you can't read it, I think she's called Lisa. I can't hardly read it in this screen. Lisa Dickey, and the other one is Anne de Mare or de Mare, de Nightmare. So anyway, no, they didn't enjoy her movie. They're all kind of have these obvious fake smiles on. So they all know they're fooling each other, just like international diplomacy. It's ridiculous. But I'm gonna spin on anyway, even though I don't even have a time. The way I'm playing it through StreamYard here, I don't think I'm gonna have a time stamp thing. Oh no, I kind of do. But I think it's around the 20th minute, I think, when she tells the story about her daring bravery. I hope. So we'll see anyway, okay?
Right.
Well, first, just an observation, and we may have questions or comments from our audience on this topic. But of course, there was tremendous sacrifice here in the Soviet Union during World War II. And women, much like the Rosies in the United States, were engaging in also the kind of work that we were seeing in the film to support the war effort here. They were just a necessary part of the success ultimately at the end of World War II. So, the first time that I came to the Soviet Union, or I shouldn't say the first time, but I was here at the embassy in the late 1980s. This is, Lisa, when you and I crossed paths, so to speak. And what I remember from that time was still a sense, women were working, but because of the economic system, it was hard to see where women were able to stand out and take advantage of their talent to really, because there wasn't private property or private industry. There were other ways in which women could excel and did excel. But, and it's at least one way that we often look at in the private sector, that was harder to see. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because when I came back to Russia in 2014 as the deputy, wow, we had all these women who were running businesses.
All right. Well, I think maybe I wasn't lucky. I'll try again. But that's a big theme throughout this, right? So they're all, ideological, ardent feminists, and they're paying it forward, right? And the conceit is not that, hey, we managed to get good sinecures for ourselves, like jobs that we don't have to do anything, but we still choose to be meddlesome. But the conceit here is we're all selfless women. We're just trying to pave a way for other women. And look how much progress we've made already. And talking about the bad old days, but they themselves got inspiration from Rosie the Riveter because, they were stuck in the home, but because the men went off to fight in World War II, then the Rosie the Riveter had to get out and rivet those aluminium plates together to make airplanes. So basically the women were doing it for themselves, and they discovered they were stronger than men at doing it. And they took inspiration from that. And here we are now. And they're paving the way for the next generation of women. But we've a long way to go yet. And it's all about equity and they said, equality. Yeah, that was last time, but now we have to get on board with equity and all this sort of stuff. So and again, I said to you before, I'll ask you this question, I think all these people have something in common. I used to think, what's the deal with all these women who talk about having to go see the therapist, or they've got 2 therapists in New York, So are they crazy, or are they knowingly malevolent, or is it a bit of both, or what's the story, JC?
Well, first, we're still got work going on around here, so if you hear some noise, like that's what it is. So, and I apologize. But on that, it's hard to say exactly what they got rattling on inside their heads, other than this socialist utopia agenda, right? They believe they're doing the right thing. They believe that the only way to world peace and getting this, they believe, first of all, that ending all war is the most important thing, and that enslaving you is, and abolishing all differences in people, etc., is the way to do that, the only way to do that. Maybe they're right, it is the only way, but if it is the only way, then maybe it just shouldn't be done, right? But it is interesting, you find out these women, they go all the way back to the fall of the Iron Curtain days, as far as their dealings with Russia and all these other countries. So she's been paying her dues for a very long time to get where she's at, right? She's been capitulating her morals for a very long time.
Yeah, fair enough. And I suppose, the way I see it is like a lot of people have for a long time been asking, is it something to do with their heritage, their genetics, that they have a certain psychology, that they'll always tend towards this, what I would call corrosive behavior, where all they had to do was stay at home and they could have had lovely lives, but no, they have to meddle with everything, and it's a pride thing. And is it just that they don't understand that there's a law of unintended consequences, or are they actively malignant, malevolent, always trying to destroy everything from within, like a fifth column? But they are such adept liars that they're able to create some kind of layer of sort of a shield of deceit, a web of lies, so that we don't know whether, who's fooling who anymore. Are they lying to themselves, to us? Is it a bit of both? A lot of people just sort of say, listen, I don't care whether they're mentally ill, or whether, as you would sort of say, that they're criminally insane, right? Who cares whether they're a criminal or insane or a bit of both? Just absolutely by force make sure that these people have nothing, nowhere near any power in our countries whatsoever.
Yeah, well,
but we don't have the power to prevent them, of course.
Unfortunately, the mysteries themselves tend to breed a pride in someone that can cause them to become this way. And it all absolutely tends towards the socialist aspect. That's that socialist communist utopia idea is fundamental to the mysteries themselves. So practicing the mysteries, and it will do this to you. You know what I mean? It's designed to brainwash you in this way. And probably most of them were brought up in a family of socialists, closet socialists, Order of the Red Rose. You won't even realize it, because your parents will call themselves capitalists, but then when it comes down to it, they'll do socialist things, like most of the rest of society. It's a strange thing that, a strange effect, I should say, that the mysteries have on you when you start practicing them. I think that has a lot to do with it. The way that, it warps your mind and brainwashes you into the cult. It makes you think a certain way, right? And, maybe some people are more genetically predisposed to, leaning this way. I would say that, they do prey on certain tendencies, obviously, but the most ideologically possessed are usually those who were brought up in it, though. You know what I mean? Those who are brought up in it are almost always the most ideologically possessed, but it can happen to anyone. That's the thing about ideologies. If you're not careful, it can get you too, right? It's you have to actually be aware of yourself and what these philosophies are, and all kinds of other different things to protect yourself from it. I forget who said it, but they said that the human psyche has no natural firewall, right? Like you don't come preloaded with the software necessary to keep a mind virus from taking you over. Like that's something that has to be built, right? It has to be installed, or you just don't have it.
Okay, well that's very fair, and you know, a lot of your description there, I was kind of thinking, it sounds like, you know, if somebody was describing what does it feel like to come under the possession of Satan or Lucifer, it sounds very like that, all right, and
Yeah, well,
matches
that's
with
kind of the idea, you know, is that like it is sort of like that. It's like being possessed because like once the ideology takes over, you know, you're no longer being rational or anything like that. You're operating under a new set of values, and it's a particular set of values that aren't really rooted in a whole lot. So, you know, there's socialist values, semantic values, and you know, semantics has a habit of driving people who practice it crazy. It's been known about semantics since semantics like arrived on the scene, you know, in its current form back in the early, you know, to mid 19th century. Like everybody at that time period, like that wrote about it that I can find, basically said to that effect, it's going to make you crazy because, you know, it denies fundamental aspects of reality and, you know, in many cases, reality itself. It leads you down a destructive road that eventually ends in nihilism or, you know, people doing psychotic stuff like these people are doing.
Yeah, well, psychotic is a good word. Absolutely very destructive. And, you know, even as I said, like coming from somebody who absolutely rejected the Catholic Church and could see that basically God and Jesus was basically like Santa Claus for, you know, for adults. You know, if you don't be good, he can see what you're doing, all this sort of stuff. Having said that, I now see that the idea of demons, demonic possession, under the influence or control of Lucifer or the devil, even if that isn't exactly the case, well, these are all just different ways of describing, let's say, the psychology of a human being, or the dastardly way that people's minds, I don't know, like are sort of inscrutable, or that people do things that are, you could say, evil if the rest of society is to survive in a functioning way where everybody actually works together. This is the opposite of that. So it's, even if you know, satanic possession and Lucifer and the devil isn't exactly real, it's just a sort of it's a way of describing something, and there's no perfect way of describing something anyway. It's a certain vernacular that pretty much describes the way, in a way that describes the phenomenon in a way that I don't think it's possible to describe really more accurately any other way.
Yeah. I mean, it's an invisible force and way of thinking that quite literally takes possession of you in every way, to where you don't even like realize that you're being absolutely irrational or crazy. You can be a perfectly normal person one day and come under the, like, and people will see it. I mean, I know you've seen the photos of some of these lefties, like before, like they went to college and then after, right? Like how, you know, and hear the testimonies of their family, like they were completely different before they went. It's like, yeah.
Did you ever see the photograph of Mrs. CNN? Do you know the one I'm talking about?
You talking about Rachel Maddow?
Yes, thank you. And she was a Rhodes Scholar, and there's a photograph of her before going to college, before Marxism or whatever, and she had long blonde hair, and she actually looked quite attractive. And then she cut her hair short and turned into a raging lesbian.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's ideologies can absolutely possess people, you know, and I've talked to the wife many times about, like, you know, my personal transformation and like what I've been going through with it, and it really is a having to go back and find the young man I lost somewhere along the way. And you know, it's like a spirit that takes hold of you. There is no better way to describe it. Having gone through it myself, like, you know, I think that our ancestors were quite apt to describe it that way, especially once you start hearing testimonies of people and experiencing for yourself, doing drugs like DMT, etc., and talking to these entities on the other side of that experience. They all tend to say the same thing, and it has to do with depopulating humanity and, saving mommy Earth. Why do they all say the same things that these evil people want to do? Right?
Yeah.
Why does it seem like the clockwork elves or whatever, or the light beings or whatever you want to call them? Why does it seem like they're always on about the same shit that the elites are on about? It makes it seem an awful lot like they're all communicating with one another, and they're all about the same bag, man.
Yeah, I could definitely see that they're using these people to sort of say, in exchange for your time on Earth, where you're exalted, even though people know that you're actually the lowest of the low. But regardless, you'll be above all the rest of them, and you'll help us rid the world of all these other stinky humans. And the thing is that I expressed at the beginning of the stream how much I pretty much hate all humanity, so I'd fit in perfectly well with these demonic afterworld or netherworld people. And I can also understand not only how much they would hate humanity, but how much they'd hate their own position, that they'd love to attack directly, but they have to spend all this frustrating time gradually subverting everybody and taking over willing hosts and all this. I'd find it so exhausting and tiresome. It's all so tiresome. So no wonder they're peed off.
Yeah, maybe. The psychology of it all, as you know, has always fascinated me. We've talked about this many times. How it works. This possession, for lack of a better term, how it takes hold of you and everything. And it's hard to even pinpoint that moment where it gets you, right? It's such a slow process that it's hard for the human mind to really lock on to an exact moment, because there isn't.
And that's it. Just like all of our societies, gradually, bit by bit, death of 1,000 cuts, twisty, and before you know it, you don't have nations anymore.
Yeah, I think the selling, the proverbial or even maybe literal selling of the soul, it happens very much that same way. Yeah, you can sign a contract or whatever, but the leading up to that signing of the contract and the complete capitulation of who you were as a person and all your values, etc., that's a slow process. That didn't just happen when you signed that piece of paper. That happened long before you signed it.
Yeah, the intention was there. It was like a fait accompli before the official signing of it. But regardless, we've all pretty much sold our birthright for whatever is the equivalent of a bowl of porridge that we got. These yammering yentas, they constantly talk about listening to women's stories, older women. They're claiming there's older women out there who were Rosie the Riveters, and they're listening to their inspiring stories. And of course, the reason to have this filmmaker here is not just to venerate this Madam Ambassadoress to Russia, but also to feel privileged. They keep talking about how privileged they feel to be able to tell these women's stories. But they also say, and I might not be lucky enough to get it, but I'll try. They also say these women aren't necessarily the most photogenic, or they're not, or they take hours to tell the story, so they're not great storytellers. But we can take their stories, make them our own, craft them however we like. They don't exactly say this, but that's exactly what they're doing. So they're propagandists. And the only question still in my innocent mind, my stupid, naive mind, is, do they know they're propagandists, or are they really honored? Of course they're not. But they keep claiming they're flattered to be able to propagate these women's stories, even though they say we've made cartoons out of them instead and got an actor to do their story and condense it down and hit the right keynotes and all. So basically just took inspiration from those people and said, oh, how can we twist it into our narrative? They keep talking about stories that need to be told, all this crap. So I'll play a bit more. I think she might get into then after this bit the story about her being attacked in the car and how she bravely rescued herself and her drivers and all this. I call them men drivers, more or less.
Legends are important, as we've talked about before. Legends are important.
Yeah, exactly. And they keep twisting them and making up
the story.
Yeah,
yeah.
So this is how they're doing it. And I keep questioning, do they know they're doing it? I guess they do. But anyway, why should I give them the benefit of the doubt? We're coming up to 5 hours now. I don't know if the stream will get cut off or not. Hopefully it'll keep allowing us like we started, so we'll finish, right? But because 20 hours we've done now. But anyway, I'll play it and we'll see how we go.
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to say that one of the things that was extraordinary about this whole project was understanding that carving space to listen to older women tell their stories. You realize that we as a society, we don't listen to older women. And there was this feeling like we were carving this very almost sacred space to listen to these stories. And it was a beautiful project to work on for that reason. We felt really fortunate to interview these women sort of towards the end of their life and to get their stories. So
yeah. And I think one of the things that's really interesting to me is a thread that comes through all of these stories is it does require some courage on the part of these women to do things that women have never or traditionally not done in their society, right? So they put on pants to go into the factory. They're running these machines like the guys do. I love the quote from the woman who says, "They pushed my hell diver into the ocean," and how heartbroken she was that her plane got pushed into the ocean. And just how probably when she was a little girl at the turn of the century, she never imagined, or in the 20s or whatever, she never imagined that this would be, what her life would be. And I think for women, advancement does often depend upon taking opportunity where you see it, but you have to have the courage to do that. And on the question of courage, I do kind of want to ask about your heroism award, if I may, Ambassador Tracy. I'm very curious about that.
So I was in Peshawar, Pakistan, as the principal officer. This was 2008. It was the end of my second of three, what was a 3-year assignment there. The hunt for bin Laden was on, and the security environment had become increasingly difficult in Peshawar and in the general area. And so what happened was that on the way to work one day, my vehicle was ambushed. I give all the credit to my driver, who was just, nerves of steel under the kind of unimaginable pressure. I mean, we were forced to stop. Gunmen jumped out, opened fire on the car. We backed up. He got us out safely.
So I found, as you can see, I found the right place. But I'll continue a bit. But there's so much there, and you can tell she's trying to skate over stuff, right? And they don't want to lay down the story too definitively in case later they contradict themselves. But do you notice again? It's the humble brag. It's the false magnanimity, where she says, I give full credit to my driver. Well, the credit isn't yours to give. The driver is doing all the difficult stuff, right? While he's being fired on, and he's likely going to be fired on first, right? So they can then take you as a hostage, right? So he has to drive, concentrate, and not fluff the gear change, right?
Yeah.
And she goes, I give full credit to him. Of course you do, because you didn't do anything. She was just a passenger in the vehicle in an armored car.
Yeah, and he's not the he's not the the supposed target. He's just the driver. Like, he's just having a bad day. He's like, man, I hate my job. Right? And she's there probably knowing what was about to happen and drug him into it.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, the whole thing is contrived. I think I'm gonna have to can you just say contrived instead of sort of saying it's a load of CRAP, and he's probably saying to himself, listen, I would have taken a bullet for Reagan. I don't want to even have a bad day for this Madam Ambassadoress.
Yeah, and I mean, it's like you said, it's all contrived. It's just like the Rosie the Riveter thing. They're in love with the legend, the myth of the Rosie the Riveter, when the truth is yeah, maybe they were some socialist minded women who did want to fly some planes or work in a factory. But the truth is, like, if you, there's Rachel Wilson, shout out to homegirl Rachel there, an ortho sister. She has done a lot of work in this area, and you'll find really quickly, like by reading her work, that women of the day, 99% of them didn't want anything to do with this crap. They got propagandized to death, and because their men got sent off to war, they didn't have a choice but to go work in these factories. Like, most of them didn't want to.
Well,
right?
exactly.
Like,
Exactly.
yeah.
And all of these women, if they're all childless and unmarried, it's the fox who cut off his tail. They secretly hate other women. And of course, the government wanted to double the workforce and wanted to be able to tax the workforce and drive a wedge between men and women and foster any perhaps underlying begrudgeries that were unjustified. Like, why don't I have my own money? Like, so wanted to try and inculcate this kind of false resentment and pride in whatever women that they could instill it in, and it turns out most they could. And you see all the women in the workplace now under artificial light, walking on grey carpet, wearing stupid business suits, doing smart metrics and pretending that they're going to meetings to, work out, why the pivot table on their spreadsheet isn't turning the way that they think that it should. All this nonsense. They'll never admit that they're not happy, because nobody, but especially women, ever like to admit that they're ever wrong or have ever been hoodwinked because women are perfect because they've been told so. Because Rosie the Riveter, and they also have I'll get onto it anyway, they've also got heroes in programming, some woman, real ugly looking boot, who allegedly worked for the Navy, and I can't think of her name now, but anyway, she's the alleged woman who they all need to look to inspire women to be programmers. It's just, it makes you sick that they all at least pretend to fall for this stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact of the matter is, like, it's not even like that was the first case of women working anyway. If women wanted to work beforehand, they did. They worked as washerwomen. They worked as, they worked as washerwomen, nannies, cleaning ladies, like, and on and on and on and on. They had jobs that they did, like, especially if, like, their husband died or they were unmarried altogether. Like, women had jobs, they worked. Like, it's not like that, the war was the first chance that women ever got to go and work. No, women worked before that. It was like, it's just that women didn't wanna. It was only through propagandizing and economic forces coming together, and colluding with one another to make the situation such that you didn't have a choice. Right? Like, it eventually, the war and everything pushed it to where all women had to go into the workforce and work in the factories to push the war effort. Like, but they wouldn't have chose that on their own.
Well, that's
right?
exactly it. That's exactly it. And just, I forgot her name, but anyway, that's it. Grace Hopper, right? So for whatever reason, the American big tech firms all promote her as being the woman that all the women they have, like, should look up to. It's disgusting. But all the women, you'd be amazed, right? They give the women as well, like, even though they don't want anybody harassing anybody and all this kind of thing, they give the women these kind of weird skimpy outfits to wear. And I remember talking to a girl, and she sort of said to me, I don't know how I should feel about wearing this revealing outfit. I mean, it's empowering, but at the same time it's a bit revealing. And I was like, but we all know what you're talking about here. It makes you look good. It enhances your assets. And I am strong. I am female programmer, but not like Grace Hopper here, Obviously, there's going to be exceptions.
They do the same thing with men's uniforms to some degree. Like, the military uniforms, like your Class Bs, like, those things are not cut to be comfortable. I promise. They are cut to, like, make you stand in a very particular way.
Yeah. Oh, but sorry, just to be clear, they weren't giving women Navy uniforms. They were giving them, very coutured tops to wear. But while at the same time saying, like, we don't promote objectification or harassment, and we're against all this kind of crap, But anyway,
Like the army is not against that kind of crap at all. Like all kinds of hazing and harassment happens inside the military. Just that's what happens.
Yeah,
like it's
but
the
whatever
military.
this woman's deal was, anyway, maybe she was a looker in her youth, who knows? But whatever her deal was, like, women don't need, in the majority, there's always going to be exceptions, but women don't need to grow up and be female Navy programmers with faces like that. They need to have
No.
grandchildren.
Yes. And it's, it is a sad thing that like so many will like, some will, like you said, like will be perfectly fine because like they're, socialist and statist minded in the first place, right? This is kind of like what they want to do. But most end up alone with no children and regretting it at the end of the day.
And look, who knows? Could be a bad photograph. Maybe she can't smile, right, because it's an official photograph. But irrespective of that, she doesn't look happy to me. But I'll play. I'll just skip a second back and we'll just catch up with her story, right? Because this is her completely hokum story, but trying to be magnanimous. But at the end, anyway, you can tell she does try to then sort of say, "Oh well, yeah, basically, I was a hero."
Yeah.
And if there's time, Gambon there says COBOL Queen. So yeah, maybe so about Grace Hopper there. But that's what they hold her up in the tech industry. But anyway, we'll play a bit more of this. And if there's time, I know we've gone over the time now, but if this stream doesn't shut down, I think I'll just try to do the last bit there when she's in Congress, then trying to gin up a war. And she's basically a woman, right, who's strong and independent, but she comes back to Congress to sort of say, Putin was bad, and the Armenians said they defiled a woman soldier, so you have to go over there and kick ass. We need the military over there now. That's basically what she was doing. I'm going to try and play it. Again, it's like women are strong and independent, don't need no man until they need to call the full military might of Uncle Sam, because allegedly there's video. Right, she said she's seen it, but not allowed the Senate to see it. But there's allegedly video of, she doesn't spell it out, but she kind of intimates that this woman soldier was defiled by Azerbaijani forces or whatever, And like, well, then don't have women in the military. It's problem solved,
Yeah. Yeah, like, there's a reason that we didn't put them like as infantry to begin with. There's a reason like women stayed home. Many reasons, actually. For one, it's kind of stupid to put the only people that can have children in your entire society on the front lines of your military. Like, it's just dumb.
Yeah, unless what you're trying to do is not only wipe out the best of your men, but wipe out your women as well, right? Why would you want to do that, eh?
Society, it's a really good idea.
Yeah, it's almost as if they're trying to wipe us out. And almost as if that the very people who are being wiped out are too prideful to admit the obvious.
Yes. Well, that would be the obvious, isn't it? Is that they're too prideful to admit the obvious? Right. Like, well, trying to avail them to the obvious for years now, and it hasn't like went so well. As you can see, we're still here.
That's it. Because as Alexander Solzhenitsyn said, people will not believe it until they have the military boot in their back, kicking them into the gulag. And but even then, I now know that even then, you could be sitting in the gulag with all of my people, and they still won't admit. They'll go, no, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, you're always a pessimist, or whatever,
Yeah. Well, at this point, we've talked about it before. Like, I'm just like, I've got to keep fighting just because I don't want to wind up being one of them. If I'm, if as long as I get to die on my feet doing the right thing, then like, I know I don't get to die as one of these like spineless, gutless fucking people that are out here that, will just go along to get along, right?
Good man yourself.
I can't die like that. I can't like lay there in my last breath knowing I was a coward and an idiot. I just can't.
Well said, and good man. Right, let's hear the rest of this hokum story and the link to the whole thing, and I really encourage people to listen to it. Very revealing. These three yammering yentas, if you have ears to hear, they're all completely full of it. But let's hear her entire story about her heroism.
Who was just, nerves of steel under the kind of unimaginable pressure. I mean, we were forced to stop. Gunmen jumped out, opened fire on the car. We backed up. He got us out safely. But the rest of the story was after that morning, after, I was interviewed by the police, I insisted on going back to work because I knew that there would be a lot of rumors and worries, and, people sometimes need to see and know that everything is okay, and mentors women and men about the importance of just being calm under pressure and showing that example. And so that was part of, I wrote the report about what happened that day because, I'd been in the middle of it. There was nobody. Then the other.
Now, I'll stop it there again because there's a couple of things there anyway, but she says that first of all, she's an inspiration, of course, inspiration to all of the women. She went back to work, and to all Armenians, right? That despite this terrible thing that happened to her, she went straight back to work. The other thing is that there's a cut there. It wasn't my stream going bad. This was recorded live, but whatever is uploaded was edited, and they cut out part of her story there. I suspect it's because she contradicted herself, or somebody said, "Oh, we don't want that in the story." There later on, somebody could actually verify that that's not true, or something like that. So they cut something out. They definitely cut something out.
There was a noticeable skip there.
And she said, I wrote the story. I wrote the report because I was the only one, and then cut out.
Like, I wrote the story, I wrote the report. Yeah, that would be a slight kink in the whole thing, right? Because why would she be the only one who could write the report?
Exactly.
There was a driver, at least, and I guess, there's at least the driver.
Almost certainly somebody else there with her. So they need to make sure that she doesn't, whatever she said there, they don't want to run the risk that the driver might say that is not what happened, right? Or that's not true. And isn't it very convenient that she gets to write the story? Like, she thinks it's a good thing, right? I wrote the narrative, just like they're talking about being privileged to write the stories of other older women who they claim to venerate, but also say the stories weren't that great. We had to gin it up a bit, make cartoons, edit it down. So they're already admitting to the fact that they fabricate narratives.
Yes, and I mean, we all know they do. We've all seen the news, how if you just pan 3 feet left or right, there's nobody there, but they focus on this, they clump everybody together, make it look like it's super crowded, right? Or when they copy and paste people digitally over and over to make it look
I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, I understand what you're talking about. Yeah.
We know that the media, all the way up to the government, they all fabricate things. And I mean, they even tell you the story of how in World War II, out in North Africa, they had recruited a magician into the military, and they used blow-up tanks and jeeps to trick the enemy into thinking that they had a larger force than they had. They tell you the kind of stuff that they do, and then people are like, "No, they wouldn't do that." It's like, bro, they told you they did it. Why wouldn't they do it again? I don't understand the cognitive dissonance that it takes to accept that they can do it here, but they wouldn't do it here, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't make sense.
And look, again, they condemn themselves with their own words. The whole stream there is them talking about narratives and constructing stories and listening to stories and retelling stories. But then we're just supposed to assume that the story she tells about this act of heroism, where she defied the bullets and went back to work and basically is an inspiration to Armenians and everybody, women all around the world, that's not a concocted story. But here she is when she gets back into America then, and she's talking to the Senate, and you want to see her face. I wish the body language woman would study her face, because there's a certain, I think it's called the grief muscle that she's doing. She's faking the grief muscle between her eyebrows, pretending to be so concerned for this Armenian soldieress, who was defiled by whoever the meanies are. And I don't think she ever existed. I think the whole thing is a concoction. So I'll play it now.
American soldiers further involved in Armenian business is what it is. Like, it's about, as usual.
Exactly. Gambon there says the cackling gets me. Yes, they are cackling crones. So here we go anyway.
It just so happens the three of them, and like they happen to be of like 3 different ages, it looks like. So they would fit right in there with the 3 crones. You know?
Yeah.
Caucuses. It was one of the most disappointing hearings I've ever conducted. You've been the ambassador to Armenia. So let me ask you, and I'll relate this to your post that you're would be confirmed for. Have you seen the videos of the execution of Armenian soldiers by Azerbaijan?
Senator, yes, I have. And I've also seen the video of, it was one of the most sickening things I've seen in my life, of the mutilation and desecration of a female Armenian soldier. And when the report...
The mutilation and desecration. So the words she's chosen, worse than defilement, desecration. So to make unholy the body of a female woman. It's like, they've reinvented the tomb of the unknown soldier. Except this is, again, you make it a woman, and now the grief and the abhorrence is multiplied, because how dare they do to a woman? I mean, we're all used to the fact that men die. Who cares, really? Make your unknown soldier tombs if you like, but, whatever. But to a woman, how dare you?
Yeah, and that's why it was apt to make the connection between the, the Iraqi soldiers bayoneting babies. It's the same game. They're making an appeal to emotion fallacy in order to trick the American citizens into, going out there and, dying for this shit.
It's exactly the same thing. And annoyingly, everyone's going to fall for this all over again. This was November, I think it says there, of 2022. And everybody in the Senate there knew at the time that she was given the nod to be the next ambassador to Russia. So they knew that she was going places anyway. And, whoever is questioning her, it's all like, he doesn't care either, he knows what's up as well. And there was another one, there's no time to play it, but she talks to Mitt Romney, and she talks about how she looks forward to working with him, and he's a snake, of course, as well. So it's all big theatrics, but we'll all fall for it. Or somehow, 20, 25 years later, they'll kind of go, oh, she lied about that. There was no woman soldier who got desecrated at all. And people were like, oh, stop living in the past, whatever. We did what had to be done at the time, or blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like every other false flag. The gas attack in Syria that actually didn't happen. The weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, the Iraqi soldiers bayoneting babies, like Gulf of Tonkin, and I mean the list goes on. Like this is normal everyday business to them. This is what they do.
Absolutely, it's disgusting. I almost can't take anymore. I'm kind of tempted to sort of say, right, well, we had a good run. We'll leave it at that. I'll play a little bit more because we're only a few seconds into it. I'll play a little bit more just to kind of get a bit more of the flavor and to see her grief muscle. And she's practiced in front of the mirror, making her eyebrows go up into the center and crinkle around her nose because she cares. She cares that much about other women because she knows that she is the inspiration to them.
She just knows the cameras are on her, so the heat's on. She needs to act, really concerned so she can sell it. The line so and so. I mean, she is. She is like absolutely lying through her teeth in order to justify a military incursion to another country.
She is portraying emotions. She's a lying liar. I'm going to say definitively, no question about it. She knows she's portraying to sell, as you say, the story.
Mm-hmm.
Right, here goes.
First emerged of that this video was circulating, I reached out to Armenia's human rights ombudsperson, Christina Grigoryan, who's a rising star in Armenia. She's been a very important partner with us in law enforcement reform, but she'd moved over to the ombudsperson's office. I went to see her. She was engaging in efforts to document, authenticate what we were seeing in these videos. She was working, she told me, and I have great confidence in what she was saying, to use best international practices. And they were able to identify, they identified the female soldier. I think they were identifying then there were some other bodies in the video.
Okay. I think I'll leave it at that, right? She does a swallow as if like she's recounting, just like, do you remember the trials about like, and then Trump, he climbed over the divider and he started trying to choke out the driver and saying, no, we're going down to the Senate or whatever it was. We're going to take back our country, all that, whatever it was, right? And he said, none of that happened. But we had this woman who was giving hearsay testimony. This is hearsay testimony because she's saying, I have confidence that the woman, when she was telling me this stuff, that it was true. So later on, she can say, well, I was only being told this. How dare anybody in any Senate allow this kind of, I know it's not a courtroom, but it amounts to that. How dare they allow this kind of hearsay testimony? And then she does the gulp and the grief and all this.
It most certainly amounts to a courtroom. Like the same rules apply when you go in there. So like it's a courtroom. You're under oath. If you lie, you go to jail, or you're supposed to anyway, or get heavily fined at the very least. So, yeah, it functions like a courtroom, and, they shouldn't allow this. It should be challenged, but nobody will because, like, it's a hot button topic that nobody wants to touch. And on top of that, they all know, left and right, that they are trying to push for this war. So they're all going to let it go. You know that they always agree. Left and right always agree when it comes to just a few things, and that's going to be when it comes to war or anything that takes money from you and gives money to them.
Death and taxes, in other words. That's where they always get bipartisan about it. JC, we're about a third of the way through this one. Will we try and finish it off as despicable and disgusting as it is, and then we'll finish our stream, even though we've gone way over time. StreamYard seems to be allowing me go into beyond the 20 hours. I think they do you started so you can finish type of thing, So we'll see if we can finish this off, even though it really is making the bile rise in my throat.
Sounds good.
And so.
So they not only identified, did they authenticate that in fact these actions took place?
What I think what they authenticated that who these individuals were and the state in which their bodies were. What
just very quickly say, did they authenticate it that these things did actually happen? Oh well, what do you make of that?
That's always the case. Like anytime that you start digging into it, that's when the stuttering and everything starts, because that's when the lying really has to kick in, right? Like they're asked to justify the statements they're making. It's nothing to just make the statements. It's everything to have to justify them with actual facts.
Sorry for coughing there. I thought I was muted. But absolutely. And she's trying to do the calculus. Will I be here in 25 years' time? If I am, what are the chances of them playing this back to me and saying, you're now impeached, you perjured yourself, you gave false testimony, and that is 300,000 years in jail?
Yeah. I don't think like she's even went that far. I think it's probably just a whether or not, are people really going to believe this line of crap, and am I going to get that next promotion and keep it? I I think most all of these people are aware that like they'll never actually serve any like jail time or have any real consequences.
Yeah, it's just she's sort of saying, okay, I just have to get through this thing, and then I'm the Russian ambassadoress. But what are the chances of any of my fellow snakes basically biting me? At
Yeah,
some point.
pretty much. Like that's the only thing they really have to worry about is, whether or not somebody else has, has it out for them for whatever reason, and that does happen. That there are most certainly rifts within the group that happen all the time. They don't necessarily always agree on what route to take to the destination. They're just going to the same place.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, let's get it halfway through now.
I remember from particularly from the video with the female soldier being mutilated. It was hard to see who was acting in the video.
Have to stop it there again. I remember that it was hard to see who was in the video, who was acting in the video. Oh my God.
Yeah, like, like always, if you talk to a liar long enough, they'll tell on themselves.
Yeah, just incredible. But the key word there, like, so she couldn't really see. She's seen the video. It's all been authenticated that the people that were in the video were the real people, and it's hard to say who was in it though. And acting. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, it goes right back to what I was saying earlier. On one hand, they'll sit there and tell you we need internet ID and all this stuff because deep fakes and blah, 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 blah. But yeah, we authenticated the video, and we know, and blah, blah, blah. Like, how? How did you authenticate it? Can you tell us how you did that?
There's one thing that these people.
Sure?
Yeah, these people are consistent about one thing, and that is their hypocrisy. Rules for thee, but not for me.
Yes. Like they will always talk out both sides of their face. And that's, the key indicator to look for. Do their actions and their words match up? Like, or are they saying two different things that cancel each other out? People are bad at looking for these things.
Absolutely. Right. We're just over the halfway mark now, this, and then we'll finish up with the Honourable Lynne M Tracy.
Sounds good.
But what I want to assure you of is that we reported these conversations, what the Ombudsperson's office was doing, and what we're focused on.
Again, just real quick, but what I want to do is, I want to assure you is that we reported these persons' actions to the Ombudsman. What?
Well, I mean, it's all one of the reasons they do stuff like that is, trying to avoid saying anything that later could, well, like you said, they are going to make sure they don't say anything overtly that would get them into legal hot water later, right? They don't want anyone getting them in a statement that would corner them.
Just trying to equivocate. Oh, I didn't say that it really happened. I just said that those people who were in the video were really those people who were acting in the video.
Yeah.
And look at the state
plausible deniability.
Yeah, plausible deniability. That's it. And look at the state of her eyebrows coming up. It's like, I mean, a cartoonist drawing the eyes, looking away. I'm sure a body language person would tell you exactly. So she's looking down and to her right. Is she trying to recall a false memory or concoct something or whatever, and the eyebrows, oh God, it's just so infuriating.
Yeah. And she has terrible posture.
But at least she's honourable. She's so honourable, they have to put a placard in front of her to let us know that she's honourable.
Right, the Honourable Lynne M Tracy, which, which is a formality, I do believe, that comes with her position. Just like you'd say for a judge or whatnot, the honorable whatever presiding. But yeah, it's all bureaucratic Hufflepuff, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. They always do this in the British House of Parliament, and you hear it in Canada as well. My right honourable friend, or the right honourable gentleman who sits across from me. So that it's all just the old boys and girls club, and they're all honourable, ha 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 ha. So it's definitely a legacy of the sort of British parliamentarian stuff. But we're barely over the halfway mark. It's hard to get through, but I keep having to stop because it's noteworthy. The state of her, the outright audacious lies coming from her.
Oh yeah, and it's her that's going to be integral to line us on into this war for who knows how long.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It seems like a Russian conflict and a direct hot war with Russia is looking ever more by the week more likely.
Yeah, and then some. And you know, if we're lucky, it's going to wind up that China ends up like stepping in and ending it, and everybody's going to be like, "Yay, China has saved us all!" Like,
oh, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Turns out the Chinese, the Chi-Coms, were the good guys.
Like, they're already setting up that narrative. Like, there is already a guy like on Blaze TV like yesterday talking about how China stepped in and made peace and like or whatever, but is working on making peace between Ukraine and Russia or whatnot. And it's like they're doing the good deeds and blah blah blah. And it's like that is not why they're doing this shit. Like, you know, it's not going to be good for people either. Like, you know, China coming in there and ending the conflict. Well, we could have ended the conflict just by not starting it. That would have been cool. Like, you know, China wouldn't have to stop it, would they?
Right. Let's continue on then with this. What can I say? I've already said audacious. But anyway, there's words I just can't think of. Probably just the pressure of being live. But anyway, bit more and we'll be nearly there.
Right now is a
chutzpah. Maybe I should say that. The chutzpah on her to lie so brazenly.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Accountability.
Accountability. Sorry, I can't keep stopping it, but accountability. Oh, the temerity of her. Come on.
And I think accountability is.
Who did you report him to? Who did you report them to?
To the State Department, to Washington.
Well, this is at least a much better set of answers that I got than I got at the other hearing, where no one knew about, either didn't know about the videos, or in the case of Ambassador Rieker, did know about the videos, but no one had done anything to determine the authenticity and legitimacy of it. Now, I have no reason to dispute the videos that I've seen. But it seems to me, and the reason I want to connect this, you're the president ambassador to Armenia, and you're nominated for something else. But here's the point: we need our ambassadors, particularly in places of conflict, to be able to pursue what the truth is, so that we, as policyholders, can then decide what we do about that truth.
What we do about that truth. So, isn't it incredible? He said to her, we need our ambassadors to be able to pursue the truth. And we don't have the camera on her. But I can imagine her face kind of going, what? That wasn't in the job description. Nobody told me we were supposed to be able to pursue the truth. What are you talking about?
Well, for them, like, they have no problem saying that because of their semantic philosophy. What they mean by truth and what we mean by truth is those are two very different things.
Well, now, right? he did say we need to know what the truth is so we can decide to ignore it or act not in accordance with it. Like, that's implied as well, you know?
Yes, that is true. That is true. Like, you know, and these ambassadors are, I think people forget sometimes just how key they are in these international situations. Like, they are the ones that report things back. They're that key link in the chain that lets, you know, your country's government know, like, what's actually going on over there or not, right? So, you know, the lies often, like, start with that office, like, as far as, you know, how it gets reported back to the people, you know, quote unquote, like the average people of the country or whatever. Like these ambassadors are going to be the ones that like are on the ground working on the lie that they're going to use to manufacture your consent.
Right, and it could be a pecking order thing, right? So that upper management don't want middle management, making them obsolete by basically deciding what's truth or lies at their level. They want to say, listen, you report to me. I'll decide what lies then we go ahead with or not. And basically, like the Gulf of Tonkin incident, they might sort of say, look, you commander there on the US, what was it, Maddox, right? You can tell us what choice of lies we'd like to go with, and then we'll blame it on you. But you don't just get to tell us one lie and tell us, oh no, this is actually the truth. We'll decide what the truth is, not you guys on the ship.
Yeah. Well, also, like you got, like also like take into account when he says, like, I have no reason to, doubt the validity of the videos I've seen. Right. He means that there's no direct evidence been brought in front of him that shows that they are fake. Right.
Right.
That's all. Like, it does not mean that those videos like are 100% guaranteed not to be fake. Like, all he's doing is saying, okay, they brought me the videos. They don't look fake. They don't, right off the bat. And they're telling me they analyzed them and they're not. So good enough. Right.
Yeah.
Like, he's not actually, when that's like a legal jargon type phrase he's using where he's like, I don't have any reasons to question it. Like, he just means that there's been nothing brought in front of him directly that says he should. That doesn't mean like that doesn't even mean he doesn't personally have any questions about it. It just means he can't legally say that it's fake.
Exactly. And like, if I were to say to you, well, look, I mean, JC, I've no reason at all to believe that you're a crook and a cheat and a liar. You'd be going like, well, who said I was? Like, what are you talking about? And I'm going, no, I'm saying I don't have any reason to believe you are. Like, obviously, what he's saying is, I have strong doubts. That's a diplomatic way of saying I have strong doubts as to the authenticity of this little movie of yours. But I can't see it, but you're claiming you have, but you don't really recollect anything. Come on, he's saying, this is not my first rodeo, basically,
Yeah. And I mean, also, we have to remember, like I was saying before, like, both sides tacitly want the war, so it's not really a big jump for him to, kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, go along with it anyway.
Yeah, he's saying, listen, I want to get ourselves into the war a nice legal way. I don't want you hotshots women, like, trying to get there the stupid way, where we all then end up possibly having to hang for it. I want there to be no doubt because it was all nice and legal at the time. So
pretty much like that's what he's saying when he's like, we need our ambassadors to be able to pursue the truth. Like, meaning when he says that, he's saying we need our ambassadors to say whatever in the hell we tell them to say in order to get the job done. That's that's really what it comes down to. They need them to do what they're told, and it sounds like he's giving her, like that wink, saying, good job. You did well. Like, you didn't say anything stupid that's going to make us have to get someone else.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I can imagine that people like him who basically more or less have desk jobs, or you could say Washington, D.C. jobs, even though he might be technically superior to her, or in this case, above her because he's questioning her, I think a lot of these people would sort of say, I'd much prefer to be doing field work or be out in the world, or I'd like to be younger again and be debonair and sophisticated, flying off to these countries and glad handling with all these people from around the world, because it might be seen as being more salubrious and sophisticated.
Yeah, maybe. But as I always say, it is hard to, judge their individual minds, but I can definitely speak on like what the group think of their organizations usually are. And like, it's going to be like both these folks is going to be in line with that war thing. That's always on the table. War is, it gives so many different options. It's not to mention aiding the depopulation plan as well.
Yes, indeed. Right. Well, we have just a quarter. There's only about a minute left. Right, so we'll play him out. Mr. Menendez. I wouldn't have recognized him. He must be one of the Menendez brothers got out of prison or something like that. So he's done well for himself as well.
Yeah, I think those two boys might have been set up, but I'm not sure.
Oh, well, I have to say, look, I don't really know, and as far as I know, I have no reason to believe that this guy is one of the infamous Menendez brothers. I've no reason to believe that.
I'm pretty sure both of them are still in prison, but yeah.
Fair enough. Well, maybe
I
that's
know
an idea. An idea for another stream, anyway. Right, but okay, here we go. Cheers, Tracy. Had to make that joke. I had to,
Right.
Truth. And since you're going to Russia, obviously Russians are being arrested for their dissidency. Others have been attacked. Some supposedly have been killed. We need, to the extent possible, the U.S. ambassador in Moscow to do what I would want to have seen done as it relates to Armenia, to identify where these abuses have taken place, try to authenticate it, and then report on it in a way that that's actionable at the end of the day. So that's the spirit in which I'm asking you the questions. I expect that if you are confirmed, you will do that in Moscow to the best of your ability.
Senator, yes, I will. I certainly pledge that, and very much due to some of the experiences that I've had as ambassador to Armenia, some of what I've seen from conflict there, and the need for accountability and to pursue justice in some of these very egregious situations.
All right.
Oh my God. So not just egregious situations, but very egregious situations. And the grief muscle on her again there. And she knows she's finished. And that's not grief for the unknown soldieress. That's her saying, keep it together now. Hold it in. I can cry later. I've got through it. I now have the Russia. I've been given the go ahead, because he more or less said, look, okay, fair enough. We know that you're telling porcupines here, but you'll be good girl though if you're given the Russia detail, won't you? Yes, I will. I promise. I pledge that.
Yeah, of course she will. Like, because if I have the paperwork in front of me that says she got a double F in the on the Armenia front, and this is in this is in relation, like she in the article, like I'm talking about, she's being compared specifically to the accomplishments of our first ambassador to Russia during let's see, what war was it? Let's see. Henry Morgenthau Sr., U.S. ambassador to the Ottoman Empire from 1913 to 1916, a heroic figure who raised alarm bells privately and publicly about the Armenian genocide and helped launch the Near East Foundation, which raised over $2 billion in current figures to support victims of Ottoman atrocities. He later devoted much of his professional life to the rights of the Armenian nation, then it's got her to the right next to him with her double F when compared to the 15 points that she was supposed to do, which I guess I should read these points off real quick, just so people know.
Okay.
Like, support for development of U.S.-Armenian strategic relations, F. Support for expanded U.S. trade and investment in Armenia, F. Support for growth of bilateral U.S.-Armenia military relations, F. Support for U.S. Millennium Challenge grant for Armenia, F. Support for U.S.-Armenia double taxation treaty, F. Support for U.S.-Armenia Social Security Agreement, F. Support for congressional delegations to Armenia and Artsakh, D. Support for senior U.S. executive branch visits to Armenia, F. Selective support for Armenian civil society groups, D. Regional issues. Response to Azerbaijan's attack on Armenia and Artsakh, F. Humanitarian aid for victims of Azerbaijani aggression, D. Reprogrammed U.S. assistance for COVID-19, D. Humanitarian assistance for Halo Trusts, Artsakh demining, F. Engagement with Armenian American community, F. Cooperation with diaspora humanitarian relief efforts, D. Support for the century-long U.S.-Armenian friendship, F. Like, okay, so if I have this report card in front of me, then don't you think he probably does too?
Oh, absolutely. Oh, he knows. So he's basically as well. He's sort of saying, "Look, I know you got the job anyway." Maybe he's sort of saying, "No point in me saying I wouldn't have agreed with it, or I object because it's a done deal." They all knew it at the time. Everybody knows you worked in a corporation. Somebody goes through a grapevine that they know, they have the job, and then they announce it even a few months before they actually officially take up the job. But you have to start treating them as though they have the job a couple of months in advance anyway. Especially if they're going to be boss of your department.
What it's probably going to come down to is the fact that, this, like what I'm reading comes from it's a grassroots organization here in America that monitors the relations between Armenia and America, right? And they've done it ever since way back then in the 1900s or whatnot. Well, the thing is, he knows full well that these things aren't actually the American agenda or the New World Order agenda. He knows that they don't actually care about any of these Armenian regional issues or anything. They're just trying to use them for whatever they can and drag them into this, one world government, kicking and screaming if necessary. So, really what it comes down to is, even though on that report card she got an F, in their eyes, she got an A because she did exactly all the things they told her to, which is what gave her that F, right? So, it's one of these things that, what she's supposed to be doing, on Front Street, she might have failed at doing, but what she's actually supposed to be doing from their standpoint, she succeeded at doing, right? It's a disparity in what people think is the goal, right? There's the stated goal, and then there's the actual goal, and the actual goal has nothing to do with that list of stuff I just talked about, except for maybe the ones where she got a D in, they kind of gave them a bone here or there just to shut them up, maybe. But in all the other categories, she got an F because we never intended on doing any of those things in the first place, because that was never the point. Right.
Final little sidebar. I think you mentioned Henry Morgenthau Sr., did you say?
Yes, he was the guy that the Armenians were comparing her to because they really like him. He was the first American ambassador to Armenia, and he's he's boosted in their eyes. He helped them out a lot after the Ottomans.
Right. Well, there you are. There he is up on screen. And as far as I remember being curious about the name Morgenthau. Morgen is German for morning, and I think thou might be the German for morning dew. So Morgenthau might mean morning dew, D-E-W. Right. However, there may be something to the perhaps play on words there. Morning dew. He had a son, and his son was Henry Morgenthau Jr. And I see that in his biography it says that maybe I'll click down onto it. Right, I'll put it in just, and it's just a sidebar, just to read it into the record here. Right. Henry Morgenthau Jr. I think should be up on screen now. And he was the United States Secretary of the Treasury. Isn't that interesting? Under Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Mm-hmm. And one of the things it says here is that he also played an increasingly major role in shaping foreign policy, especially with respect to Lend-Lease support for China. Isn't that lovely? And helping refugees, but they weren't from Armenia, and proposing in the Morgenthau Plan measures to deindustrialize Germany. Isn't that lovely of him?
Yes, it is. And, you're correct. It does mean morning dew, by the way. And for some reason, it has a translation in Hindi for some reason. So I'm guessing that the Morgenthau's must have been part of the British Empire that trekked off to India.
I see. So if there is such a thing as an Anglo connection, they're part of the Anglo connection. Somebody mentioned to me during the week in one of the comments, Benjamin Disraeli. who's another interesting character of politics from, perhaps you could say, I might be wrong about my dates, late 1930, 20th century.
Yeah. Well, see, like the Morgenthau Senior's parents, were Eleanor Morgenthau, who was a Democratic Party activist, a socialist. And then, his dad was a German-born international relations theorist. So he was, born for that job, basically.
Mm.
Which, it shows his socialist tendencies and why he was so apt to, get these socialist programs started in Armenia, and why the Armenians like him so much, because he gave them free stuff.
I see.
$2 billion
Well,
in
who
today's
doesn't?
money.
How much in today's money?
$2 billion in today's money.
I see. Yeah. Well, who doesn't like free stuff? And as far as the point you made about like there basically being very obvious dynasties in countries where we're supposedly not only have democracy but want to bring democracy to the world. Earlier on, the person who was basically the equivalent of the Speaker of the House, either him or one of the other guys there, his father had the same job in the 1970s. So and it continues to happen over and over again. Of course, in America, we know the Bushes and I suppose to some extent the Kennedys, but there's other examples all over the world where everybody's father, son, everything keeps getting reelected. So like, I mean, we've never lived in democracies. Just to again put really drive that point home. We live in kleptocracies. I was going to say oligarchies, but we live in now modern day dystopian kleptocracies, and everyone keeps pretending, no, this is fine, everything's fine. We live in democracies, protect our democracy.
Well, I have a good little homework assignment for everybody before we go. Look up FDR, or just look up Roosevelt dressed as a Roman, right? And look at the images. You'll find a picture of him and his family and friends, members of our government and stuff, dressed up like Romans, with him dressed as Caesar holding a Roman sword. Like, they even got the little fasces. Fasces is the axe with the bundle of sticks around it, the symbol of fascism. Like, they even have that sitting on the table in front of his cake at his little birthday party thing here.
Right.
So, it's, these little costume parties they have, it's showing you who they think they are, right?
Definitely.
They see themselves as pharaohs, as Roman emperors, right?
Definitely. Well, just on that note, I'll just say that there's a fella, I put it in the links in last week's stream, I think, but I'll try and update the links again in the description in this stream. There's a fella, his channel is called Hugo Talks, Hugo Talks. And oh yeah, and he's English, or maybe Northern English, and he's got a quite significant following, but he's still on YouTube, but a bit shadow banned. He recently, like within the last couple of weeks or so, he did a very good demonstration or explique of all of the Roman symbols, including that fasci symbol with the sort of the axe and the bundle of sticks, that Roman sort of exertion of power symbol, and really explained them all very well, just really concisely and clearly. It's a really good bit of work. So that's definitely worth looking at. But look, that's about it. It's fantastic. We've nearly gone 6 hours, but we'll have to leave it at that. I think it's been another excellent stream, if I do say so myself, but it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thanks to anybody and everybody who's been listening to us, especially if you lasted the full 6 hours. I think, I might have to clip a bit out. Maybe I'll clip the misogyny bit out and sort of say, here's a bit with the best of misogyny. And because maybe people got a bit of the beginning, not stayed all the way through. But grateful to anybody for having listened. And again, I'll be crossing my fingers to see if this stays up. But maybe the benefit of being long-winded is, the bots take their time to get through it all, or I don't get assigned one until I have a certain amount of viewers or whatever. And if there would be an intern that sort of say, listen, do you just listen to the 6 hours of that, see if there's anything we can ban him for or whatever. Then they go, oh, listen, I'll say it's probably fine. I'm not listening to all that. I don't know, but I think it's been great. And for some, even somebody in the future, far-flung future, it would give me a thrill if they would find this But I'll say to you and to anybody else listening as well, feel free to download, like, use one of those sites to download it, redistribute. I'm just happy if it survives. So thanks again to everybody. Thank you to JC, and hopefully we'll do the same again next week.
Yeah, same here. Thank you for having me as usual, and thanks everybody for listening. And I sure don't mind if you clip me and share it around. That's kind of the point, Now, the more copies of this that exist, the more chances somebody's going to hear it, right?
Good man. All right, well, we'll leave it at that. Over and out, and cheers again.
Right.